morning, everyone. I'd like to call the Special Finance and Audit Committee meeting to order. Recognize we are gathered on the traditional territory of the Snuneymuxw First Nation. Our clerk this morning will be Ms. Karen Robertson, who's joining us via Zoom and who's not feeling well, I might add, so let's be kind and gentle. Today's Special Finance and Audit Committee meeting will be held in accordance with the Community Charter and Council Procedure Bylaw 2018, number 7272. The question period sign-up sheet is on the table by the double doors to my left for agenda items only. If during the meeting any member of the gallery has a question regarding an agenda item, please write down your name and the agenda item on the sheet. Members have been granted the authority to join meetings electronically. Today joining us electronically are Councillors Armstrong and Gesselbrock, and Councillor Brown will as well. He's home looking after a sick wife today and a couple of children, so he said he may, out of kindness, not to have himself coughing on the screen too much. Your first item on the agenda is the introduction of late items. We do have one, Ms. Robertson.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. We have one, which is the 2023 Department Business Plans for Development Services, and that's to be considered as the first item under 4A.
Thank you very much. Motion for adoption of the agenda as amended then. Moved Councillor Thorpe, seconded Councillor Perino. All those in favour? Any opposed? Motion carries. I just want to say for a second or two, I'm going to have to type in some numbers on my phone so that a roofer can get access to the house, so forgive me. We're all got our little issues today. The first presentation, though, will be the 2023 Department Business Plan presentations, in particular Development Services Business Plan. Mr. Lindsay, good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, Your Worship, Council. I'm happy to be here this morning. I apologize. I know you were all extremely disappointed yesterday when we got bumped off the agenda, so we'll try not to disappoint you by starting your day off. I know you're going to get the shock and awe presentations of Parks, Rec, and Culture later on, so we'll let them have the spotlight today. But we'll do a quick presentation for you about development services. Your Worship, I only have 2 or 3 slides before I turn it over to the 3 presenters this morning, and you're going to hear from 3 groups on 3 different business plans. So two of our departments and 1 of our divisions. So you're going to hear from, starting off this morning with bylaw, community safety and parking. Mr. LeBerge is going to present to you, and that's followed, I believe, by community development, which is Ms. Bopalsing, and followed up at the end of the day with development approvals by Mr. Holm. Your Worship, I did want to mention and remind Council that we do have an orientation session planned for you in the upcoming days. And we're going to focus more on development approvals and kind of Council's role in development approvals. So if you do have questions today, and it comes up maybe in Mr. Holmes' presentation, we're happy to take them today. But if you have something specific to that process, maybe I would suggest you put it in a parking lot, and we can cover it in the presentation in the next few days. This is a snapshot of the team that I get to work with, Your Worship, and many of them are. I see most of them are here behind me, and maybe I'll just do a quick introduction for those council members who don't know them. Some of these people you'll see regularly, and you'll get to see at council meetings, and others who work, I would say, more behind the scenes and maybe don't, other than at committee meetings, possibly council won't see as much, but are very much part of our overall team here. In addition to the management group, which is what's in front of you, there's 86 people overall in Development Services Division, 86 full-time employees. So in no particular order, just starting on the left of your screen, Ms. Bopalsing is our Director of Community Development, and maybe I'll just ask that each person kind of raise a hand just for Council's benefit. Ms. Bopalsing is the Director of Community Development, and she'll be, as I mentioned already, she'll be speaking to you this morning. We have a relatively new addition to the team, Ms. Pan, who's our Manager of Sustainability, and I know she's not with us in the audience, but I believe she was hoping to attend online. Ms. Brinkman is our Manager of Community Planning, and I know she's in the audience behind me this morning. Mr. LeBerge, as I mentioned, is going to kick off the presentation this morning as our Manager of Bylaw Services. And under this org chart, it looks like there's nobody beneath Mr. LeBerge, but of course there's a whole team of people behind him, and he'll talk to you more about that today, but specifically 2 divisions, primarily 2 divisions in both bylaw and now our community safety officers. Mr. Holm is our Director of Development Approvals, and you'll, of course, see Mr. Holm at many of our council meetings along with myself. And he has a team under him that includes Mr. Fox, who's our Manager of Building Inspections, Mr. Mousseau, who's our Manager of Engineering and Environmental Protection, Heidi Davidson, who's our Manager of Permit Center and Business Licensing, Ms. Rowett, who's our manager of current planning, and this is Ms. Rowett is a person you'll see at many of your public hearings. She'll be there giving council support through those processes. And Ms. Negrin is a manager of subdivision. So as I mentioned, in an orientation session coming up in another few days, you're going to hear more from Ms. Rowett and Ms. Negrin and Mr. Holm about the development approval process. We'll go more in depth onto that. Just, I wanted to pick up, and sorry, there's one more person who I hope is here, yes. Jackie Farrell, Jackie doesn't show up on this org chart, but she's very much part of this core team. And Jackie is my direct admin assistant and is, in all honesty, the ringmaster that keeps us all in line and makes sure that we get our reports done weeks ahead of time so that when your agenda is printed, they're actually ready for you to consider. So I just wanted to acknowledge Jackie this morning. She worked many years for the Parks Department, so she's still recovering from that, so we're happy to have her on our team. There was a theme yesterday, Your Worship, that I heard and interested from council about, the ability to attract talent to the organization, and that came up, I think, in Mr. Horn's presentation and others. And I was thinking about that last night, and I look at this org chart. The majority of the people in the team that I get to work with every day have come to the city in the last term of council. So they've been here less than 4 years, or just around 4.5, 5 years now. So I think that's a huge testament to what we've been able to build and been able to attract this talent. So I'm super excited that I get to work with these people every day. And I often joke that one of my greatest professional achievements was that I was able to hire Ms. Bullpulsing and Mr. Holm on the very same day without either of them knowing, and had them start at the same time. So that was a great addition for our team. Your Worship, we did recently have an all-staff meeting. There's a few things that I shared with staff at the time that I'd like to pass on and share with council at this moment. And of course, and we'll go into more detail this morning about what I would say the achievements of each department and division are, but certainly some of the things that will stand out. And I wanted to mention city plan as one off the top, and the adoption of the city plan and council support through that process. And one of the reasons I wanted to mention it today is it'll come up in our presentation, but the city plan, the entire process, although Ms. Bullpulsing was absolutely instrumental in getting us through to adoption, it was an entire city project. And it could have been Mr. Harding presenting this morning on it. It could have been Mr. Sims presenting later today on it. It just happens to be that it's going to fall under our presentation, but an absolute team effort across the entire organization to get that achievement. In the last few years, I noted to our team, and I mentioned to council, we've had sustained development activity like we've never seen in the time that I've been at the city. So year after year, we continue to see very high volumes of development. In that same time, we had 2 new working groups that joined the city, and we'll talk about those more. I mentioned Miss Pan, so that's a whole new group that we have brought on board, their sustainability section, as well as the CSO team, which has come under Mr. LeBerge, is obviously brand new. The past and the CSO team have definitely been a significant, I think I heard Mr. Rudolph talk about it yesterday, a significant addition to the downtown. But I do want to acknowledge that before the CSOs were here, it fell, much of the frontline work to deal with our vulnerable populations and deal with those difficult situations fell to our bylaw team. And the bylaw staff have done an amazing job over the years, and then often in many cases, in the most difficult cases, we're the only people who were making contact when there were smaller encampments and those difficult sites. So I wanted to acknowledge them for that work. And of course, in the middle of all that, Your Worship, was COVID. And I think everybody's tired of talking about that now, but I just wanted to acknowledge the efforts that this group specifically made during that time. And literally overnight, we had to change how we thought about many things we do. How do we engage with the community? How do we hold public hearings? How do we take applications? How do we process applications? How do we work with 50% of our people working from home? And it wasn't like we had a long buildup of months to think about this stuff. It would happen overnight. So with the support of IT and many other groups, we were able to successfully transition, do things that we wanted to do, but we were forced to do them in a much shorter time frame. But I think many of those in the long term will be beneficial to the organization, and I think are here to stay. Your Worship, overall, this is the entire division's budget, which is about $5.25 million. You can see here it's about 7.2% of the overall city budget. And unless there's any questions for myself, Your Worship, I'll actually get the day started, and I'll turn it over to Mr. LeBerge for his presentation to you this morning.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lindsay. Ms. LaBerge, good morning and welcome.
Morning, Your Worship, members of council. Thanks for making time for us this morning, and excited to spend a few minutes to tell you about the bylaw on community safety departments. Just for the benefit of the new members of council, welcome, congratulations on your elections. We're looking forward to working with you. I came from a previous career of 33 years with the RCMP. As probably many of you know, that we had the largest tent city in the history of British Columbia back in 2018. I retired and came over to take over the bylaw department, thinking I would work on the litigation, and worked for about a year, and 4.5 years later, here I still am. So a lot of the work, and Mr. Lindsay alluded to it, is centered around public safety and dealing with vulnerable populations. It's still a very pressing agenda for us. And a lot of our work has been transitioning the bylaw department back to its kind of original roles of focusing on parking enforcement and enforcement of our regulatory bylaws. And when council authorized us to develop the downtown safety plan last year and get the community safety team, we've been able to do is grow our team substantially and start going back to some of our core duties while taking a team of CSOs that are specialized and trained to deal in particular with the challenges, the social challenges that we have downtown. So we're very grateful for that, and that's what I'm going to talk about a fair bit this morning. So if you have the business plan, it actually breaks out the overview of our org chart in a little more detail. And I just want to pause for a minute to explain the different divisions within my department. Core group, if we went back 25 years ago, I think the city had 3 or maybe 4 bylaw officers, and we call these kind of the general duty bylaw officers. We currently have 5 officers, 4 and a supervisor. And these are the folks that to receive all and investigate all the regulatory matters. So this would be property maintenance, building matters, zoning, business licensing, noise, those types of things, kind of the generic things that you think are the core activities of a municipality. Some of the things that you'll see brought before council with this group are what we call remedial action orders. And these are matters that involve any type of hazard conditions or declared nuisances, so vacant buildings, for instance, that might pose not so much a physical blight in the neighborhood, but a hazard that people could fall, or there'd be fires, or that children might get in and hurt themselves. And these things are quite complicated, because if we want to take them down, it's taking away people's property can be very expensive, and these are the type of matters that are undertaken through resolutions of council, and you'll probably see a couple of those every year. My team also works with all the other city departments and to develop and evolve all of our regulatory bylaws. So anything that has an enforcement end to it, we tend to get involved in it. Even involves some of the specialized units like engineering and all of their code requirements. As I touched on, this team historically did a lot of the work with vulnerable populations, with the homeless encampments. And now with our CSO team, they're transitioning away from that to a certain extent, but I want to emphasize that this new CSO team works primarily downtown, and our unsheltered population ranges widely through the city. As his worship said at the council meeting the other day, our best estimates is somewhere between 700 and 900 people. We really don't know, because our last point in time count was in early 2020, and it's such a large presence now, it's very difficult to enumerate it. But this bylaw team, these 5 officers are the ones that will continue to respond to calls in the outlying neighborhoods away from the downtown core along the parkway. And really we will find an ostensible homeless presence in just about any green spaces anywhere in the city. Another thing that you'll see from time to time is nuisance properties through the nuisance property abatement program. We have a committee that works with the fire department, with the RCMP, and with some of our provincial partners. And these are properties historically that were drug houses. That's not so much the context anymore, but properties that create public safety and continuing disturbances in neighborhoods. And I know there was a discussion on the agenda the other day about a site like Nandu. These are the types of things that we would probably use the nuisance abatement program to bring forward to you to have the discussion. But another aspect that we do is we advise the senior leadership team on matters of corporate security and employee safety. So we're practitioners of CEPTED, and a lot of stresses around our facilities and City Hall, and we advise on the best way of keeping all of our employees safe throughout the city. Kind of circling around all these officers, we have one administrative support clerk. This is the person that does all of our call taking and file management, and that's the administrative support for me. Alongside the general duty bylaw officers, we also have 6 parking bylaw officers. They brought parking enforcement into the city about 8 years ago. It used to be contracted out. And the idea when they brought this into house was that they'd create them as bylaw officers that could do security and focusing on the downtown core. So this was kind of the genesis of kind of a community safety enforcement team. They were going to do parking enforcement while they're out walking the beat every day. The idea was that they would keep an eye on our facilities, walk the beat, get engaged with the businesses. And they did that for many years. But like so many things, as the city has grown and our subdivisions get more and more dense, parking issues and congestion isn't just a downtown problem anymore. And these officers actually work throughout the city, particularly in the high-density zones around the hospital, the university, the ferry terminals, and they're now taking thousands of calls. And so another reason that the CSO team was really timely, because park enforcement is a really big thing for them. To do those duties, we use license plate recognition. It's a vehicle mounted with cameras that can go over large geographic areas every day, and it photographs the placement of vehicles, and then it can go around a couple hours later. So we can, using technology, cover big, broad areas, including our 3 downtown parkades that have over 1,000 spots and about 6 surface lots. So they cover a great deal of area. We have one position which we call a municipal enforcement officer. There used to be 2. We actually transitioned one of these positions into a general duty bylaw officer last year. But they do traffic and highways enforcement with an emphasis on commercial vehicle regulations, dangerous goods, and truck routes. This position used to work out of the detachment. It was created about 30 years ago. And I really wish I could continue to have more of an emphasis on dangerous goods, because as probably many of you know, every hazardous goods that comes through the island goes through C-SPAN and through our cities. And we do have provincial inspection units, but they tend to stay on the provincial arteries, and it's really incumbent on us to kind of keep an eye on commercial vehicle traffic, particularly as it relates to dangerous goods as they move through the city. Supporting the parking division, we have a parking clerk. She does all the permitting and all the residential exempt permitting, et cetera. Tremendously busy position. I can tell council that before I came on board, we used to have 2 managers in this role, one of which just did exclusively parking, and the other one did general bylaw. Now it's just me, and I think the reason that I can continue to function is because of the role of this clerk. Very, very heavy workload with her. We have a third administrative support, which is called an adjudication and screening officer. We administer what we call a bylaw notice adjudication system. Historically, the way that we'd have bylaw disputes would be through the provincial court. We have to hire prosecutors. It's very slow, very expensive, and very formal. A number of years ago, the provincial government gave us enabling legislation where we could hire adjudicators and do a more informal, cost-effective model, and we've been doing that and administering that for a number of years now. In addition to having the system for the city of Nanaimo, we also administer it for 8 other regional districts and municipalities in the area. And by doing that, not only do we provide them with the service, but also reduces our costs of administering that service. We also do all the municipal ticket management for all the agencies in the city, whether it be the RCMP, the fire department, or our other bylaw officers from other departments. You hear us talk a lot about ticketing, but I just want to pause to tell your worship and council that enforcement is far more than ticket writing. There's a broad continuum of enforcement, and I expect at a future GPC I'll have an opportunity to talk about that in detail. But we utilize a number of tools that start with voluntary compliance, and I can tell council that probably 95% of the work we do is to get compliance. So when we talk about nuisance properties and remedial action orders, for everyone that you see, it means that we've redirected probably another 10. We really try to work with the community. We give folks what we call letters of direction, meaning bringing them an awareness of what regulatory infractions are, how they can remedy them, giving them timelines and tools to do so. And most people are willing participants in those matters. When those are unsuccessful, for our most minor matters, we deal with the municipal ticketing system, but it rises up there to a number of reliefs that we seek in the provincial court through ticket informations or Offence Act informations. And this is where we're going to often seek court orders, or in very serious matters where we could seek fines of up to $50,000. Something that we seldom have to do. I mean, one example that comes to mind was a fellow that was building big structures in a lot of our city parks and lighting fires, that some of which were coming close to causing interface fires. This is the kind of thing where we lay information, get them into court, and try to get orders to start to regulate behaviors. From there, we can actually even go up to the Supreme Court, and we often get court-ordered injunctions for some very complex things. Of course, the uses of properties, and it can get very complex. We worked on one case in the past year where somebody was growing commercial scales of cannabis, thousands and thousands of plants in a number of reefer trucks and in converted buildings that were contrary to the building codes. These are the types of things that we take into the Supreme Court, that we can get orders where we can actually start restoring the properties to its properly zoned type uses. Lastly, I want to finish off with the Community Safety Unit. We brought this on board in 2022 as a result of the downtown safety plan that was accepted by Council this past April. This is a team of 11 officers and a supervisor, and they provide frontline municipal supports downtown 19 and a half hours a day, 7 days a week. So while 12 officers sounds like a lot of resources, when you spread it out through those periods of time, what we actually have is teams of 2 and 3 officers that are working the beat into the early morning hours every day, 7 days a week. As I said, the emphasis on the downtown area, on our infrastructure, and we not only want them to reduce incidents of public disorder, but also to reduce the demand on our police services so they can focus on more serious matters. But it's also very important that we've trained them very particularly to engage appropriately with our vulnerable populations and citizens, so we can coordinate the best social and health responses for their situations. I just quickly pulled the October stats, just gave you a snapshot because October this year was the first month that they'd worked at full time. And I can tell council that the team of 12 responded to 685 calls, of which 186 were wellness checks. On a number of occasions, the officers administered life-saving CPR. They administered naloxone. They've been transporting or arranging transportation to the shelters and to the sobering center. They've done numerous referrals to outreach, and they even have accumulated a collection of warm clothes for the inclement nights. During that period, they also addressed 126 different encampments in public spaces, and they also did the mitigation of the succession of fires in Bowen Park. If council recall, late this summer we had 6 significant fires in the park, and so they went in and spent a great deal of time, identified the issues and addressed the folks that were starting the fires, and really kind of turned that around quickly, which I thought was a really significant undertaking. The other step that I thought was significant to note is they also responded to 29 different drug calls. I mean, historically, illicit drugs is the absolute jurisdiction of the police and the federal government. But as council is probably aware, in February, the Controlled Drug Substance Act, there will be exemptions for small amounts of all illicit drugs in British Columbia. And police have made it clear, except in exceptional circumstances such as the trafficking, that these are no longer things that are going to elicit a police response. We find there's still a lot of fear and expectations for some service, and to the best that they can, it's our community safety unit that's addressing a lot of these calls now. I want to switch quickly now to our part of the budget. Like so many things, most of our budget goes into our wages, but you'll see that about 30% of it goes into contracted services, and I just wanted to explain that very quickly. Among the things that we manage also is animal control, which is a regulatory enforcement role that some cities do in-house and others contract out. We do this through a contract service, and it's to the sum of about $650,000 a year, and that's to operate our animal shelter, to enforce the animal responsibility bylaw that was brought in about a year ago, all the dog licensing and management of dangerous dogs. And they also remove wildlife carcasses from all public spaces. That's not just deer or dogs on a road, but also large sea mammals that can wash up on the beach. So some of this stuff can be quite challenging. The other large contract that we administer is with Robbins Parking, which is for a little more than $250,000 a year. And that's to manage and maintain our digital parking systems and our parkades and doing maintenance on our parkade facilities. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on our 2022 and achievements and what we're going to do in 2023 because I've spent a great deal of time explaining what we do, and I think what I really want to impress is our core role is service delivery. There are many layers and nuances to enforcement. A lot of the work is internally to support the other city departments, and the other thing is to try to give timely responses and resolve disputes in neighborhoods as quickly as we can. And and I'm so pleased to have the CSO unit just so that we can get back to things as simple as parking enforcement that we have had very, very little time to do in recent years. I looked at our calls for service yesterday just to give you a snapshot for the year, and the department has investigated 5,778 calls year to date. 4,181 of those were to the Bylaw Division, and 1,597 already to the new CSO team that's just been working for a few months now. Most of my time this year has been to kind of develop all the aspects of the Downtown Community Safety Plan, which I'm sure many of you know quite well, but it was, there's been a lot of engagement in communication with our downtown business and our partners. We had to hire a lot of staff. We've had to train them. We've had to develop the vandalism relief grants. There's a lot of details. And then I can tell your worship that still a lot of work to be done in 2023. One of the other things we've worked on for the past year is trying to make our downtown parking facilities safe and clean. When we talk to our hospitality partners at the conference center, the hotels, what they often tell us is that the experience that their patrons have, or even the theater, often hinges around what their parking experiences in our parkades. And we know that particularly during the inclement weather that they're very susceptible as large open facilities to overnight sheltering. We commissioned a study that's given us some broad recommendations to improve the visual surveillance systems, intrusion detection, and improve maintenance programs. But of course, these are complex and quite expensive, and so we're now working on business plans that we'll be bringing forward to see how we can make some improvements there. The other area that we're investing a bit of money is to improve the animal control shelter. There was a study done in 2016 that indicated that the facility, which is about 50 years old, doesn't meet the standards of animal care. And I can tell council that we're currently working on a redesign and rebuild of the dog kennel facilities that should be started in early 2023. But the place that we're really struggling for capacity now is in the housing of cats. We've really relied on some nonprofit societies over the years to capture and rehouse cats, but even they're exceeding their capacity, and more of them are showing up at the facility. And there are also provisions of the new animal responsibility bylaw that says that cats can no longer trespass on neighboring property, and there'll be a greater role for them to trap and return these cats back to their owners, but we just don't have any capacity at the facility. So that's something that we're going to have to look at and look to fund in future years. I think the last two slides really talk about 2023 considerations and our opportunities, and I think I've really substantially touched on the points that are significant. Safe to say that I think when Public Works get up, they're going to talk about the fact that we have funding to bring in a second clean team. So the new members of council, for many years, we had a sanitation clean team that was funded incrementally for 6 to 9 months a year, and these teams would go with our officers for the morning sweeps and try to keep downtown looking clear and clean, particularly as businesses opened in the morning. And it was really important and effective for us, but it just kind of works in gaps, and we don't have that type of coverage on the weekends. And with the downtown safety plan, there's funding to get a second team so that these resources work with us 7 days a week, because such a big part of security and the sense of security downtown is how things look and how clean we can keep them. And I can't underscore how important it is that we maintain our facilities and we keep our streets clean and the sidewalks swept and the graffiti removed. And in that respect, those are elements that make downtown very, very livable. So I think those are the highlights of what I wanted to share with you this morning. Thank you for your time. I'll answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. LaBerge. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Your Worship, and pardon my raspy voice this morning. Thanks, Mr. LaBerge. I think you and your department have arguably one of the toughest jobs in our city, and I appreciate your efforts. When I first came on council 8 years ago, it took me a while to recognize and learn that our entire city is run by bylaws, and the bylaws that council enacts and passes are basically the rules for our citizens that we wish everybody to follow. And you're charged, and your department is charged with enforcing those bylaws. So you're put in a tough position because often you're unpopular, enforcing restrictions that people don't want to live by. I guess there's a couple of points I would like to just clarify for people watching the meeting. First of all, is that our bylaw enforcement is basically complaint driven. So you respond to complaints. You're not out there usually proactively looking for people to nab. Secondly, that our and please correct me if I'm mistaken, our bylaw philosophy is not based on generating revenue. That's not the purpose of parking fines. We're there to get compliance to the rules. And so if somebody has a situation that eventually is brought to council, is it fair to say, Mr. LaBerge, that your department has made every effort to resolve that situation and bring about compliance before it comes to us to deal with?
Through your worship, thank you, Constable Thorpe. You're correct on all three counts. Yeah, absolutely. Things are indeed complaint-driven. I would also add, in the complaint-driven, we always look very carefully to make sure, we'll always emphasize matters of public safety, health, or liability of the city. When it goes to things of a more aesthetic nature, for instance, we always want to determine whether complaints are made in good faith or if they are even impactful to the person that's complaining. And the example I often like to give is we ask somebody to clear the blackberries off the property they're encroaching on the neighbor's property, and they get angry and show up, a week later with a list of 50 other properties around town they found. It happens fairly regularly. We don't entertain complaints like that. We always want to see that when there's a complaint that there's actually an impact and an impact of the people that are complaining. So yes, very good points, and thank you.
And I probably should know, but I don't know. Maybe I'm sure Ms. Robertson could tell me how many bylaws we have on the books in our city, because they range from, as you say, everything from responsible animal control to parking to size of political signage and everything in between.
We have about 6,000 bylaws on the books. Many of them are amendments, but so I couldn't tell you how many consolidated versions we have. But yes, we do have over 6,000. And that includes zoning and OCP as well.
Right. Thank you very much. Next.
Councillor Manley.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. LaBerge. I'm curious, well, I would first of all echo the things that Councillor Thorpe has said about the work that the bylaw enforcement's doing in the community. I can't imagine that it's a pleasant job given the current circumstances with the triple crisis of addiction, mental health, and homelessness in this community. And so I commend you and your team for the work that you're doing. I'm looking at this PowerPoint. When you were going through the statistics, it went from 434 community safety officer calls to something like 1,500. When was this PowerPoint produced? And because that's a significant jump in all the stats compared to.
Through your worship, I believe there was probably about 5 weeks from the time that the PowerPoint was created to when I ran the stats yesterday. So yes, you're looking at 500 or 600 calls being created every couple of weeks.
Holy crow! So is this as we get into winter time and deeper into the crisis, are we getting more calls and complaints about the situation?
Through your worship, that's a really good question. I would say that the nature or quality of the complaints evolve at different times of the year, and so do the enforcement responses. When it gets really cold and wet, we tend to go a lot more of an inundation, homeless presence in our facilities. For instance, we get more cases of fires, fires in doorways of buildings downtown, in the parks. So it's ever evolving, and you know, when it gets really hot, sometimes it gets a lot quieter because people look for the you know, go along the rivers and the riparian areas where there's more shelter. So it's just really ever evolving.
Thank you.
Councillor Perino, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, Mr. LeBerge, great presentation. Thank you so much. The piece for me, you know, as a new councillor was, I've always thought the idea of the community safety officers was a great one, but it did not click for me that it was under bylaw enforcement. I just had assumed it was under policing. So it's interesting that it falls under your department, and I'm pleased that it does. I'm just wondering, and now you said 686 calls that they've had to deal with, is it this year? I missed some of those stats, and I just found that interesting because I went back to the achievements, and I just wanted to ask you again what that was. It's just shocking because they've only been on a few months.
Welcome to their world.
Through your worship, thank you, Councillor. So the numbers that I have year to date was 1,597 calls to the community safety team has responded to.
Since this year?
Since its inception, we hired them and started training them in the summer months, and they were working predominantly Monday to Friday during the day and just getting orientated, but they've been working full-time in those 19.5-hour shifts since the 1st of October. And
equipment for them? Obviously, uniform, car.
Yeah, so through your worship, we have one truck, and that's so they can haul equipment and materials. They predominantly do their patrols on foot, and we also have 3 electric bikes for the team.
Yes.
They're only working in teams of 2 or 3, and one team works in the morning, then a second team passes over late in the afternoon. And on Wednesdays, we have all 4 teams working, so double resources in the morning and then in the afternoon. And that's when we do a lot of our training in our bigger projects, because some of these cleanups are very, very significant. We recently cleaned up an area by the Millstone River just north of the Pearson Bridge, for example, and it took about 2 days, and the cost was about $15,000. We had to rent barges to accumulate material because the slopes are so steep. We had to get cranes to lift materials out, and we had to block a lane of traffic. Some of these things are far more significant and labor intensive than one would imagine. And
just again, through you, Your Worship, this is all under the CSO's work that.
Through your worship, I would say it's on these things. It's all hands on deck. I have 28 employees, 24 officers, and they all have to contribute to it. And I certainly don't want to underscore the involvement of our sanitation teams and our parks crews. I mean, there are a lot of different departments that contribute to these efforts.
Well, and I don't mean to ask questions just about the CSOs, but I think your department does a great job, and it's an honor to hear the work that you do, and well done.
Thank you very much.
And Ms. LeBerge, just to be clear, the reference to the use of the barges, etc., that was in response to numerous complaints from the Newcastle neighborhood, correct?
That's correct, Your Worship.
Any further questions for Ms. LeBerge while we have them? Not seeing any. Thank you very much to you and your team for all you do.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Bhopal Singh, good morning and welcome.
Good morning, Council. So now, following on from Mr. LeBerge, I'm going to tell you a little bit about what community development does. And Mr. Lindsay has introduced you to 2 key members of my team, Ms. Brinkman, who is the Manager of Community Planning, and Ms. Pan, who is the Manager of Sustainability. So our team has the, I would say, challenges and pleasures of working both upstream and downstream at the same time. So by upstream, I mean projects that for the city look at resilience building, working with neighborhoods, exciting projects that look at healthy communities, working with our partners. And then downstream, in terms of dealing with some of the challenges that Mr. LaBerge has to deal with in terms of homelessness and other community social challenges. So I'm going to quickly overview some of what we've done in 2022 and some considerations for 2023. So we have approximately 1.2% of the city's budget, and I think Ms. Mercer pointed out, or Mr. Lindsay, that our overall departmental DSD budget is 7%. So you've heard from Mr. Rudolph yesterday about city plan, and also Mr. Lindsay. You'll have an opportunity to get into this in more depth in January with us. There'll be a session where we go into this in more depth. This was a significant achievement for the city and for council adopted on July 4th, 2022. And as Mr. Lindsay pointed out, while it's listed under my department's achievements, it could well have been any one department. My department played a facilitating role. However, a lot of the heavy lifting was across all departments. And this is a plan that influences every aspect of what the city does. So a couple other pieces here is you'll notice the development permit area guidelines. That was something previously in our official community plan in 2008 that was moved into the zoning bylaw. I won't speak too much about that because we'll have a chance to discuss that more in January. But this was something that, again, it was an achievement in partnership with Mr. Home, who you'll be hearing from next. And then some other key pieces was starting some work on monitoring the plan and targets and indicators. And I'm going to speak a little bit more about some other pieces as we go along. So in terms of health and housing, council's aware that we have an MOU. We continue to work towards that. And again, this is an achievement list here, but to achieve these things involved our partnership with BC Housing and also with other departments. So you've seen 702 Nickel completed, 285 Prideaux next to the fire station is underway. We have various pieces of research that will help us come to you with policy next year related to family-friendly housing, accessible and adaptable. Another thing we did was dealing with the issue of short-term rentals and having some policies in place, so that happened this year. And then moving on, we also, a significant thing that we were able to achieve was getting funding through UBCM on something called Strengthening Communities, and that involved us to do mostly responses to homelessness, but some of the projects are also upstream as well. And in this picture here, you'll see a picture of a partnership project with Nanaimo First Nation, which provided them with a fourplex that is fully occupied as we speak to provide housing for those who are homeless from the nation. And another 8 units will be coming through this funding in February. So some of the things we get to do cross many different goals of city plan. Some of the response things, downstream projects, I'd say that ideally we would like to not be able to do, but we're doing to meet a need would be the shower program, the urban cleanup program, rent bank loans and supplements. And then one thing that I've got here, which is I would call an upstream, is the newcomers welcome reception. And that will be in your calendars for November 11th of next year at this conference center here. And I'll mention a little bit about that. That's something that we had a little bit of a pause with COVID. And the city has regularly coordinated with the Central Vancouver Island Multicultural Society, an annual welcome event for newcomers to our city. And it's a way for newcomers to get to know council and other organizations. So it's a very positive event for those coming to our community. And then you'll see some other pieces related to extreme weather responses, including we secured funding to do extreme heat mapping that will start next year. So another important, and I'm not even sure the word is achievement, but definitely work that we've been doing on our team and with others in the city is working with Nanaimo very closely to integrate reconciliation throughout the city plan. It's also in a standalone section, but it's also woven throughout. Working with Nanaimo leadership and particularly with Kate Good, who is my counterpart with the nation, to plan for and host the September 30th event, the second one this year, attended by approximately 5,000 people. And through the leadership and guidance of Nanaimo, that format was selected. And undertaking that event was no small feat. And Darcy Osborne and her team were instrumental through PRC for actually making that happen. And then alongside that, we had support from transportation, bike valets, free bus shuttles. So a lot of different pieces to make that day happen. but holding first and foremost the importance of respecting the elders and survivors and making sure that we were doing that in a respectful way. So the relationship piece is as important as the projects themselves through some of what you see here. So I'm going to move on. New to our city and to my team, sustainability is nothing new for the city. We've been doing that integrated throughout the departments for years. However, through council's direction, we were able to hire a sustainability manager, and Ms. Pan has achieved a significant amount in less than a year with a very community-based focus. And so a lot of leadership and work with schools, promoting sustainable behavior change, and then also working with homeowners and business owners. And you'll see more about these projects that are going to continue into 2023. So I won't go too much into considerations and opportunities because this slide will kind of duplicate itself a little bit. You'll notice here, I'll point out one thing that Mr. Rudolph did highlight, and that was in 2023, framing up work for one of the implementation actions in City Plan, which is looking at an area plan for the Woodgrove area and framing that up and looking at what that will take to achieve that planning process, 2023, 2024. And then I will highlight some of the other pieces as we go on. So these little icons show all the different 5 goals of City Plan: green, healthy, connected, empowered, and prosperous Nanaimo, and how the different projects we do align with the City Plan goals. So you can see a lot of what we do stretches across many goal areas. So coming to you soon will be integrated actions and a proposal of the different steps you may wish to take, carrying forward ones you've already endorsed and new ones to implement the city plan. I mentioned the Woodgrove area plan. Other things ongoing is the Tetuxton 5th Street lands. Another key one that actually, to my mind, embodies Reimagine, and that's the Park Avenue Parkland, which council purchased with 3 different pots of money to achieve several goals: environmental sustainability, food security, affordable housing, and overall community, for community benefit, as well as also asset management in terms of the role that site can play. So it's a small site, but it embodies many different aspects by integrating the social components of housing, as well as the other elements of food security and the environment. And then another important piece that council endorsed last year and that we will take forward this year is the Neighborhood Association Supports Policy and how we work with our neighborhoods. So other key initiatives for health and housing, this is direction that council recently gave us, is going forward with the following priorities. We have many other projects as well related to the affordable housing strategy, looking at how we can expand and increase our affordable housing through greater infill and intensification related to our secondary suites. We were one of the first cities in BC to bring about legalizing secondary suites, but what more can we do to support that form of housing throughout our city? And then also looking at ways to consider pre-zoning for affordable housing in key areas of the city. So, and then other key pieces is we know there's a great need for family-friendly housing with, I would say, here it says 2 and 3, but I'd say it's 3 and up bedrooms. What can we do to incent that and look at the barriers? So this will be coming to you in the early 2023, as well as accessible and adaptable housing. We had the benefit of working with the Advisory Committee on Accessibility and Inclusiveness, and that work will continue pending what council does with its committees. But this is an important piece as we have both an aging population and also a community that needs to have a diverse range of housing for our community. Other pieces is our community, or my team will support the Systems Planning Organization, which is one of the implementation action items of the Health and Housing Action Plan. Another really key one that I think we're quite excited about this year is you'll see the youth gun and gang violence. Nanaimo was selected as a high priority community to receive up to $1.8 million over 3 years. And we have the opportunity here to work very closely with our Parks, Recreation and Culture Department and make this a really upstream response to prevention and youth resilience for families and youth at risk of engaging in violence. So this is something that we are kicking off now in the initial stages, and we're excited to work with partners about that. We are also supporting the situation table in cohort with the RCMP, and that's a table, again, that is, I would call it midstream, identifying those at risk of falling into greater challenges with the RCMP and law enforcement and intervening sooner. And then the other piece is the extreme weather planning and response projects. Then for next year, we have a range of ongoing and new projects related to our work with Snuneymuxw First Nation, including furthering our archaeological overview assessment that was updated in 2018 but never finalized, and working with the nation to see where we can go with that. And then looking at a range of other health and housing initiatives, our ongoing internal and external education around truth and reconciliation. Every year, our team helps coordinate internal workshops with various elders and others from Snuneymuxw, and then working with the nation to see what they want to do for September 30th. And I want to emphasize that the first year for National Day of Truth and Reconciliation and this year and next year are all done with the nation's guidance. This isn't the city going and doing something separate to them. Then many, many different environmental and sustainability projects, including working with you as a city to look at our targets and indicators to implement city plan. We started that work a year ago with you, but coming up and finalizing it now, we have a final plan. Our communication back to the community on how we're doing with the dashboard, so the community can see and we can be transparent about how we're monitoring progress. And that ongoing awareness and education is a huge component of the work Ms. Pan and others are doing. And some of the rebates and other strategies that have come before you will be continued forward in 2023. So you can see there's a lot on the go. And many of these have come before you. So I won't go into too much detail because I'm going to try and leave Mr. Home at least a few minutes. Okay. So with that, unless there's any questions, I'd like to turn over to Mr. Home.
If I may, I just want to go back to the slide, the reconciliation events and projects, historical signage. That, I take it, makes reference to the proposal, for instance, to provide a Alcominum language sign for Chase River and those. That's been with Snuneymuxw for quite a while now, hasn't it?
Through your worship, actually the historical signage has a bit of a nuance to it. It is also looking at all the different signage we have throughout our city, including some that are quite outdated where the language is no longer appropriate in this current time, and working with the nation to create different interpretations of areas where that signage is no longer appropriate. So there's that aspect of the Alcominum piece as well, with the place names, and you're correct, that has been with the nation some time. And as I guess as Alcominum was a non-written language, over time, as that's evolved, the nation has been giving us different guidance. So that's one aspect, but another aspect is the broad signs we have throughout our city on different plaques. And we have an inventory that Mr. Schulberg has done for us, and going through and saying, okay, what are the priority ones that need a refresh where the language is no longer appropriate? So I hope that answers your question.
Okay. If no questions, thank you very much.
I've got a question.
Sorry, Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thank you. Just a quick question, just on like the budget aspects of the business plan. Is each department going to be presenting specifically on their budget and projections through another round?
I'm going to defer to Ms. Mercer to respond to this one. Thank you.
Through your worship to Councillor Gesselbrock. We will not be having a specific discussion on each department, as the idea of these presentations was to go over just what each department does. And then we look at the overall budget for the city. So we won't go into a deep dive in unless those are questions that we have from the committee. So at this point, we don't have any other days scheduled that talk to specific department budgets, just the overall budget.
Okay, thank you. Just a question then. I just see like with the proposed operating budget, there's a decrease from 15 FTEs down to 14. And I was just curious, what was a position that is lost there, or will no longer be part of the department?
Oh, through your worship to Council Gaspard, my apologies. I actually thought that. Okay, I'm just going to go back to the slide. So you're speaking specifically to the budget slide here. Is this?
No, I'm looking in the binder, and basically it says proposed operating budget, and it just goes through the developmental services, revenues, expenditures, annual expenditure, net operating expenditures, and then staffing FTEs budgeted, and it in the columns for 2022 it says 15, and then in 2023 it says 14. 2024 is 14, and I was just curious what the drop from 15 to 14 FTEs represented.
Okay, through your worship to Councillor Gaspard, and thank you to Ms. Fuller for reminding me. This is one where, as a team under Dale Lindsay, we are very fluid, and so one of these FTEs transferred through to Jeremy Holmes' team to support a need that was over there, and so that was the transfer of a planning position from my team to that team. So I hope
and what planning position was that?
That was one of the planners under the community planning section under Lisa Brinkman's.
For social planning?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, and are they changing roles or doing the same thing just under Jeremy Holmes section?
They would be shifting roles, but one of the things I'd like to add is in my section, we have a range of planners, and at times the heritage planner does neighborhood planning in a way that is a form of social planning. We have a range of different skill sets where people step in and step out, and as you may know, I became a director in January, and under me came Lisa Brinkman as a community planner, and then Ms. Pan as a sustainability planner. And so with the depth and breadth of those added, I guess, components, we are probably in the same place with our capacity. And so our planners, one of the interesting things about having a team that does both environmental and social and all community planning is you have the ability to cross-pollinate. And I think with Reimagine, that's one of the things that, and perhaps I'll also point out with the gun and gang violence, one of the things we're doing is working with the Parks Rec and Culture team and looking at their recreation coordinators and their role in social planning or upstream work. So I hope that answers your question.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that's it, Ms. Bhopal Singh. Thank you. Mr. Holm, good morning and welcome.
Great. Thank you, Chair and committee members. Good morning. So I'm the third leg on Mr. Lindsay's stool.
It's a big stool.
So yeah, under my section, sorry, I'm just going to advance the slide here. So development approvals, business plan presentation here. We have 5 key business areas. I'm not going to go into great depth on any of them, respecting the time, but building inspections, obviously it's more than building inspections. It's permitting approvals and issuance, as well as you'll see Mr. Fox from time to time in front of council for compliance and enforcement matters. So there, unfortunately, a great deal of time in building inspections is actually spent in compliance and enforcement. We'll talk about that a little more in council orientation. Current planning, that's Lania Rowett, the manager there, with 7 FTEs. And you're familiar with Ms. Rowett's work, some of it. There's a myriad of applications that go through her section, many of which end up before council. Some of them don't. They're approved through delegated authority. And I won't touch further on that. Engineering and it's actually development, engineering, and environmental protection is under Mr. Mousseau. 7 FTEs there, and so as the name suggests, along with environmental protection, we have a urban forester and an environmental protection officer. The area looks after all things development, engineering related. So working closely with our public works and engineering staff and others and all staff within the development approval section in approving, reviewing designs and approving development related civil works. So all the works that the city takes on through development and ensuring that the city's standards are met through those processes. The permit center and business licensing, that's Heidi Davidson, Ms. Davidson's section for full-time employees there. Very busy area, especially this time of year. They handle all the building permit issuance. They work collaboratively with, or all the permit issuance with other sections in development approvals, as well business licensing. They've sent out renewal notices for business licenses, and I'll touch on a couple of highlights of initiatives that have touched that area. They're very busy this time of year. Subdivision, that's Claire Negrin's section, and Ms. Negrin has 3 full-time employees, and you won't see a lot of Ms. Negrin, although you'll see her at council orientation. That's basically an independent function appointed by council to oversee subdivision approval. Of the city's budget, 3.1%, so mostly wages, as you can see here, wages and benefits. Just going to touch on 2022 achievements. There are many, but I mean, top of the list, I guess, and aligned with the name of the section or the department is development activity. Again, closing in on a record year. It'll definitely be our second best year. I don't think we'll be topping 2019 in permitted construction value, but not far behind. And given we've, obviously given some huge demand for housing and other construction activity in the area, but public investments in development and improvements in the community as well. Over 1,200 dwelling units permitted at this point in the year, which is fairly, that's pretty substantial. And we're expecting continued strong activity, although obviously with changing market conditions, interest rates, there are some challenges in that area with industry capacity and the like, but strong development activity this year, and we expect many large projects moving forward.
Mr. Holm, can you give us the latest solid figures you have?
Sorry, solid figures in relation to?
And building permits, we've got 360, is that as of?
Oh, sorry, that's right. That's a little bit out of date. At this point, we're at 372. We do monthly month-end updates, and we're expecting a couple of large permits to go out the door shortly, which they're ready for pickup. That should bump that number up quite substantially. So,
thank you.
And I think I did mention over 1,200 units at this point. So that could be, I'm anticipating possibly 1,400 by the end of the year. So. Short-term vacation rentals was a key initiative for 2022. I won't get into it too deeply, but at this point, Ms. Davidson's advised we've got close to 200 business license applications in for short-term vacation rentals, which was a new area to be licensed, a new business to be licensed in the community as of April 1st, I believe it was. This year. So strong uptake on that. It's been promoted fairly heavily, and Ms. Davidson's staff are working through many business license applications, but that's a new addition to that area. Along with, I won't get into this in any depth because it's been touched on. This was a city-wide initiative, city plan, reimagine, implementation, first the development of, support of, and then implementation going forward. I'll touch on a little bit in 2023 initiatives, but as Ms. Beaupassing mentioned, there were significant changes to the way the city has, or where the city's positioned its development permit area guidelines, along with new development permit areas that were brought into to effect through city plan, and that involved a great deal of work in collaborative work between sections, but work in areas under development approval as well. So this was a suite of initiatives to support city plan implementation. So environmentally sensitive areas, sea level rise guidelines, consolidation of form and character guidelines. It was quite a large project, and as well as new development approval information area bylaw. Again, achievements for 2022, building permit function review. That's a key implementation. That's a key initiative under development approvals and involves multiple areas. In 2022, highlighted that we've implemented a fast-track tenant improvement permit application process. Council supported additional staff last year to support faster approvals focused on tenant improvements and small commercial alterations. It's a challenging area of permit approval and involving businesses and relocation and new businesses to the community, and it's important to support that. The fast track programs supporting tenant improvement approvals, building permit approvals within 15 from complete application within 15 working days, and we're on target on that. I'm happy to report. That was a priority expressed through the building permit function review recommendations by Nielsen Strategies, as well as a focus that of the building permit working group, which is a joint group of industry and city to address to improve building permit function and efficiency and address industry-wide, collaboratively address issues that are impacting building permit approvals and development approvals in general. Our next priority focus area for the working group, and I'll touch on that a little bit later, but is broader improvements to complex building intake quality and some adjustments to processing to improve efficiency and address some construction challenges as well, industry challenges, better alignment with approvals to address some industry challenges with regard to capacity and professional reliance, and also to address accountability. So to ensure that everyone's doing our part to build the community. It's exciting times, but it's definitely not without challenges. Tree voucher program.
If I may, Mr. Holm, just to go back to the Building Permit Advisory Working Group. Where are we at in terms of what I'll call their wish list in practical terms, and frankly, is it practical also to implement all of their wish list, and if so, what are we looking at for a more specific time frame, if you can possibly answer that?
Sure, yeah. So out of the building permit function review, there were some significant recommendations which council acted on. The formation of, I mentioned the hiring of additional staff to form a fast track working group, which has been completed. That group is functioning. The fast track tenant improvement, or the formation of the joint building permit advisory working group, which is the industry group and city collaborative group that is working on implementing the recommendations of the building permit function review. So that group is formed and meets regularly and is working through priority recommendations, which I mentioned. The next priority recommendation that we're working on is improvements to complex building process. So that's underway, and we're expecting some significant changes early in the new year, which is actually in alignment with another item that I'm going to touch on in a little bit here, which is the update to development approval softwares, to software to support development approvals, which is underway. The city received a grant through the province, as well as support through council to undertake that project. It's quite a significant project, and I'll touch on that a little bit further. I hope that answers the question. So that's going to be a key initiative for 2023. So.
Councillor Perino, and then Councillor.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I'm sorry, it's just a little bit fast and it's difficult to hear. So it's okay, you don't need to change it all. It's just taking it all in and trying to sort through. So I'm just thrilled to hear that there's a fast track building permit. But when you're talking about, particularly for businesses, so someone wants to put in, they're changing from, a regular retail store to, say, a restaurant, whatever. So you're saying that you're fast-tracking it with possibly it being done within 15 working days. Is that correct?
Through your worship to Councillor Prino, so the example that you just gave would not fit within that stream.
Okay.
There's quite a bit of complexity there. That's a change of use.
Yes.
Depending on the details, but in all likelihood that would not fit in within that stream.
Okay.
But again, I think I'm happy to talk about some of the details more through council orientation as well.
Okay, we'll
helpful.
get there. Yeah, I was just thrilled to hear 15 days. You know, it was just like, yes.
Yeah.
Because that's the number one complaint I heard from
Yes.
people. So it's great news. It's good.
Yeah, thanks. And we can talk about the details for sure, but the types of applications that fit within that stream have been very
Minimal.
much appreciated and have benefited businesses, and you'll hear from community members that have participated in that and appreciate it. So
That's great. Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, it was the same question. I wasn't sure if you had said that our target is 15 business days or that we've met 15 business days for tenant improvement.
That's both the target and on average we've met that, yes.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Please.
Oops. Okay, sorry.
You mentioned the tree voucher program.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Yeah, the tree voucher program. So that is, it's been a really popular program since introduced in 2017. Try and be brief here, but 4,000 trees approved through, or planted, I guess, within the community through a voucher program. So the city residents can purchase a voucher and buy a tree at a reduced rate through a local nursery. So that's a program that's been in place since 2017. I said over 4,000 trees planted since that time through that program. Over 1,000 trees in 2022. Through the pandemic, we made some changes to make that more accessible through online permitting or online voucher system. One thing that's interesting there, and I'd like to point out, is that program is funded. Well, there's two things I wanted to point out. It's funded through tree offsets paid through development, or somebody removing trees pays a tree replacement cost if they're not able to replant the tree. So they provide funding through offsets for tree removal that supports this program. It supports tree planting in other areas of the community as well, but it does support this voucher program. And the voucher program is actually a multiplier, so it actually, depending on which trees are selected by people at the nursery, it's between 3 and 5 trees planted for every for the fees provided from a developer for 1 tree being removed. So we're getting a multiplier effect, and we're getting people planting trees on private property and being stewards of those trees. So it's kind of a good news story here.
In terms of the good news story, is it fully subscribed annually?
Well, we actually, that is a good question. Through Mr. Mousseau, generally, yes, it's fully subscribed annually. We did have a bit of a lull in 2021, I believe, because we weren't able to get out into the community and distribute those vouchers like we had previously. But with the online system, it's become very popular again, over 1,000 trees this year.
The reason I ask is, I mean, you know, it is the number one issue confronting the planet, climate change. Everybody knows that planting trees absorb carbon, produce oxygen. It's the most basic and simplest thing. And the reason I ask if it's fully subscribed is if it is, then for what it's worth, and it's not a big budgetary item, it seems to me if we're fully subscribed, then we should be talking about potentially increasing the budget, obviously. I'm not one of those people who believes you should be throwing out solutions that no one's interested in taking up, but if it is subscribed and there's an opportunity to expand, I mean, it works for everybody. I appreciate that Mr. Sims' crew will be looking at, you know, more leaves in the gutters, so to speak. But if there's a possibility here, I just think it's something that needs to be considered, because we know it works. It's easy. It's appreciated by the public. Makes the city nice to look at. It's healthy for wildlife. All of those things. I won't ramble on, but I see Mr. Mousseau has whispered something in your ear, so.
Sure. Words of wisdom from Mr. Mousseau. So a clarification. So yeah, to your worship's point, we have lifted the cap. It's actually funded through, so the cap was effectively a limit on being able to, it was basically an industry cap based on our ability to go to vendors, to the nurseries, and to be able to provide that service through the nurseries. We've since we've developed an arrangement with nurseries that allows us to not have a cap in place, and it's funded through trees removed through development, for offsets for trees removed through development. So we're actually it's not capped. It might be something if it becomes overly popular that we'll have to monitor, but it's definitely popular and not necessarily an upper limit, just our capacity probably. So.
All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, and congratulations to everyone who's involved in it.
Thank you.
Appreciated.
I'll run through considerations and opportunities fairly quickly. I'll try to. So staffing, obviously, I don't have to really get into details as far as the competitive employment environment that we're working in, particularly with regard to highly skilled technical staff. We've been quite, Mr. Lindsay touched on, we've been quite fortunate, and we've been able to retain and qualify and retain and attract qualified and experienced staff. As well, we have programs in place. I'll touch on one through building inspections to ensure that staff are certified at the highest level possible, and we have incentives to encourage that to happen, and hopefully we're able to retain them because we're a desirable place to work, and we're compensating fairly. But ongoing, we see that as an ongoing challenge, is retaining, attracting and retaining qualified and experienced staff. We have lost staff due to housing affordability and the like to other areas such as the Kootenays or even Halifax area, but recently. But we have been able to as well attract very qualified staff. Building permit function review implementation, I touched on that earlier. It's an ongoing initiative for 2023. I won't get into it in any detail. I'm happy to discuss at the council orientation as well. But collaboration with industry here is the key on improvements to that function. One that's I'll just touch on really briefly, that we've been drawn into, invited to participate into a provincial case study, which I think is important work. It's a 3-year-long case study, 2022 to 2024, and the province is working with high-growth communities that are willing to participate in looking at successes and industry best practices, municipal best practices, and also doing data collection and interviews. It's very challenging to compare one community to the next as far as approval timelines and processes, and the province is working with communities to try and get an understanding of some of the better practices that are happening out there, and then also some of the metrics and trying to work at how they can compare metrics and look at making improvements overall, and sharing the wealth of knowledge that municipalities have in how to improve those systems. So I think that's an exciting project, and we're happy to participate in. Permitting approvals modernization software, that's a bit of a mouthful, but it's a big project. I touched on it earlier. I could throw it in under key initiatives for 2023, but it is an operational matter. So we've included in considerations and opportunities, but basically approval to customer experience, application completeness, coordination, transparency, and accountability. We've been using the same piece of software for 20 odd years. It has been quite useful and effective, but I think it's reached its limits. And we've been supported by the province and by council in this initiative, and it's very important. So 2023 key initiatives outside of that I'll touch on really briefly. So I think Ms. Bhopal Singh spoke to the first one on the list, the affordable housing and city policy implementation piece. That's very collaborative and very large project. We've got some direction from council on affordable housing initiatives, as well as we're looking at a fairly significant round of zoning bylaw amendments to support the implementation of city plan. So it's very exciting, and I look forward to bringing that forward in 2023. Tree management protection bylaw update, and that's under Mr. Mousseau's area largely, with collaboration with Parks, Recreation, and Culture as well. But looking at amendments to address current industry practice, and as well as improve administration in the bylaw, which has been in effect for almost 10 years, and also to address some gaps that have been identified in the bylaw. Comprehensive soils bylaw, that's a bylaw that's, it's actually a number of bylaws right now that have been in place for various lengths of time, but going back to 1976 is the earliest bylaw that affects that area. Basically looking at updates to soil removal and fill deposit requirements and ensuring those are aligned with current practices and engineering standards, and as well as looking at one of the items we're looking at is notification requirements related to blasting. Blasting isn't an area that's regulated strictly by the city, but it's one that does impact residents and council hears about. We can't regulate blasting per se, but we can put in provisions to ensure that residents are appropriately notified. That's one that we're hoping to bring forward this year. Development approval procedures bylaw update. Basically, that's just ensuring development approval procedures and notification requirements are clear, reflect current legislative requirements and community interests. Planning function review, that's another key area aimed at continuous improvement, and that's Ms. Rowett's area, and it's part of the city development approvals implementation program or project, and we'll be engaging a consultant in the new year to review and make recommendations for improvements in the planning function and procedures in that area. So the last one I'll touch on is a subdivision control bylaw update, and this is a refresh and modernization of that bylaw to reflect legislative requirements and current industry standards. I'm going to present a business case very briefly here. This is actually one that affects, so it's broader than development approvals. It's actually, it supports work within Ms. Bhopal Singh's area as well, community development. So supporting the sustainability section, you've heard of much of the work going on in that area. There's an ambitious agenda there to meet the city's climate action objectives and climate targets, and to implement environmental policies related to city plan. Currently, that's a new section as of 2021, and there is no dedicated administrative support there. This proposal, which is a community development clerk position, would also support community planning, current planning, Ms. Rowett's area, which has 1.5 admin FTE right now. And that's obviously there's a lot of work going on there with regard to supporting committees and the Board of Variance, council reports, development approvals, and as well as reinstating effectively. So there was a reorganization in 2017 that dropped the number of admin staff there from 2 to 1. We're looking at it's now at 1.5 FTEs supporting current planning work. So there's a high administrative burden on technical staff, and this addition would help current planning in relieving some of that administrative burden and meeting our targets as far as development approval processing. And it would also support the key work of the sustainability section, which currently has no dedicated admin support. I'm happy to take questions, but I'm sure Mr. Lindsay or Ms. Bhopal Singh would like to speak to that as well if needed.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Holm? Not seeing any, and I'm sorry, Ms. Bhopal Singh, I didn't catch that. She needed to say something more, or wanted to, or doesn't have to, or can be questioned? All right, I think you're off the hook, and I got to tell you, it's by my clock 10:29 and 50.53 seconds. So That's quite amazing. Thank you.
Thank
you to your team. Well, time for the morning break. All right, 15 minutes, everyone, please. And then we're going to hear from Parks, Recreation, and Culture. Mr. Harding's been saving his berries for us.
This is the 2018 redux of the lighting at Nanaimo's historic bastion. I've had the pleasure of being part of the relighting project on this amazing building in downtown Nanaimo. So what we did is we've replaced the original high-pressure sodium lights, which basically did an okay job of lighting up the bottom 10 feet of the building, and replaced them with modern LED lighting that has the capacity to change color. We can run through a number of different colors that we have pre-programmed here in a pink, a purple, a green. Probably my favorite on here is Rainbow Chase for Pride Week. It'll actually run all the way around the building all the time.
With this new technology, organizations can now request that the bastion be lit to promote their cause by going to the City Nanaimo website and following the instructions. Go to Your Government, Bastion Lighting Requests, complete the lighting request form, and submit. You will hear from us within a couple days if your request has been approved, and the bastion will be lit in the colors that you have requested. If you have any questions, please contact the Mayor's office at 250-755-4400.
So the next time you're in downtown Nanaimo at night, come on and check out the new dynamic lighting at the Bastion.
We're here today to make a couple street names. There was some vandalism in town, and we're just going to make a replacement. In the roads today, we're doing our Dundas Street and Bruce Avenue. They're all 8-inch, and we use 3 different sizes, mostly 24-inch, 32-inch, and 36-inch. We do use a consistent font with street names. This is actually my metal blank, so the only material here is the material that I actually will cut out in vinyl. From here, we have to take out the vinyl that's not needed, which is the outer. So all we want to do is save the inside borders. From here, we actually have to put a transfer tape on it. And what this does is it allows us to take the blue vinyl and pull it away from the clear backing that it's on, so we can apply it to our aluminum blank. Now that we have our 2 sheeted piece of vinyl, we take our aluminum blank, which has high intensity diamond grade, which you can see behind me. We have all different colors. We have orange, yellow, white, depending on the type of signs. Most of our white signs are regulatory, and the yellow ones are warning signs. And right here, all I'm doing is pushing the transfer tape a little tighter to the vinyl. And then from there, we peel it back, our plastic, which basically leaves us with a big sticker. We put it on the aluminum. done here, we take our transfer tape off, and as you can see, we're left with Dundas.
We're here at Bruce and Dundas. Somebody's stolen the street names that were here, so we're here to replace them. Our sign shop has just generated us 2 signs, so I'm going to go through the process of putting it together and reinstalling the street names. First thing, we got to center the signs. We do everything on this truck. We've got all the equipment on here to build, install, remove, repair, whether it's street signs, street names, posts, banners, Christmas decorations, and so forth. I'm going to basically just put the sign in the brackets, and we'll be doing both signs, of course. So I've got a cross bracket that I'm going to put in. And then add the top sign, which is this street we're on, Dundas. Sorry, do the same there. We put the street that we're coming up to on the bottom, so they all basically have the same. The cross street will be on the top. We got to put some bolts in to secure them so nobody will steal the street name. We're ready to go. I'll just put this back and we'll go out and install this where the missing one is. Every year we do what we call a stop sign survey, where we go around and check all the stops. We clean them, make sure they're in the right spots, in good condition, not bent, and we also clean the street names, make sure they're good. As we're doing that, if there's ones that we decide we want to replace, we do that at that time. This year we're looking at approximately about 120 sets. It's very expensive to do, but we're continually, weekly changing street names because of either them getting damaged or people breaking them and taking them. So I'll put this on, and then I put a bolt through to secure it to the post. There we go. And that's good, we're done. Dundas and Bruce Ave are now ready to go.
You are looking at Unit 400 from the City of Nanaimo Public Works Department. This truck is called our paint truck. It puts down most of the center line in the City of Nanaimo. Right now on the back, we have Holly. Today she is in charge of keeping the line straight. She can move the wheel back and forth right or left, which controls this paint gun. And then right behind the paint system, there's a glass beads that are dispensed onto the fresh wet paint for retro-reflectivity at night. The painted lines can last 1 or 2 years. Most center lines in Nanaimo are painted every year. The white crosswalks and stop bars in thermoplastic can last anywhere from 2 to 7 years, depending on traffic flow. And on the back here, Derek will be kind enough to be dropping cones onto the fresh wet paint so vehicles do not drive over it. There's a lot of moving parts, high pressure, traffic, a lot of things going on at one time, and we're all working together. There's a lot of prep work before to make the lines straight. There's a lot of pulling of lines. Most of our equipment has guidelines and markers. It's a very rewarding job working for the Public Works Department. Lots of things go on and you stay in touch with the heartbeat of our city.
Our emergency routes, they are priority routes. They consist of roads that go to and from the hospitals, from the fire department stations, and from the BC ambulance stations. They're also their main commerce routes through the city of Nanaimo. So this allows commerce to happen during a snow event. So we hit those roads first. Once those are clear and open, then we move into the secondary roads, and then we move into the residential areas, which are dead-end roads and cul-de-sacs. And it can take up to 96 hours before we get into the residential areas. One of the side effects of plowing snow is it does end up on the sidewalk, and this can be very frustrating for homeowners and business owners that have just cleaned the sidewalk. It also pulls into their driveways. The crews try to keep it as close to the curb as they can, but we need to open the road right up to the curb to allow the drains to be exposed for when the snow starts to melt.
This is one of the City of Nanaimo Public Works snow and ice control vehicles. And this is actually set up for a brining unit right now, or anti-icing. And what brine is a 23.3% sodium chloride solution. And it comes out of the spray bars down here at the bottom, and it's made here at the Public Works yard. It's a proactive method of snow and ice control, as when we know that there's a winter storm coming, we can actually lay this down on the road prior to the event.
By putting the brine down before the snow comes, it buys time. It lets us get on the roads, and then when we hit it with the plows, it doesn't stick. The snow doesn't stick, it comes off much easier. Whereas if we didn't brine, the snow has an opportunity to freeze to the road.
So another benefit of the brining or anti-icing unit is that during the frosty mornings, we can have it drive down the road, and then immediately the frost disappears as they're applying the brine.
Brine's a great tool for us. It's very cost effective. We can stretch our hard-pressed tax dollars to the maximum. We can make brine for cents on the dollar.
So the other thing that we ask is that everyone stays back from these anti-icing or any winter maintenance vehicles, as they have limited visibility and it's poor conditions out there, and they're trying to maneuver around everything. So just stay back and give them a little bit of room to operate and clear the roads.
So here we are in the Public Works yard, City of Nanaimo, and what you look around, you can see our various tools that we use for snow and ice fighting. We have tandem trucks, 4x4 trucks, we have backhoes. All our trucks are capable of having front plows on them, and the larger trucks we have belly plows on them as well, and they all have a salter sander that can be mounted on the back.
This is another tool in our winter maintenance fleet. It's a salting machine. And what happens is that the salt gets loaded into this hopper, and on this conveyor where it gets hit with these two saddle tanks, which are full of brine. Then it comes out here on the spreader. And why we add the brine is that it reduces the amount of spray from the salt, so it doesn't bounce nearly as far, saving about 20 to 30% of our salt. As well, by using the anti-icing liquid on the salt, the activation starts right as it hits the road.
The purpose of the salt is to keep the roads bare, keep the ice from forming on the road. Again, safety for everyone, including ourselves and the public. That's why we put the salt down.
Today we're talking about clearing catch basins or road drains on residential roads. The first thing to understand is where the catch basin is in proximity to your residence. When clearing a catch basin or road drain, we want to make sure that you make yourself visible and aware of oncoming traffic. When clearing snow or debris from a catch basin, we ask that you put it in an area where it will not plug the catch basin again, not placing it on an already shoveled driveway or sidewalk. Sandbags are available at 2020 Labio Road 24/7. Just remember to make sure you bring a shovel. The City of Nanaimo and Public Works appreciate your help in keeping your catch basins clear. Thank you.
The next item is Parks, Recreation and Culture. Mr. Harding, good morning and welcome. Here's
Good morning, Your
Santa
Worship.
Claus today.
Pardon me?
Regular Santa Claus today.
Well, it's healthy clause, if we wanted to say. So yes, we do have some handouts we want to start off with. And first of all, thank you, Council. Be able to come and speak to you everything about Parks, Recreation and Culture today. Similar to Mr. Lindsay's presentation, I won't be doing a lot. And we'll actually be turning it over to our new Director of Recreation and Culture, Darcy Osborne, and our Director of Facilities and Parks Operations, Art Group, in a few moments. But we do have some handouts. And we had planned this before I saw the unhealthy handouts being distributed to council yesterday. But you'll see these are handouts that we hope for PRC, because we want to keep this council healthy and active. I'm not sure what the chocolates will help you with yesterday, but a few handouts I want to go through. And one I want to start with is actually, it's maybe a little bit of a commercial moment, but it's our Parks and Trails brochure. And you think of on the Google age that this wouldn't be popular, but it's probably our most popular publication, and it goes out in the thousands every year, and people just keep getting up. And the reason I mention it is it's a good one for council and community who's listening to see all the different parks, trails, facilities, and then what those facilities in there. Councilor Perino was wondering where all the dog off-leash parks. Well, they're in here. If you want to find out all the different playgrounds and water parks, they're in here, where you can go launch your boat or kayak or paddleboard. They're all in here. So it's a good publication to have, and one we keep updated. And the nice thing about it, with council support, we keep having to update this every year because we keep adding more trails and more facilities, and so that's a neat publication that keeps changing. Another one I just want to add to this, because we are Parks, Recreation, and Culture, but also do a lot of environmental stuff into culture. So there's a bookmark for you, but when you're done with the bookmark, you can then take the flower off and go plant, be active again, and go plant some wildflowers, or use it in here to mark the different aspects that you have. Then, just wanted to introduce I know His Worship always does a great job on Monday Night's Council talking about programs and things that are coming up, but we have two new ones coming up for the holiday season. Well, one's not new, but it's on here, is the Winter Wonderland. It comes in again this year, but the one we mentioned to everybody is it's one that's free to the public. And it's free to the public because of partnerships with a number of businesses and organizations in the community. We'll have this out, on our Instagrams and everything else. And then the other one's a new one, though, the flip side, and this is a reaction to, we've heard from parents and families, is rather than doing something on New Year's Eve, they want to start the year off being active with their families. So you'll see an activate card on the backside, which is a day at Bevan Park from 12 to 5 p.m., and it's a package of all sorts of things from swimming, skating, crafts, other activities, bouncy councils, all the things you'd fund as a way to start your new year off with a family or individually or however you like to do it. And then I've got, this is more therapeutic for you for the day. We've done this every couple of years. These are some bubbles. When you get frustrated with listening to us go on and on, I should have had it when Mr. Lindsay was dragging on and on. It could have been a clue to blow some bubbles and say, time to move on to another topic. But you could use that definitely for engineering this afternoon. It's a perfect tool to move on from that. And then last but definitely not least, I want to introduce council about the activity guide. And I said this give this to your council for three reasons. One is, there's no way we're going to, as every department, but particularly with PRC, there's no way we're going to be able to go through everything that PRC does. But the activity guide is an interesting snapshot of what goes on just for these winter months. And now typically in pre-pandemic, we would do two of these. We do fall, winter, spring, summer. But with the pandemic, we went to doing 4 because of the uncertainty and the changing aspects of the pandemic, so we went to 4. So one of the reasons just the council see the real diversity of everything, the different arts programs, cultural programs, recreation programs, all the different groups and organizations that put on different things. And we'll talk a little bit about, PRC does a lot of things, but it's the community that also, by working with us and using the facilities the council provides, the trails, the parks. It's those hundreds, if not thousands, of groups and organizations that really make things happen. Second, council does get some complaints that we don't print this out anymore. But we do print it out, and so we want to show that we do print it out, and it is available for printout, but it is more set up now for online. for a variety of reasons. We can change it quickly. If there's some changes, particularly in the pandemic, we had to change, it seemed, weekly, the guide, but it's there. And then thirdly, another dig at engineering public works is that later on today, when it's 30 minutes in about pipe sizes and the amazing aspect of pipe sizes, and the fact that I even hear Mr. Rosenmate bring in pipe sizes as props because he sees my props. It's something you can look like you're still listening to them, but go through and see, wow, I can't wait to do that activity. So that's the third one. Last but not least, if we have a break, Mr. Lindsay and I have offered to do at lunch hour a skipping demonstration. Dale's got all the rhymes down. I don't have all the rhymes down, but we can do that at lunch hour to give it active. So with that, there's some good handles to look at throughout the day. I guess I should use this for the presentation. I haven't mentioned it. I think we have two distinct sections within Parks, Recreation, and Culture, and that's Recreation and Culture, which also has the culture side, has the event side, and then Facilities and Park Operations. I'm going to quickly see if I can introduce our management team behind us. I'll start off with Art Group. Where is it? There he is, Art Group. He's the Director of Recreation and Director of Facilities and Park Operations. And then Darcy Osborne, who just started with us. Well, she's been with us for many, many years, but she took over from Lynn Warwick after her retirement in the fall. Very thankful to have Darcy now as our new Director of Recreation and Culture. And then starting at far end, here's Kathy Gonzalez. Kathy is our aquatics manager, and as you'll see, we'll be talking to you a lot about aquatics and aquatics issues. It's a very hardworking manager to try and keep those pools up and running and keep them going. Then next is the interim manager right now for our arenas, as we have a bit of shuffling going on, but you have to stand out longer than that. She's a shy arena manager, but it's Grace Bell. We're very, very thankful she's taken on our management of arenas right now. And then assisting us right now with a number of issues with aquatics, you have to keep standing, Michelle, there you go, is our assistant manager of aquatics. As we've coming out of the pandemic is very difficult, and we'll talk a bit about some of those issues. But Michelle's helping Kathy out a lot to try and keep our pools up and running. Laura Clarkson is our business service manager, but also manages Oliver Woods and a bunch of other aspects of Parks, Recreation, and Culture. A lot of what we do is a lot of revenue generation programming with the Perfect Mind programs and keeping all the clerical and the front-end staff going, and Laura manages that. And our shiniest, newest manager, who actually hasn't even started yet, she's here, so she's so excited. She starts on Monday, and it's Adrienne Mercer-Breen, right? I got that right? Yeah. Breen. And so Adrienne is going to come to us, and she's our new manager of culture and events. So we're very excited to have Adrienne here. Adrienne's been in the community for many years, very active in the community, and we're very thankful we found her within the community to take on this important role for us. Damon Johnson. Damon's been with us for a number of years. Also, he's our manager of recreation services. So all the recreation coordinators, as well as Bevan Park, is with a good portion of Bevan Park is with Damon, but all our recreation coordinators, which Darcy will talk about in a little bit of what all they do. And then she's not all about snow and ice. Charlotte Davis, you got to see her on Monday night doing a snow and ice presentation, but Charlotte's our manager of park operations, which also we'll talk into is a lot of our natural area management too. So a lot of that linking, as Ms. Popal saying and others talked about that crossover with all the things we do, is that natural area, environmental area management. And who have I missed? Oh, we have two missing today. One's trying to get our boilers up and running at the Aquatic Center. So Mike Bryson, our manager of recreation facilities. And then Mark Demek is away. He's the manager of all of our other facilities. PRC has a strong role in assisting all facilities operations throughout the city. And that is our management group. Any questions? Did I introduce myself? I don't think I needed to, did I? So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this one because this is the overview of what the two sections do, because Darcy and Art will do that. And what I would say again is that it's difficult to cover everything that we do, but one of the things that I think that's always really important to reference what PRC does, and actually I was thinking that all departments do in the city, is in enabling so many groups to do the things that they do. All the sports groups, all the arts groups, culture groups, the community gardens group, all the different activities, special event groups that happen. A lot of it is enabling those groups and finding ways to break any kind of barrier for them to actually provide key services to the city. So that's what I was saying. I wasn't going to go too much into COVID because I think I might come back and forth into some of the presentations with Darcy particularly, but COVID was unique for us. And what we did learn, and one of the reasons I was going to even mention it during the Parks and Trails brochure, is one of the things that I think council heard a lot too, when people were trapped or confined to the community, it was really the Parks and Trails that we think provided amazing relief for mental health, physical health, the only ways it can do physical distancing to socialize. So the Parks and Trails were a key part of that, but they did take a lot of use and a lot of, we do have found some ways that we need to maintain and higher maintenance of those parks and trails, as well as a lot of people now like to be outside, and so you'll see some of our projects looking at turning people from inside facilities to outside facilities. There's a lot of desire for more outdoor presentation areas or things like that. And the other part of COVID is that we are out of it, out of the actual pandemic, but that there is a lot of issues of staffing constraints still. Aquatics, we're still struggling with that. But then also, Kathy was telling me a story with our swim programs, and because the parents are just dying to get their kids in, but a lot of these kids haven't been socialized with other kids, and so it's a little unique. So there's lots of little nuances that we're learning as we come out of COVID of how to keep people back into our facilities and active. So we're constantly, we stopped using the word pivot, but we keep using that word as pivoting. On the budget, so division share of the budget PRC is a large section. So if before revenues are added in, we're close to 16% of the city's budget. I would say with this, and it's a little different than some of the other departments, is you'll see our grants and subsidies are 7.2%. So those are all the groups and organizations that are funded through PRC through council's direction. Some of those are line item operating grants like Port Theatre. Some are yearly grants that council deliberates on for cultural operating grants or special event grants. As well as we do quite a bit of contracting out, particularly in parks operations. Contracts out a lot of services, and so that number is a little bit higher than you'd see in other departments, as well as recreation and culture also contract out. A lot of contracting instructors, for example, and other things like that. So we can go over some of the budget questions as council would like. And that is, make sure, that is me for now. I am going to jump in. Darcy's going to pitch back to me on a couple updates for you, particularly on fees and charges and on the South End Community Center and maybe some others. But I'm going to turn it over to Darcy Osborne now to walk you through the Recreation and Culture Business Plan. And you feel free to blow bubbles.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harding. I was going to say it'll be a tough thing in the future for Mr. Lindsay to top that display, but
Good morning. It is an extreme honor to be here today to present the 2023 business plan for recreation and culture. I'm very happy to answer any questions as we proceed through the slide presentation, and also we can defer to the rec and culture managers that you just met. It's a tough act to follow, Richard. I was a little worried he was actually going to start skipping and right in the middle of the presentation, but so myself, I would like to basically just start with who we are. Recreation and culture. We are aquatics, we are arenas, we are business services, community recreation, and culture and events. And that's a lot for our community. Recreation and culture focuses on individual and community wellness, and we do so by providing public, active participation and engagement opportunities. We do this through a wide range of diverse programs, services, and events. These opportunities come in the form of drop-in and registered programs, facility bookings, amenities for sports, facilitation of activities and health services, and finally through community events. We just spoke to the the budget piece just a few minutes ago, but recreation and culture is 10.4% of the city budget. 2022 achievements. Richard did refer to COVID, and I think it would be an important piece for us to refer back to in 2022. The first few months of 2022 saw much of recreation and culture programs and services still very restricted. We had several provincial health orders that guided us through this process. COVID-19 created a constantly changing landscape for us, and we had to learn how to operate our facilities and provide programs under these restrictions. Key efforts were made in adapting public services, not pivoting, adapting, and navigating the ever-changing public health orders. Very early on, we were faced with challenges in limited resources, such as staffing and materials and supplies. However, we focused on turning those challenges into opportunities, and several of those opportunities are successes that we are still implementing today and will continue to implement moving forward into the years. We have looked at new and creative recruitment ideas, such as collaborating with VIU, participating in job fairs, more job postings on social media, as well as utilizing our provincial marketing campaigns to gain interest in our sector through the BC Recreation and Parks Association. We do know that we're not in this alone, and that we're not the only one facing these limitations. We've learned to adapt and be creative in our marketing methods, and Richard spoke to the changes in our activity guide. We now publish it, we used to publish it, we now publish it seasonally 4 times a year, and we used to do it previously twice a year. What we've learned from this, as Richard noted, is that it provides us with more flexibility, but it's also a greener solution as well. Finally, it is worth noting that recreation and culture was the go-to for many of our community organizations and facility operators for how to interpret the PHO orders and how to do best practices within our operations. These restrictions were extremely challenging for our community organizations, and we were part of a provincial plexus through the BC Recreation and Parks Association that ensured that our knowledge and understanding of each and every PHO order was current, and that we were delivering programs and service in a consistent way throughout the province. Working and sharing this knowledge with our community organizations strengthened our relationships and ultimately led to a healthier community. In 2022, we continued to work with the Ministry of Children and Families to find ways to integrate children with diverse abilities in our summer programs and throughout the year. And we continue to turn things, as Richard likes to say, inside out, meaning we're typically bringing our indoor programs into an outdoor setting, such as story walks. In 2022, achievements for aquatics, arenas, and community recreation. So bear with me, this is my stats slide. Early spring saw the reintroduction of many of our registered programs and drop-in programs such as fitness and the return of sports tournaments such as our U18 provincials. But most excitingly, we were thrilled that we were able to celebrate the 40th anniversary of our Leaders in Training program. This youth and development program started in 1982. And since then, we have seen 3,560 youth participate in over 225 community volunteer hours. We are developing and we are continuing to develop the future leaders of our community. We've been doing this for 40 years. We have sparked leadership journeys in teachers, social workers, lawyers, doctors, nurses, accountants, and even a well-known fire chief. Swim to Survive also returned after a 2-year pause. This program is a partnership with the School District 68 and teaches the basic swimming abilities that are considered the fundamentals to eliminating drowning. Between September and December, we will see 563 grade 3 students from 15 different schools, and by the end of the year, we hope to be able to provide basic swim and survival skills to 2,263 School District 68 students, and that includes 1,083 grade 3 students and 1,178 grade 7 students. And finally on this slide, environmental stewardship programs were already on the rise pre-pandemic. They continued to flourish over the last couple of years, and in 2022, we facilitated 77 work parties. We have 1,925 active volunteers hard at work for over 4,000 hours to date. We also have implemented work parties with 9 different schools, and we have the very dedicated ears and eyes in our parks with 27 volunteers and park ambassadors. And Rivers Day returned after a 2-year pause. Lisa referred to our Building Safer Communities, and in November of this year, the city received a $1.85 million grant in funding from the federal government for Public Safety Canada to focus on preventing vulnerable youth from becoming involved in guns and gangs. Recreation and Culture, in collaboration with Social Planning, RCMP, and other communities partners, have come together to make up this team responsible for overseeing this program and the funding. And recruitment has just started for the recreation coordinator responsible to this program. This will also be something that we'll see move forward into our initiatives into 2023. We are also working in our Arenas 1 emergency plan, which is a combination of ammonia-safe operating procedures and a response plan that's a digital application. Richard mentioned he'd be back to talk about fees and charges bylaw, so I'll pass that on to you there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Darcy. So I just want to, Ms. Mercer mentioned during her presentation that we're going to be bringing back to you the fees and charges bylaw. And the reason we kind of pause on this one is just before the pandemic, on the previous council, remember, we came to GPC and did a philosophy of fees and charges for Parks and Recreation, because it's one of those more difficult ones for council, actually, when you're talking about charging for sports fields, pools, whatever, go through it. So we're going to come back in the new year. I'll do another presentation back on the principles of the philosophy of fees and charges for Parks and Recreation, and then we'll bring that forward to you for a bylaw review and such based on council's input. The reason, again, what we mentioned is that we have not had a fee increase since 2015, and there's a variety of reasons for that we don't need to go into. But we're way behind on a fee increase. And it doesn't mean everything has to go up, but definitely there's areas that we're really far behind, particularly our ice rates and some of our other program rates. So we do want to get that to council early in the new year with the goal to start, because again, back to our activity guides and how we do our programming, just implement them September 1st, 2023. So we'll have our council will have a lot of time to deliberate each fee, if you like. But we want to make sure we let you know that is coming, because you will be looking at the budget and looking at, well, where are some revenue opportunities? And fees and charges are definitely, Parks, Recreation, Culture fees and charges are definitely behind being reviewed and updated.
Thanks very much. Councillor Hemmons has a question, though.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Mr. Harding. I recall that GPC, and I look forward to the conversation. A bit of a personal anecdote. The pool at the NAC was free on Truth and Reconciliation Day, and I was there with a group of Bayview students who were drumming, and the excitement of having the pool free and them having transport there from the school was just like, it was like Christmas. And so I'm wondering if we can book in, maybe every season a free day, and that can be incorporated in our fees and charges. So, obviously I think the intention is we probably have to raise those, but can we do it in such a way that we're also offering those who can't pay or those who maybe don't have the opportunity a few regularly scheduled free days? Right,
that helps me. Thank you, Councillor Hemmons, Councillor Mayor Croak. Two answers to that. One is we also, and Darcy will probably go through, is our updated LEAP program, which we've reduced a whole bunch of barriers on how people can, and stigma, and which gives people 50 passes a year. So that, hopefully we can market that and promote that more. Second one, and this gives us a chance, CEO and I have been working a lot on the sponsorship program with the council's direction, and we hope to bring that draft sponsorship to council again early in the new year. And the reason I mention that is we already do have some swims that are sponsored, And so with an adopted sponsorship program with some strategies, also helps us go out and work more to get some of those swims sponsored by either, right now they're mostly nonprofit organizations, but some banks are supporting them too. A chance for us to look at how we can sponsor some more programs that can be more inclusive for everybody too, but provides, reduce again those financial barriers.
And Councillor Perino has a question as well.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I was going to say to Mr. Harding, even the skating between Christmas and New Year's, very big. Yeah. My family just, the kids loved it, so that was great to see. But the question that I have for you is, when it comes to parks and the improvements to parks, such as the bathrooms at Neck Point, is that under your jurisdiction or is that Public Works?
That's PRC. That's us.
Okay.
So we'll, and Mr. Groot will go through some of those projects today, but also, next week or the week after is our capital planning process. But no, those projects are through.
It's great to see it, by the way. It's good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Richard. And through Mayor Cog to Councillor Hemmons, we successfully do have a Lions Club sponsorship that provides almost monthly free swims at the Aquatic Center, as well as some skating as well at the various facilities. So, yeah. I also just wanted to make note in 2022 that Parks or Recreation and Culture continued to be very supportive in helping to provide essential services to our community. And these would include things like childcare, blood donor clinics, food security, and cooling and warming centers. And we really have seen over the last couple of years how our role has stepped up and how we've needed to be there to support these organizations, provide these services. And actually, Richard, I get to bring you back again already for feasibility study for South End.
Thank you. I know we're seeing a lot of things coming in the new year for council, but this beginning of this year, council approved a feasibility study for us to go to the next level with looking at a new South End Community Wellness Center, ideally in the Chase River area. So that work's been ongoing throughout the last, probably since April. And it's gone well, and we hope to bring council some options early in the new year. This is for those who are new. South End Community Center has been on the books or the desire for since 2005, if not earlier. It's similar, but we hope to be more a broader type of facility than Oliver Woods, where right now we'd like to work with the school board, but also we've been working with other agencies like VHA. It's per council's motion of us looking at primary care in any facility that we build, but also Vancouver Island Regional Library, the RCMP, and a variety of other community groups of what we can create a true community center that has a variety of services. And we're excited to bring that to you in the new year. But I'm not sure if there's any questions on that while I'm still here.
We're good.
Business Services is a section of our division that looks after program registrations utilizing the Explore software. They also look after all of our bookings for facilities and all of the clerical services. Notable achievements in 2022 would be the involvement as a staff liaison to the Advisory Committee for Accessibility Inclusiveness, as well as the enhancements to the Leisure Economic Access Pass, which Richard just referred to, for us to further enable our community by reducing barriers and increasing participation. The Bevan Pool accessibility audit was completed in 2022 on a facility that's already over 50 years. The audit provides us with small, medium, and large facility accessibility improvements that we can use and implement over the next 5 to 10 year capital plan, as well as some recommendations that we're currently doing now and will continue to do under operating. For culture and events in 2022, we engaged the newly formed Urban Design roster for 8 projects, as well as had members of the Temporary Public Art Working Group recently review 18 eligible submissions for our 2023 2 public art installations. We'll be before you shortly with those recommendations. We continue to work with our Poet Laureate, Kamel Pamar, who you met at the council inauguration. Kamel has so many wonderful ideas, and we're excited to continue working with her. As well, we support several interdepartmental public art programs such as manhole covers, utility box wraps, and street banners. In 2022, Richard referred to our granting and subsidies. We administered over $510,000 in grant funding to 38 applications. These are incredible projects within our community. Grants that include downtown event revitalization funds for things such as the Thursday Night Market or the International Jazz Festival. Project grants, which would include such as the Vancouver Island Short Film Festival, and our 1- and 3-year operating grants for organizations like the Vancouver Island Symphony. We provide regular support and guidance for our co-management agreements and operating funds of over $1.2 million for the Port Theatre, the Nanaimo Art Gallery, Nanaimo Museum, and the Ovi Art Center. Large-scale events successfully returned in 2022. Those would include things such as the Marine Festival, the Silly Boat Regatta, Blues Festival, and that's just to name a few. This year, event staff worked with Active Transportation to bring the regional district bus shuttles and the bike valet to 6 different events over the summer. This was a trial basis and was an opportunity to provide residents with an alternate, greener solution for transportation to our community festivals and events. We have a very committed and talented culture community, and we presented our 2022 Cultural and Heritage Awards in private gatherings. We do look forward to presenting our 2023 recipients of the awards at the Port Theatre in the spring, and our nomination deadline for those awards is December 2nd. Lisa Bopal-Singh referenced the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. Recreation and Culture, together with Social Planning, School District 68, and most importantly, Tsunemu First Nation, implemented this year's first event in the Stadium District on 3rd Street. This was the first time Parks, Recreation, and Culture activated this entire site for an event utilizing all 5 sport venues for this tremendously important day. On September 30th, we saw Nanaimo Ice Center, as Councillor Hemmons mentioned, Nanaimo Aquatic Center, Rotary Bowl, the NDS Field, which was renamed as Quinistook, and the Stroxman Stadium are all activated with free sporting demos and activities. Event staff took concerts out into the parks this year. We saw 7 concerts in 7 different parks, and we activated 11 street hockey rinks in the downtown core for the first annual Play On Canada. Sport tourism bids were successful in 2022. The Nanaimo Track and Field Club will be hosting the 2023 and 2024 Provincial Track and Field Jamboree, and the City of Nanaimo will be hosting the BC 55+ Games in 2025. The next 2 slides speak to key initiatives for recreation and culture in 2023, as well as how they correspond to the 5 goals in the city plan. I will only highlight a few. I would like to highlight on this slide the fees and charges, which Richard just spoke to. This is a very important review and initiative for our department to undergo, and we look forward to bringing forward our recommendations and having a healthy conversation. The implementation of the Aquatic Growth and Development Plan will also be on our radar heavily in 2023. We see this plan as being an integral component to staff resiliency. It will enable us to continue to provide the level of service that our community not only needs, but wants, and has grown to expect. And on this slide, I will highlight the completion and implementation of the Community Special Event Toolkit. Community events was identified in the city plan under the goal of empowering Nanaimo. Development of this resource will assist and help the community to organize events without barriers and help them navigate how to be successful within our community. Recreation and Culture business case speaks to the development of 2 recreation and culture assistant coordinators. In 2025, the Canadian Recreation and Parks Association created a framework for recreation in Canada, a pathway to wellness. Building recreation capacity is one of their 5 goals identified. These positions support recruiting, developing, and inspiring new leaders, which is critically important to the recreation and culture workflow, and will enable us to continue to foster individuals and to continue to foster individuals and community wellness. Thank you. I'd like to pass the mic back to Richard Harding.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Worship. Just if there's, just because of we are one big section, but they are unique sections. I just wanted to pause between them if there's any questions, particularly on the recreation and culture side of things, before I ask Mr. Groot to come up.
Just one, Your Worship.
Councillor Perino.
Through you, Your Worship, do you hire summer students?
We do, yes.
How many do you have? Just
it's so particularly in the recreation side,
Yes.
we do. The park side, not as much anymore, but I can ask.
Just an interest. I know it's such a popular program. 24?
44.
40.
Yeah,
Good.
44, as well as,
Wonderful.
you know, with our, throughout the year, we have a lot of casual.
Of course.
And then if anyone's out there wants their children, who I'll do another commercial for, wants them to get lifeguards. We need lifeguards badly right now, and they can be casual, they can be in high school, because we definitely need them out there. So
It's just, I think, you know, those summer programs for students just help them to, I mean, the career opportunities that is laid out before them is incredible. So I celebrate what you do. That's good. Thank you.
Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Harding, and we spoke about this, but I'd love to discuss it in a public meeting. The opportunity to put lifeguard training into high school curriculum. Where are we with that?
So we've been working with the school board. We're meeting again with the superintendent in a week or so to look at, you know, NDSS is the one that's makes the most sense because the students are right there. So work with them. Kathy Gonzalez has a program ready to go, our aquatic manager. We just need to find a way to integrate it into the curriculum. We'd like to see it as early as this spring, if possible, but if not, by fall. If not, we think other communities have done it. We know we can.
It's an amazing opportunity, I think, for kids in the community and for us and resources, et cetera. Yeah, thank you.
For the parents out there, again, even now, if you get your bronze medallion, a bronze cross and NLS, you get high school credit anyway now, right? So you can already submit your NLS and get high school credit. So what better to do it at your school and get it, and hopefully get an employment with us. So we keep. Pardon? Oh, age is for and bronze cross first, right? At 13. At 13. 14 for cross. 14 for cross.
You can take your NL at 15, but you can't work till you're 16.
Yeah, so you can take your NLS at 15, but you can't. And it hasn't changed since I used to lifeguard. So that's an old policy, very old policy. Yeah. Okay. Oh, sorry, I guess to introduce Mr. Groot. So Mr. Groot with to facilities and park operations. And park operations, I know this sounds like, okay, we're out there cutting grass, but there's a lot to our park system and our open space system. And so you'll mention it. And then also about our facilities and all the different facilities we work with. So Mr. Groot.
Mr. Groot, good morning, welcome.
Good morning. Move all of Richard's little presents here. No, it's all good. Good morning, Your Worship and Council. It's my pleasure to introduce to you and provide a bit of an overview to the Department of Facility and Park Operations. There's a lot that happens within the department, so it is an overview and really just a glimpse of what we do rather than trying to get into every detail, but please feel free as we go through, questions, ask along the way. No need to wait till the end at all. So the department consists of 3 sections. One is park operations, one is civic facilities, and then one is recreation facilities, which includes custodial services. Parks operations, managed by Ms. Davis, consists of a large portfolio of various asset types and a wide spectrum of tasks that are required to maintain, improve, and replace all of these different items and objects. So now park operations is also, again, divided into 6 subsections within that area. That includes horticulture and arboriculture, turf and neighborhood parks, trails and construction, utilities, urban forestry, and then there's a individual doing capital projects, strictly focused on parks operations projects. Facility operations also has a large portfolio across the organization, and facility operations is divided into 2 subcategories. So we have civic facilities managed by Mr. DeMecca, which take all the recreation facilities away, and then Mr. DeMecca and his team are responsible in regard to all of those other facilities and helping provide, maintenance, planning, and capital project execution. And we will talk a little bit, obviously next week we'll talk much more about capital projects specifically and that delivery model. The other section within the facility group is recreation facilities and custodial services managed by Mr. Bryson. Custodial services is not just within PRC. We obviously have a high demand for custodial services within the recreation facilities, but then we also provide custodial services internal to the organization for the administration buildings. We do provide kind of like a consulting service for police services and then some backup for staffing there. And then we do provide cleaning services at Public Works and at the Nanaimo Fire Rescue as well. Our share of the budget is approximately 5.4%. We'll go into some of the 2022 achievements. The pictures on the screen are specific to Maffeo Sutton Phase 2, which really is a culmination of 3 big projects that had happened there in most recent years. Obviously Maffeo, the Phase 1 project, and then also the Rotary Centennial Garden. And when you go to that part of the park now, it's just the transformation is amazing, and how it's activated, and just the various types of inclusive and accessible types of play equipment in both of the phases, right? So the first phase was really that 5 to 12-year-old age range, and then this section was a little bit focused on the younger age groups. It included the installation of new accessible and inclusive playground equipment for the 2 to 5-year-old range, new rubber safety surfacing, specialized accessible equipment, and a carved canoe by the Snuneymuxw artist Noel Brown, which is amazing. And then of course, just there's also a natural play area, as natural plays, kind of making a comeback, and you want your kids to be able to kind of run around on some stones or some logs or some, just building up that risk tolerance and some dexterity activities. Neck Point Park, as Councillor Perino had mentioned, the new washroom block, it's 99% complete. Unfortunately, there's been a little delay with some fixtures being back ordered, so we've been really chomping at the bit with the contractor just to get that done. But it's intended to provide an appropriate level of service for park users, which includes the 2 washrooms, universal and accessible, storage for custodial supplies, and then the graphic or the images don't show, but what we added to the side of the building is an outdoor change space for all park users. There's a large contingent of scuba diving that happens here too, and it's really complicated to try to change within a small room. So having a larger space, but it's somewhat private to change is what was added to the side of the building as well.
Question?
Councillor Perino.
Fantastic project. It's so good to see. I wondered, I had a member of the public ask me the cost of that entire project, and I didn't know the answer.
Was it just under 500? I think so. I think it was if my memory is correct, it's in that $450,000 to $500,000 range.
Okay.
When all of the work is
done.
Done.
It looks great. Thank you.
This slide is just intended to show there's a variety of different projects and programs that happen within the department. But on top of the projects that happen and these programs, because we are an operational group, regular inspection, maintenance, and repairs are also completed as part of operational staff annual work plan, and it's what they do every day. And we're just with Brecken Dock, we are now, you'll see there's new docks that have been installed, and then we're just working through some deficiencies to get it completed for the user groups. Westwood Lake, we had a little bit of a discussion on that the other day. We officially awarded the project yesterday, so we'll see mobilization, if I'm remembering correctly, early in the new year. The intent is to have that first phase of the project, which focuses on the parking, completed before the really, really busy season of the summer. And then future years of the capital plan have money ready for ongoing design, and then of course the implementation of the second phase, which includes the beach improvements and then the amenity building, which is also inclusive of washrooms and change rooms. The Stadium District, Ms. Osborne had already talked about a very significant event that happened there this year, but the physical work on site began in 2021 and it will continue into future years. 2022 saw the completion of some key features, including perimeter fencing, bleacher seating, safety netting, which allows for multiple events to be happening at the same time. Before we put the safety netting along that first baseline and the improved safety netting, there had been some previous issues with just wayward, pop flies and things like that. So the safety netting it's a vast improvement, and you can activate the whole space and have a baseball game going and have a soccer game going, or have an event going at the track. So some great improvements there. Staff continue to work with the design team, consultants, and key user groups on the next phase of design and the different stages of the project. The completion of the washroom blocks and finalization of the bleacher seating is at the first and third baselines of the baseball stadium, or will be the next pieces to be completed. It was the first true operational year for the Stadium District, and staff have been meeting with key user groups to see how the seasons went, and then what can we do to make adjustments and continue how to learn to make improvements at this location. Through different programs, processes, reviews, and assessments, and also input from key committees and members of the public, facilities and park operations staff continue to find ways to improve services to the community. The majority of those services are completed by in-house staff, but are complemented by the service contracts that are developed in partnership with the purchasing department. So we, as Mr. Harding had mentioned, we do service out contracts like electrical, painting, tree work that goes above and beyond just capacity of in-house staff. There's a large spectrum of contracted services that are out there. Input from committees like the Advisory Committee on Accessibility and Inclusiveness are key in identifying services and needs for all members of the community. The access mat at Departure Bay was a trial installation. We weren't 100% sure how the mat would react with the tides in and out, but it was a successful install, and we were able to make some minor adjustments to that, what that would look like when we do it as a seasonal install. And then as a result of the success, we'll also look to begin installing similar mats at locations like Loudon Park and Westwood Lake. The variety of maintenance tasks and project types is a broad spectrum and can have significant impact on the look of a facility. I thought it was an interesting or important picture to put up for the Port Theatre, just to show what an impact a color change could have for the windows that are at the Port Theatre. Not visible to the public, but key to operational efficiency, is the ongoing maintenance and replacement of equipment that keeps facilities or specific functions of a facility operating. Kitchen equipment is key to the services that are provided here at the Vancouver Island Conference Centre, and this year we saw several pieces of that kitchen equipment get replaced. Facility operations works in partnership with the operators of these venues on maintenance and capital replacement programs. Again, a nice cross-section of different projects and accomplishments within the facility operations group. These images are intended to show the variety of work Beacon House Phase 2 was completed this year and was a multi-year project with great collaboration and partnership with the Protection Island Lions and the Protection Island residents alike. Staff and members of council attended a very fun Phase 2 opening event earlier this year, so it was really great to see the new space completely activated, indoor, outdoor, the whole outside, the deck, the property. It was a really, really fun kind of community day is what they really turned it into. So. This project, the Loudon Park Activity Center, it really started out as a facility replacement program, and it's been one that's been discussed as early as 2006 in the first part, Loudon Park Improvement Plan. It was updated again in 2010, and the replacement of or the creation of a storage facility and improved public amenities has been part of that conversation and is a key part of that park improvement plan. And so this year we'll see the designs completed. We're actually going into a design advisory panel review with it this evening, and then we're hoping to be able to finalize and make any adjustments and then do some value engineering just to make sure we're close to or on budget before we go out to market.
Councillor Hemmons has a question.
Thank you. Not a question, a really quick comment to say excellent rebranding. I hope we never ever call this the boathouse again.
No, and so we even were having that conversation with the design team where originally there had been a design around the sign that they were going to put was going to be, the rowing and paddling and what have, like it was a very long name. So we wanted to change it to, the Loudon Park Activity Center, and then what we can do on the building where the entrance to the Flatwater Society is, we can then put home of, right? So that in the future, should there ever be a change of use or a change of group or a change of name, we're not having to consistently or constantly change, a big park identifier sign. It's really just, we can change it on the building. So, and as part of that, you'll see the playground's in need of replacement. So we have delayed that as a result of the project because we're gonna, create a new play space. The project also gives us the opportunity to renaturalize and replant certain areas in the park that have, the storage facility in there. So this project has gone through lots and lots of different iterations, and we've tried with the user groups over the years, different ideas and different locations, all while using the improvement plan as kind of that guiding document. So we're very close to seeing this realized, which is.
Councillor Eastmere, Councillor Manley, and then Councillor Thorpe. In order, please.
Through your worship, could you just speak to the planning stage you're at tonight regarding the Loudon Park facility? I sort of missed what you said was happening tonight around that.
Yeah, sure. Through your worship to Councillor Eastmere. There's a design advisory panel meeting tonight, so there's a collective of professional individuals that provide input into certain projects that come forth to them. And so, although not technically required because of the classification of the building, I think I have that right, we still wanted to do a review with the design advisory panel. So they'll look at form and character, they'll look at the proposed landscape plan, and then we'll have discussions on the architect will present their design rationale and things like that, and then the group will provide comments, and then we'll move forward from there.
Okay, I'd like to mention that the Nanaimo Area Land Trust has been in contact with council around their concerns of the loss of 30 trees from the based on the current footprint of that building, and if anything can be done to mitigate the number of trees that are going to be lost in that area, or to assure that what is replanted in their place will be native species, that would be really appreciated.
Yeah, again, through your worship to Councillor Eastmere, the tree management plan does speak to that in regard to the types of trees planted and the quantity planted. So it's not a like-for-like replacement. It is for the trees that are having to be removed as part of the development. I believe there's 62 trees proposed for replanting on site, but then there's over an additional 100 trees as part of the requirements that will have to get planted kind of like throughout the community in appropriate spots. And then in regard to the loss of those trees, in all of the iterations and designs that had been discussed previously, one of the missing elements was, you'll see in the 2010 approved plan, the facility was more, if you look at that little snip there, it looks like it was closer to where the boat dock is proposed right now. But the issue was it had been placed within a 15-meter leaf strip or within the riparian area. So when we really overlaid that 15-meter leaf strip into the foreshore and onto the park, it started to limit kind of where you could start to put, you know, the facility. We looked at two-story iterations and things like that, but the cost around accessibility, elevators, it started to just skyrocket certain things. So we really did do a lot of discussion back and forth along with previous council in regard to, and a public process in regard to some options around what that facility could or should look like. And then based on, you know, that public input, conversation with council, and then the Loudon Park Improvement Plan, this is kind of where we have landed. So tree loss was, I feel like we've tried to, along with all of the conversation, we've really tried to keep it at a minimum in regard to what also, while still providing, you know, the improvements for the community as well as the user groups that'll use the facility.
Councillor Manley.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. DeGroot. My question was along the lines of Councillor Eastmere about tree removal and about replanting native species. And are there going to be more Douglas fir planted on this site? Are there concerns about Douglas fir as a species in the urban area, and also at Westwood Lake with tree removal there? Are we going to be looking at native species, or are we looking at other species going in?
Through Your Worship to Councillor Manley, native species are what are primarily looked at for sure. And then there is a combination of some of the other species. I don't have the tree management plan or the species list with me, but it is something that we'll be able to share and post onto the public project page. We didn't want to prematurely post a project page until we got to the point where we knew the facility was, this is what the facility is going to be, and then we'd be able to accurately explain how many trees would be impacted.
Thank you.
Councillor Thorpe.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. Through you, if I may, to Mr. Groot and Mr. Harding. Thanks very much. I'm really excited about this project, and I love the design. Just going back to Councillor Hemmond's earlier comment or question about the sort of the branding, because initially it was referred to as a boathouse type project, and I think there was some confusion because one of the Rotary clubs in town, Rotary Nanaimo North, is actually fundraising as part of this overall project for the improvements to the boathouse itself, or the rowing center. But that's only one component of the overall project. So I think that's where some of the confusion arose. It's much more than just a boathouse, and I think it's going to be a beautiful expansion of a facility which is really outdated and such a popular spot, especially during the summer, for so many users. So I'm really pleased to see this moving ahead. Thank you.
Thank you.
The Harewood Centennial Park artificial turf fields, we're working through designs with the project team, which includes Mr. Harding, myself, and other staff. We've gotten to about the 50% or just a little bit further than that design with some preliminary costing. And then what we're doing is Mr. Harding has been meeting with user groups to keep them kind of in touch with the project, and also getting input for, you know, what the uses need to be. And then we just did yesterday we did an operational staff review just to get that input in regard to thinking at it from the lens of operations. So as this project moves forward, we will continue to update council. It has an aggressive schedule. The idea is for it to be completed by August of next year so that we can see it in use for, that September season.
Excellent project for which we got some good dough from the senior levels of government too.
Yeah, the grant we received 3.4, is that correct? 3.4, yeah.
Compliments to everyone who was involved in securing that. It's an excellent addition. It promotes reconciliation. It's in the right part of town. Will allow substantial public use that wouldn't otherwise be possible. So it's a win-win-win-win-win.
Yeah, and it's another project that just, it's like a capstone project for that park. I mean, we've seen over the last number of years so many improvements in that park, and then to be able to add this piece, Harewood Centennial Park from 15 years ago or from 14 years ago when I first started, it's not the same place at all. Just even from the day-to-day use and the day-to-day visitors and just how it's used it's amazing. Yeah, it really is.
Councillor Hammonds has a question.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm curious just seeing the design here. I'm assuming that's that's lined for football on the right. The football field in front of Barsby right now, will that not be used? Do we know what the status of that field after these go in?
Three more, if you'd like.
Thank you, Worship. So one of the things I was going to add also is that, so it is a partnership. We did get some grant money for this, but it's also a partnership with the school board on this. The school board is also funded. I just want to make sure council was aware of that. And so with their field, because they will definitely be using this field now it's be a similar partnership that we have with Constinistic Field, or the community field behind NDSS. And so it'll be up to them what they want to do with that field, but I'm assuming they're going to keep it for a while. But now with a long-term agreement with us for these fields, for their high school needs, they may be able to utilize that land for other things. But that's in their court.
Yeah, thank you.
So 23 initiatives. The next couple of slides list some of the initiatives for facility and park operations. It's not an absolute complete list, but based on the operational nature of the department, the initiatives are quite prescriptive or quite focused, but the process of establishing them was interesting to see how the 5 city goals are intertwined even in the nuts and bolts of what we do operationally every day. And the specific initiatives are intended to improve how facilities, parks, and park amenities are operated and maintained, and ultimately how they are experienced by the public. In 2023, staff will continue to work with external stakeholders such as service groups, neighborhood associations, community groups, nonprofits, user groups, consultants, and contractors to build strong relationships and to achieve departmental, organizational, and community goals and objectives. It is key that as staff move forward, we use City Plan as the lens that all of our planning and operational activities are viewed through to ensure that continuity with City Plan. It was such a thorough process and such great public input that we need to use it to, just that's how we're going to provide services, to be able to provide, and complement City Plan. Facility and park operations continue to work towards defining roles and responsibilities within the department, but also across the organization to reduce any duplication or redundancy in annual operations. These initiatives are examples of how that reduction of redundancy creates the capacity to review programs and processes like these that are listed to improve how our many services are delivered, operated, and maintained. Business case not in the current draft plan is a project budget accounting clerk. The position would be a very important addition to the division. Although it's in a business case in my department, that doesn't mean that it would work exclusively in facility and park operations. It's really a divisional resource Currently, we get a lot of support on our capital projects from Mr. Rosen's team at the Facility Asset Management Group, but also some of the project managers look after some of our key projects, like the Harewood Centennial Park is a good example. Loudon Park is a great example. We have great collaboration with the staff in Mr. Rosen's group. We also get support from their only project accounting clerk, and she's more than fully subscribed. So this position needs to at some point it will become realized to be able to continue to provide and complete capital projects, which then allows operational staff and managers to really focus on their operations rather than trying to also do all of the capital plan from the corner of their desk. So it's just a continuous evolution of how operations and how capital projects will be executed in the future. I will pass the presentation back to Mr. Harding to summarize, and then if there's any questions, please feel free to ask. Thank you.
Question from Councillor Manley, I think for you.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I just want to say I really appreciate the updates to these parks. I've been using some of these parks, Westwood Lake and Loudon Park, since I was a kid, and it's long past overdue. My question is about the lands up, the parks up behind the highway in the old reservoir area. Are there plans to, any plans for that new park area? I know that the Nanaimo Mountain Biking Club has put in some trails. Are those sanctioned trails, or are there, just interested in finding out what's the plan?
Thank you, Worship, to Councillor Manley. I think you believe in the what we call the old Greater Nanaimo Water District lands. That's in behind, right? So we have sanctioned working with the club on some of those trails. We would like to discourage some of those extra trails that are being built without us knowledge, and some had been built without our knowledge, and we had to go in and re-secure some of those. We are behind on, we've been acquiring a lot of parkland, and I will say we are behind in coming with some. With parkland, I know people say, well, let's just leave it the way it is, but with parkland, public parkland, you can't just leave it. You need to have some kind of a plan. So we're behind on getting to council a detailed or comprehensive Lindley Valley master plan, as well as the GNWD master plan. We'll come into you hopefully next year, finally doing the East Wellington plan. And now we've also got the new property that purchased up behind Westwood Lake that connects with the RDN purchase from the Mosaic properties. So we are behind with some of those. And it is really important we have them, because then it gives everyone a picture of what those lands will be managed like. And a lot of it will be managed as natural area, but that alone needs to be designated and determine what's going to be natural area. It's probably a longer answer than you wanted for that question, but.
No, that's great. Actually, it's becoming a really nice network of parks up behind there from Westwood through to the district lands. The water district lands.
Yeah, it's amazing. We've got some really good, amazing lands added to the park system from council over the years. Yeah. It's been really good. I will sum up a little bit, Your Worship, and if there's any question, and I will go back to city plan just for a second, because it'll tie in a little bit with Mr. Manley's first comment about Loudon Park and some of our aged facilities. But just for everyone to know, the city plan is the Parks, Recreation, and Culture updated master plan. Again, that's one of the unique aspects of city plan, is it has a number of plans in there. So it is our PRC master plan, and it's crosses over with every department, and it's really important. And we did receive a lot of input from the public on what they want to see and have. And a lot of it is about some of our aging facilities. So Loudon Park, for example, that really hasn't much done to that since it was a centennial project for the Wellington Improvement District. So if you want to, that's how old that is. Westwood Lake, not much younger than that, since we've done a washroom update. Another one is going to be Maffeo. Because we heard from the public, they want more outdoor facilities that are accessible, updated, and used. But Councilor Perino mentioned about the cost. It's not like renovating some of your own bathrooms at home. These facilities are open 7 days a week, 365 days a year. We never got into the custodians who did all that throughout the pandemic and kept our facilities open. But it costs a lot more to keep these. So when we come back to update, fail washrooms that need to be updated, Westwood Lake, they come with a price to them. But they're important because they do get utilized a lot. So we hope that with this term of council, come to you with a variety of projects that we think we know from the public that need to be updated and improved upon. So with that, Your Worship, that's our presentation. I don't think I've missed anything else.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harding. To you and your team for all you do and the presentation this morning. I'm not seeing any questions. I must say the team's working amazingly well today when it comes to breaks and lunch times. I think I'll skip the skipping. Thank you very much. We will break for lunch. We'll reconvene at 1 o'clock then. All right? Nice. Very nice.
This is the 2018 redux of the lighting at Nanaimo's historic bastion. I've had the pleasure of being part of the relighting project on this amazing building in downtown Nanaimo. So what we did is we've replaced the original high-pressure sodium lights, which basically did an okay job of lighting up the bottom 10 feet of the building, and replaced them with modern LED lighting that has the capacity to change color. We can run through a number of different colors that we have pre-programmed here in a pink, a purple, a green. Probably my favorite on here is Rainbow Chase for Pride Week. It'll actually run all the way around the building all the time.
With this new technology, organizations can now request that the bastion be lit to promote their cause by going to the City Nanaimo website and following the instructions. Go to Your Government, Bastion Lighting Requests, complete the lighting request form, and submit. You will hear from us within a couple days if your request has been approved, and the bastion will be lit in the colors that you have requested. If you have any questions, please contact the Mayor's office at 250-755-4400.
So the next time you're in downtown Nanaimo at night, come on and check out the new dynamic lighting at the Bastion.
We're here today to make a couple street names. There was some vandalism in town, and we're just going to make a replacement. In the roads today, we're doing our Dundas Street and Bruce Avenue. They're all 8-inch, and we use 3 different sizes, mostly 24-inch, 32-inch, and 36-inch. We do use a consistent font with street names. This is actually my metal blank, so the only material here is the material that I actually will cut out in vinyl. From here, we have to take out the vinyl that's not needed, which is the outer. So all we want to do is save the inside borders. From here, we actually have to put a transfer tape on it. And what this does is it allows us to take the blue vinyl and pull it away from the clear backing that it's on, so we can apply it to our aluminum blank. Now that we have our 2-sheeted piece of vinyl, we take our aluminum blank, which has high intensity diamond grade, which you can see behind me. We have all different colors. We have orange, yellow, white, depending on the type of signs. Most of our white signs are regulatory, and the yellow ones are warning signs. And right here, all I'm doing is pushing the transfer tape a little tighter to the vinyl. And then from there, we peel it back, our plastic, which basically leaves us with a big sticker. We put it on the aluminum. And when we're done here, we take our transfer tape off, and as you can see, we're left with Dundas.
We're here at Bruce and Dundas. Somebody's stolen the street names that were here, so we're here to replace them. Our sign shop has just generated us 2 signs, so I'm going to go through the process of putting it together and reinstalling the street names. First thing, we got to center the signs. We do everything on this truck. We've got all the equipment on here to build, install, remove, repair, whether it's street signs, street names, posts, banners, Christmas decorations, and so forth. I'm going to basically just put the sign in the brackets, and we'll be doing both signs, of course. So I've got a cross bracket that I'm going to put in, and then add the top sign, which is this street we're on, Dundas. Sorry, do the same there. We put the street that we're coming up to on the bottom, so they all basically have the same. The cross street will be on the top. We got to put some bolts in to secure them so nobody will steal the street name. We're ready to go. Just put this back and we'll go out and install this where the missing one is. Every year we do what we call a stop sign survey, where we go around and check all the stops. We clean them, make sure they're in the right spots, in good condition, not bent, and we also clean the street names, make sure they're good. As we're doing that, if there's ones that we decide we want to replace, we do that at that time. This year we're looking at approximately about 120 sets. It's very expensive to do, but we're continually, weekly changing street names because of either them getting damaged or people breaking them and taking them. So I'll put this on, and then I put a bolt through to secure it to the post. There we go. And that's good, we're done. Dundas and Bruce Ave are now ready to go.
You are looking at Unit 400 from the City of Nanaimo Public Works Department. This truck is called our paint truck. It puts down most of the center line in the City of Nanaimo. Right now on the back, we have Holly. Today she is in charge of keeping the line straight. She can move the wheel back and forth right or left, which controls this paint gun. And then right behind the paint system, there's a glass beads that are dispensed onto the fresh wet paint for retro-reflectivity at night. The painted lines can last 1 or 2 years. Most center lines in Nanaimo are painted every year. The white crosswalks and stop bars in thermoplastic can last anywhere from 2 to 7 years, depending on traffic flow. And on the back here, Derek will be kind enough to be dropping cones onto the fresh wet paint so vehicles do not drive over it. There's a lot of moving parts, high pressure, traffic, a lot of things going on at one time, and we're all working together. There's a lot of prep work before to make the lines straight. There's a lot of pulling of lines. Most of our equipment has guidelines and markers. It's a very rewarding job working for the Public Works Department. Lots of things go on and you stay in touch with the heartbeat of our city.
Welcome to the city's South Fork Water Treatment Plant. This is where we take water that we would collect in our lakes and rivers, pipe it, we filter it and treat it before we send it off to the city's distribution system in your taps. This facility actually does a better job than most home filtration systems. The water that comes into your home that you use every day, that you bathe in every day, that you wash your clothes in every day, is cleaner than anything you can get anywhere.
Here you see filtration in action. It's kind of like watching paint dry. There's nothing to really see. But if you look in the tank, you'll see the froth on the top. That's dissolved organic matter, and when we aerate the tank, that froths up, and that's why that's up there.
We take all the little particles, all the organic matter, any insects or bugs that might be in the water, and pathogens that we're trying to filter out, they're all gone. We filter the water using a series of membranes.
So what we're looking at here is a membrane filtration module. So when I talk about the membranes filtering the water, this is what we're filtering the water with. And while you might think that the water flows through like the baleen of a whale, it's not true. These are hollow fiber membranes. So each of these little tiny strands are hollow, just like a shoelace. And the membrane is wrapped around the outside of these tiny little hollow fibers. So these sit in a bath of water, raw water, and then we pull the water through the wall of the straw or the shoelace, and then it travels along and it collects in this vessel at the end here. And this hole at the end is where we pull the water out.
And the membranes are like an almost impermeable waterproof layer that we pull the water through. So now we're just left with clean, pure drinking water. Take care.
What we have here is the Real Ice technology that was installed at the Nanaimo Ice Center. It allows us to use cold water from traditionally hot water that we used to use for making ice. Basically, the water will come in through the bottom, go in through a vortex idea, making the air bubbles microscopic in size, which makes a better, more dense sheet of ice.
Differences that you'll see with the Real Ice is there's less snow developed, so that's easier for cleaning, and also it's a denser, harder, clear ice. So the ice skaters will certainly enjoy that. And the city plans to implement Real Ice at our other two arenas as well. Some of the other efficiencies we've implemented in this facility are LED lights in some areas, and we've also, in the last few years, installed a higher efficiency refrigeration system, which lowers our energy costs. Both Zambonis at our facility are now electrically operated, so there's no harmful emissions, and they're very quiet as well. So what this means for the city is that we're able to use less energy and also reduce the amount of greenhouse gas emissions, which is more beneficial to the environment.
Hi, Leonard Krogh here. I'm here with Karen Lindsay today. She's going to show me how to sign up for our app.
Voyant Alert, the City of Nanaimo's emergency notification system. So we'll start by going into the App Store, Mayor Krogh.
Done.
Next, you're going to hit search. And you're going to search for the app, which is Voyant Alert. So it's V-O-Y-E-N-T. Now you see, it's already selected it. Click there. Hit get, and then we're going to install.
And why are we downloading this app?
We're downloading that so that you can get this onto your phone system, and what it will do is it will send you a push notification out. So if the City of Nanaimo issues an emergency alert, it will actually push the notification out onto your phone. The really nice part of this app is that it's anonymous, so it goes by postal code. So we're not requesting you to put your name or personal information in. It just works off of the app through your phone system. There are also, if you have family members or friends that maybe don't have a smartphone or would like another way, you can also sign up online or call our Public Works Department, and they have phone and texting options available as well. So there's lots of options for people depending on what their needs are.
Fabulous. So you can rest with some comfort knowing you can find out what's necessary and know that people who are important to you are notified.
Absolutely. So now you have Voyant Alert on your phone. And now just select Open. So the next thing you're going to do is you're going to tap in the postal code that it's prompting you.
All right. So
you just click on there and start entering. And then find on a map. So here you'll see the welcome page for the City of Nanaimo, and you want to subscribe to notifications, yes?
Yes.
Click that you agree to the terms, so click both to the yes for consent, and then hit next. And it's going to ask to either allow or not allow notifications, and you want to always allow.
Always allow.
Always allow. And the reason that is, if you don't allow, it won't push the notification out to you. So always allow.
Always allow.
And now you see here, you've got a message to accept that you've signed out. That's the two-factor authentication, and you're going to tap yes. And now you're in the system. Also, when you have a moment, we recommend that you pick your locations and sign up based on those locations, and then you'll get alerts from the City of Nanaimo.
Karen, thank you. Everyone, sign up.
Down here, okay? There we go.
Oh, hey, Tiana.
Hey.
This sure is the coldest rink in town.
Oh, yeah, buddy! Nice save, James!
Wow, your goalie is keeping you guys in the game. Cheers.
Oh, man, that's hot.
Sorry, that's the way I like it. Oh.
Go, 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 go!
Penalty shot!
Scalds from hot drinks are a leading cause of hospitalization for children under 5.
2 minutes, down in the front, unsportsmanlike conduct.
Hot tea and coffee will cause serious burns to a child in less than a second.
Got a kid? Use the lid.
Our emergency routes, they are priority routes. They consist of roads that go to and from the hospitals, from the fire department stations, and from the BC ambulance stations. They're also their main commerce routes through the city of Nanaimo. So this allows commerce to happen during a snow event. So we hit those roads first. Once those are clear and open, then we move into the secondary roads, and then we move into the residential areas, which are dead-end roads and cul-de-sacs. And it can take up to 96 hours before we get into the residential areas. One of the side effects of plowing snow is it does end up on the sidewalk, and this can be very frustrating for homeowners and business owners that have just cleaned the sidewalk. It also pulls into their driveways. The crews try to keep it as close to the curb as they can, but we need to open the road right up to the curb to allow the drains to be exposed for when the snow starts to melt.
This is one of the City of Nanaimo Public Works snow and ice control vehicles. And this is actually set up for a brining unit right now, or anti-icing. And what brine is a 23.3% sodium chloride solution. And it comes out of the spray bars down here at the bottom, and it's made here at the Public Works yard. It's a proactive method of snow and ice control, as when we know that there's a winter storm coming, we can actually lay this down on the road prior to the event.
By putting the brine down before the snow comes, it buys time. It lets us get on the roads, and then when we hit it with the plows, it doesn't stick. The snow doesn't stick, it comes off much easier. Whereas if we didn't brine, the snow has an opportunity to freeze to the road.
So another benefit of the brining or anti-icing unit is that during the frosty mornings, we can have it drive down the road, and then immediately the frost disappears as they're applying the brine.
Brine's a great tool for us. It's very cost effective. We can stretch our hard-pressed tax dollars to the maximum. We can make brine for cents on the dollar.
So the other thing that we ask is that everyone stays back from these anti-icing or any winter maintenance vehicles, as they have limited visibility and it's poor conditions out there, and they're trying to maneuver around everything. So just stay back and give them a little bit of room to operate and clear the roads.
So here we are in the Public Works yard, City of Nanaimo, and what you look around, you can see our various tools that we use for snow and ice fighting. We have tandem trucks, 4x4 trucks, we have backhoes. All our trucks are capable of having front plows on them, and the larger trucks we have belly plows on them as well, and they all have a salter sander that can be mounted on the back.
This is another tool in our winter maintenance fleet. It's a salting machine. And what happens is that the salt gets loaded into this hopper, and on this conveyor where it gets hit with these two saddle tanks, which are full of brine. Then it comes out here on the spreader. And why we add the brine is that it reduces the amount of spray from the salt, so it doesn't bounce nearly as far, saving about 20 to 30% of our salt. As well, by using the anti-icing liquid on the salt, the activation starts right as it hits the road.
The purpose of the salt is to keep the roads bare, keep the ice from forming on the road. Again, safety for everyone, including ourselves and the public. That's why we put the salt down.
Today we're talking about clearing catch basins or road drains on residential roads. The first thing to understand is where the catch basin is in proximity to your residence. When clearing a catch basin or road drain, we want to make sure that you make yourself visible and aware of oncoming traffic. When clearing snow or debris from a catch basin, we ask that you put it in an area where it will not plug the catch basin again, not placing it on an already shoveled driveway or sidewalk. Sandbags are available at 2020 Labio Road 24/7. Just remember to make sure you bring a shovel. The City of Nanaimo and Public Works appreciate your help in keeping your catch basins clear. Thank you.
This is the 2018 redux of the lighting at Nanaimo's historic bastion. I've had the pleasure of being part of the relighting project on this amazing building in downtown Nanaimo. So what we did is we've replaced the original high pressure sodium lights, which basically did an okay job of lighting up the bottom 10 feet of the building, and replaced them with modern LED lighting that has the capacity to change color. We can run through a number of different colors that we have pre-programmed here in a pink, a purple, a green. Probably my favorite on here is Rainbow Chase for Pride Week. It'll actually run all the way around the building all the time.
With this new technology, organizations can now request that the bastion be lit to promote their cause by going to the City Nanaimo website and following the instructions. Go to Your Government, Bastion Lighting Requests, complete the lighting request form, and submit. You will hear from us within a couple days if your request has been approved, and the bastion will be lit in the colors that you have requested. If you have any questions, please contact the Mayor's office at 250-755-4400.
So the next time you're in downtown Nanaimo at night, come on and check out the new dynamic lighting at the Bastion.
We're here today to make a couple street names. There was some vandalism in town, and we're just going to make replacements. In the roads today, we're doing our Dundas Street and Bruce Avenue. They're all 8-inch, and we use 3 different sizes, mostly 24-inch, 32-inch, and 36-inch. We do use a consistent font with street names. This is actually my metal blank, so the only material here is the material that I actually will cut out in vinyl. From here, we have to take out the vinyl that's not needed, which is the outer. So all we want to do is save the inside borders. From here, we actually have to put a transfer tape on it. And what this does is it allows us to take the blue vinyl and pull it away from the clear backing that it's on, so we can apply it to our aluminum blank. Now that we have our 2 sheeted piece of vinyl, we take our aluminum blank, which has high intensity diamond grade, which you can see behind me. We have all different colors. We have orange, yellow, white, depending on the type of signs. Most of our white signs are regulatory, and the yellow ones are warning signs. And right here, all I'm doing is pushing the transfer tape a little tighter to the vinyl. And then from there, we peel it back, our plastic, which basically leaves us with a big sticker. We put it on the aluminum. And when we're done here, we take our transfer tape off, and as you can see, we're left with Dundas.
We're here at Bruce and Dundas. Somebody's stolen the street names that were here, so we're here to replace them. Our sign shop has just generated us 2 signs, so I'm going to go through the process of putting it together and reinstalling the street names. First thing, we got to center the signs. We do everything on this truck. We've got all the equipment on here to build, install, remove, repair, whether it's street signs, street names, posts, banners, Christmas decorations, and so forth. I'm going to basically just put the sign in the brackets, and we'll be doing both signs, of course. So I've got a cross bracket that I'm going to put in. And add the top sign, which is this street we're on, Dundas. So already do the same there. We put the street that we're coming up to on the bottom, so they all basically have the same. The cross street will be on the top. We got to put some bolts in to secure them so nobody will steal the street name. We're ready to go. Just put this back and we'll go out and install this where the missing one is. Every year we do what we call a stop sign survey, where we go around and check all the stops. We clean them, make sure they're in the right spots, in good condition, not bent. And we also clean the street names, make sure they're good. As we're doing that, if there's ones that we decide we want to replace, we do that at that time. This year we're looking at approximately about 120 sets. It's very expensive to do, but we're continually, weekly changing street names because of either them getting damaged or people breaking them and taking them. So I'll put this on, and then I put a bolt through to secure it to the post. There we go. And that's good, we're done. Dundas and Bruce Ave are now ready to go.
You are looking at Unit 400 from the City of Nanaimo Public Works Department. This truck is called our paint truck. It puts down most of the center line in the City of Nanaimo. Right now on the back, we have Holly. Today she is in charge of keeping the line straight. She can move the wheel back and forth, right or left, which controls this paint gun. And then right behind the paint system, there's a glass beads that are dispensed onto the fresh wet paint for retroreflectivity at night. The painted lines can last 1 or 2 years. Most center lines in Nanaimo are painted every year. The white crosswalks and stop bars in thermoplastic can last anywhere from 2 to 7 years, depending on traffic flow. And on the back here, Derek will be kind enough to be dropping cones onto the fresh wet paint so vehicles do not drive over it. There's a lot of moving parts, high pressure, traffic, a lot of things going on at one time, and we're all working together. There's a lot of prep work before to make the lines straight. There's a lot of pulling of lines. Most of our equipment has guidelines and markers. It's a very rewarding job working for the Public Works Department. Lots of things go on and you stay in touch with the heartbeat of our city.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let's reconvene the meeting committee. The next presentation is Engineering and Public Works. Mr. Sims and crew, welcome. Notwithstanding Mr. Harding's attempt to introduce the interesting workings of your department, I'm sure you'll provide a different and better perspective.
Thank you, Your Worship. Much appreciated. Appreciate the opportunity for this presentation and to tell you a little bit about what we do and share a bit with the community. And it's pretty hard to follow the sham wow guy. I'm not going to attempt to give you an infomercial on the workings of our department. We're a little more mundane, and I'd like to think it's the critical public health functions and basic stuff that our residents rely on from a day-to-day basis that is the hallmark of engineering and public works. We too have brochures that we do hand out, and some of those brochures are, so you've had a sewer backup, now what? And sort of, you know, and that sort of thing. So not nearly as exciting, I'm sorry to say, but I appreciate this opportunity. So Engineering and Public Works, it's a rather imaginatively named department, but it's universal. Everybody knows what Engineering and Public Works is, because that's what the engineering and public works profession does all across North America. So essentially, the division is composed of two departments, not only public works, but also engineering. And the staff in these departments are managed by a number of folks, as you see on the screen, and who've joined, and I'll run through them quickly, introduce them, ask them to wave if they're in the audience. Unfortunately, a few of them had to leave after prior to lunch. So on the engineering side of things, on the left-hand side of the screen, Director of Engineering, Paul Rosen. I've been with the city for over 10 years now, and is one of our really smart guys, and really appreciate really appreciate his problem-solving abilities. I rely heavily on him. And reporting to Paul is Manager of Infrastructure, which is Doris Fournier, and her crew is really heavily involved in the long-range planning of infrastructure, storm, sewer, water, and as well as in concert with finance, putting the capital plan together, sort of coordinating this massively unwieldy capital planning document. And together, still on the planning side, transportation planning is managed by Jamie Rose and his assistant manager, Barb Thomas. And they were very, very heavily active in the city plan, as has been referenced earlier, and I'd like to sort of bring that in. There was you may have seen a picture, I think Ms. Bhopal Singh had it, the Plangineering Way. It's an actual street sign that's between the planning department and the engineering department, but that was really the unification of these two departments in city plan, because city plan forms not only land use, but also the active transportation and transportation master plan. We also have Phil Stewart, our manager of capital projects or engineering projects, and this is the responsible for the overall project management of corporate projects as well as the city's infrastructure project. And a number of supporting project managers that report directly to Phil, including Chris Lang, Annalisa Fipke, Michael Elliott, Marcus Van Zale, and Mike Strain, who's been instrumental in many of the corporate priority projects, but unfortunately who's leaving us to another opportunity. So he'll leave a large hole and fairly large size 14 boots to fill. And then still with engineering, Jen McCaskill is our facilities asset manager, who works very closely with Art Gert's group in the facility and the management of our facilities and asset management. And as well, she has a team with, including Scott Paminger, our energy manager that is partially funded by BC Hydro. And the venerable director of of Public Works is John Elliott, who's been with the city. He is Public Works, and has been with the city over 40 years. And he's created the culture that Public Works is, lean, mean, and a very community service oriented group. And under John is Mike Squire, our manager of water resources. So large portfolio of water supply. This is the backbone of healthy drinking water, including treatment and all that sort of stuff. We anticipate having an orientation specifically around water supply in our strategic plan. Mr. Dalaran, Taj Dalaran, is our manager of cemeteries, sanitation, recycling, quite a broad portfolio. Very passionate about waste reduction and improvements to our system. In fact, as John will tell you, made some monumental improvements to our collection system. Dave Miles unfortunately had to disappear after lunch, but he's our manager of utilities, which is sanitary sewer, storm drainage, and also water distribution, but not the kind of water distribution that Deputy Chief Lemesurier was talking about yesterday as part of the heat emergency. We also have David Thompson, whom you met on Monday evening, on our roads and traffic manager, who looks after all things asphalt, all things road, the gray infrastructure that our transportation system. And lastly, Brandon Miller, our fleet services manager, fairly recent to the city, but looks after all of the corporate fleet assets and all of the small equipment, everything from Zambonis to weed whackers to garbage trucks. So quite gratified, quite honestly, with this team and the approximately 160, 170 people that report under them. This team is really focused on community building and community service. And it's this is what is so exciting about local government, is that there's that interaction, that meaningful impact in people's daily lives. So you can see the overall share of the city budget's approximately $45 million. And it's, once you include the sewer and waterworks portions, you're looking at about 25% of the overall city. This is the operations budget and does not include capital, which is another thing altogether. So this slide is borrowed from Asset Management BC, and it's really revolves around the central tenet of sustainable service delivery. And there's a bunch of elements to this that I don't really need to get into. As Ms. Mercer mentioned, we'll be coming back to you in the spring, hopefully with an asset management update. We have a really solid asset management plan. But as I'm thinking of things looking forward, sort of echoing some of the comments that Mr. Rudolph made yesterday to you, is there's a number of themes kind of running through my mind. And one of council's primary responsibilities is stewardship of the community's assets. And this is where asset management as a program or a policy comes into play. And with the uncertainty, I should say, I recently heard at a conference that we're seeing 6 to 8% inflation over the last several years and no real end in sight. That puts a tremendous squeeze on our ability to replace and maintain our assets. And so this is one of the things that with the asset management plan being renewed, it's will be another opportunity to look at it and see how we're doing. Supply chain, labor, disruptions, you've heard all of this. It seems to be a global problem, this challenge. Mr. Van Horn spoke to it quite a large degree, and we've noticed within engineering public works, particularly with the technical positions and the operational positions, those very hands-on, highly trained positions are very difficult to fill. We've had a number of them vacant for, in some cases, several years. But this is really all about sustainable service delivery. So how are we sustaining it? And we use our infrastructure to deliver services. And so that's everything from drinking water to parades to swimming lessons to theater to elections. So quite a wide variety. And I would say that growth is good, and we've heard many discussions from Mr. Lindsay on the amount of growth in the last several years. Your worship continues to talk about that. It's exciting. It contributes to real community vitality. And maybe this is where the wet blanket piece comes in. So every new meter of road or sewer or water that gets added is another expansion in service that's required to maintain those things and to replace them eventually. And quite frankly, this is why city plan is quite gratifying. And the trend that we've seen over the last several years to more and more multifamily and getting away from single family. Single family is a very expensive land use to maintain and operate, whereas multifamily is quite a bit more economic and contributes back more to the community. And I'll just kind of drop a little, another thing that's sort of rattling around in my brain over the last little while is our sewer capacity. So up until city plan, we didn't really direct where growth happened. It could happen anywhere in the community. And so as we see these sort of highly intensive developments going in, it strains the sewer capacity. Sometimes the pipe isn't big enough. It creates a bit of a scramble when we try and get to funding growth projects from our DCC bylaw, which is not really designed, ideally you want the growth projects to be front-end loaded. You want to have growth projects done before the growth happens. Our DCC bylaw, unfortunately, is structured, and this is provincial, so that it's sort of spread out over the life of the bylaw. So that creates some pressure. It's very gratifying for us that the DCC bylaw is due to be updated next year, and so this will be one of the ongoing conversations. Perhaps I'll leave it there, Your Worship. Just a general couple of thoughts. There's as I say, two main departments. So Mr. Rosen will talk a little bit about the engineering side of things, followed by Mr. Elliott on the public works side of things. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sims. Not seeing any questions right now. Mr. Rosen, set a high bar for you.
Literally a high bar. But, I'm glad the table's at the right height. I always like following Bill because I don't have to raise the table up. Thank you, Mr. Sims. It's a pleasure here to be speaking in front of your worship and council, telling you a little bit about the engineering department, what we've done over 22, and what some of the challenges we face, and what we're intending to do over the coming year. Feel free to ask questions on the fly, as you have been. Happy to answer them as best I can. So you've already seen some of this from Mr. Sims's presentation. I just want to sort of reiterate that the three on the right, they're more focused on like asset management. They're sort of forward-looking. So they're doing asset management, strategic planning, risk management, that type of stuff. And then the group on the left, the capital projects group, they're more focused on the actual implementation of things. So the construction crew reports to them. They have a lot of project managers and so on. They actually operate as a little bit of a PMO, we call it. It's like a project management office. So it's a little bit of a service bureau for the rest of the organization. What that means is the staff often are behind the scenes helping folks like fire and parks deliver their projects. And we've heard a little bit about that throughout the presentations this morning. So the engineering budget is in front of you there, and you can see it's a relatively small portion compared to some other departments. But I'd like to think that we have a much bigger relative impact. So without our clerical staff and our administration group, we would cease to function. So these ladies, they are our frontline staff. They're our first point of contact with the public. We still have somebody that answers the phone when you call the engineering line. Somebody will actually say hello, which is unusual these days, it seems, as well as email and also in person and so on. So we're very grateful for their support. They process a lot of permits, so we get a lot of truck permits. Those are overweight, over length, that sort of thing, as well as film permits and stuff. I'd like to point out that we do hire a co-op student pretty much every year. This year we had a fella for the summer who's been here about 4 months. It's in the picture there. His name's Dennis. I believe he came from UBC. Quite often the students we hire, they have some sort of local connection, whether they grew up here, they have family here, that kind of thing. So it's a good program that we've been repeating for quite a few years now. So the first thing I'm going to talk about is the Transportation Planning Group and some of the achievements that they have accomplished over the past year. We've already been over the Nanaimo Reimagined City Plan piece quite a bit, but I just wanted to emphasize the integration of transportation, transit, and land use all in one document is quite a substantial achievement that I just wanted to mention. The transit redevelopment strategy, as the city is a partner with the Regional District of Nanaimo, we contributed to the successful completion of the redevelopment strategy, and this plan outlines a 5-year strategy to increase transit service by 50%. So these items, the bike valet and the transit shuttle, they were already mentioned several times previously, so I won't go over it. But I will say that, just for example, the Canada Day event, we saw over 100 bikes use the bike valet, and in terms of the shuttle use, we saw over 200 users of the shuttle service. That was one of the more utilized events. Some of the other events weren't quite as well utilized, so looking forward, we're going to look at ways to try and optimize that utilization to make sure we're getting the right events and the right services and so on. So Active School Travel is an ongoing program that we have. It's a joint effort between the city and the school district, and it's really around trying to find not just changes to infrastructure, but to provide education and support to parents and the school children to find ways for them to get to school in a safe way without having the whole neighborhood around the school just clog up with vehicles 2 times a day for 15 minutes. In particular, for 2022, we had a collaborative effort to undertake a project at Uplands Elementary, as well as we reviewed the city's school zone policy and some dynamic speed limit signs near Solaire Elementary. So this is an interesting one. So this Urban Logic platform, it's a third-party, call it sort of like a big data analysis type of platform that it's really powerful, and it's a data management and an analysis tool that allows us to do things like collision analysis, like demand analysis, delay analysis, that type of thing. So we're just starting to get to sort of open up sort of the power that it's going to provide. But here's an example on the screen here of a quick analysis that we were able to do comparing the before and after. We installed the traffic signal at Westwood and Jinglepot. So you can see the crash rate has gone down substantially after we installed it. So with all the development going on, anytime there's change in a neighborhood, the existing neighborhood can sometimes be frustrated. So we try and find ways that the new development can mitigate the negative impact to neighborhoods. And so with transportation, because we're trying to fit something into an existing neighborhood, it isn't just like a cookie cutter approach that we can take. So quite often there's a lot of judgment and back and forth involved in determining what needs to happen. So to help provide some certainty to the development community, we've developed these transportation impact assessment guidelines, and that'll help provide some certainty to the development community, as well as provide a bit more consistency and so on. So throughout 2022, we developed and used the pedestrian prioritization tool, and we actually used that to help provide recommendations for council to allocate out the pedestrian unallocated funding. And there was a number of projects that have been moved forward as part of that program. So this is an important slide that I wanted to talk to you about. So you can see the graph there. It shows the calls for service to the Transportation Department for the past 5 years. And you can see it's gone up a factor of 5 in the past 5 years. Initially, we had thought that some of the increased calls for service were a result of the pandemic, but it doesn't really seem to have been. There might have been a little bit of a spike in 2020 from that. But what we're seeing is just there's really these calls for service, and it's really around safety, so things like speeding, as well as parking and pedestrian mobility demands. So people are really demanding this extra service. But on the other side of the equation, when we go to implement these things, we're seeing that the neighborhoods are expecting more engagement, more consultation. So these two things are kind of colliding with each other because we get these demands for service, do more, do it faster, and then it's talk to us about it. Don't implement it without talking to us about it. So they're they're almost at odds with each other. So it's quite a challenge to move that forward. Some of the key initiatives within the transportation section, I want to draw your attention to the development cost charge review. So that's a really important funding source that we use for the larger transportation capital projects to support the growing population in the city. The last DCC update, I believe it was in 2017, so it was using pricing from 2017, and those project costs are baked into the bylaw. So with all the inflation we've seen in the past 5 years, we're really, right now, our portfolio of DCC projects is quite underfunded. So updating this DCC bylaw is really a priority for us to ensure we have enough funding to meet the infrastructure needs of the growing community. I won't talk about the other ones, but if there's any questions about them, I'd be happy to come back to this. So here's continuing on with the key initiatives in the transportation group, just over 2023. This is a bit of an older graphic. It's actually from our transportation master plan, and it just shows the mode split that we're trying to achieve throughout the time horizon. So we'll be continuing to monitor things like mode split and as well as like vehicle kilometers traveled, injury rates, and travel time. These are all related to city plan and the targets and indicators that we'll be looking at for that. So to encourage people to use alternative forms of mobility, there not only needs to be infrastructure, but also education, encouragement, and support. So we have a number of programs that we employ to enhance that, and we'll be continuing on with those programs and expanding them. Now, shifting gears a little bit into municipal infrastructure. So this group looks after the long-term planning for the pipes in the ground. So the water pipes, the sewer pipes, the storm sewer pipes. And oftentimes people don't think about these pipes because they're buried and they're out of sight, right? So I wanted to bring along a piece of pipe. Maybe you've seen this, it's a bit of a problem. I normally don't bring props in. So this piece of pipe, if you can see it, this is a piece of what we call DR18 C900 water main pipe. So this is what goes in almost every street. This is a standard water distribution pipe. And quite often we get made fun of by Mr. Harding because he's always talking about how we talk about pipe sizes and this many millimeters and that many millimeters and so on. I'd like to remind Mr. Harding that without the folks that are keen on specking out the details of these things, Mr. Harding wouldn't have the water to irrigate his parks, he wouldn't have water to fill up his pool, or the spray parks. So we know he's grateful for it. I just wanted to... Yeah.
Thank you. Is there anything you'd like Mr. Harding to do with that pipe? Councillor Evans has a question.
I don't have a question, Your Worship. I just want to say that's the biggest smile I've seen on your face at the podium. That was hilarious. The most genuine engagement. It was fantastic. And just a note, my dad worked in plumbing, like pipes, valves, and fittings forever. He retired from it. And when he was here for the inauguration, I took him to Bowen Park to see all the pipes laid out, and it was like Candyland for him. So I'm going to tell him you brought a pipe in today.
Yeah, very good. So I just wanted to highlight that for this particular group, because quite often what they do, their efforts and so on are not seen normally. So just in terms of achievements with this group for 2022, they conduct a lot of these highly technical studies around sewer capacity, storm sewer and drainage, as well as obviously the water distribution system. Another exciting topic is the engineering standards. We know council loves this, so I wanted to make sure I had a slide in on it. In terms of achievements, we did a bit of a mini update in 2022. Unfortunately, this particular group, it's a small technical group and they've had a vacancy for more than 2 years. So it's limited our ability to, we've been wanting to take on a much larger update to the engineering standards, but we've had to park that for a while because of this vacancy we've had trouble filling. But you've heard lots of those challenges from the various presentations throughout the past couple days, similar type of issues. So this group looks after what I would call the city's eyes and ears when it comes to the drainage and the sewer infrastructure. So in terms of the rainfall gauges, which we all keenly watch during a storm, as well as the sewer flow monitoring stations that really help us prioritize and time capital projects in a way that we never used to be able to do that. Because now we can actually calibrate our models. We can actually see real time how much loading is on these sewers. So when we put forward a sewer project, we know that it's needed, and we know the timing of when that risk might not be acceptable. So this is great work on that from that group. So this group, this municipal infrastructure group, they work collaboratively with Public Works to collect and review the CCTV for both the sanitary sewer and the storm sewer. And this year we were able to look at 38 kilometers of sewer pipe and 15 kilometers of drainage pipe. It's a lot of videos to look at and score condition and make decisions on what to translate into potential capital projects. So this group acts as a technical sort of support or referral for development reviews. So when a development comes forward and they need to know what their impact is on the sewer system or the water distribution system or what have you, this group conducts those technical reviews and provides the feedback to the development process. One of the most important things that this group does is develop the annual capital plan. So the complexity of this has been growing over the years more and more, in particular as we get more and more data through CCTV, through various processes, through asset management. We have more and more data. So there's a lot of spreadsheet manipulation and so on. It's good that we have these data-driven sort of risk-based decisions, but there's a lot of effort required in it. And the other aspect of it is when we have just to give you an example, so when we have identified, say, a water main that requires replacement on a street, in the old days, we would just go and replace that water main. Now we go and we have a proactive look at the sewer, the storm sewer, look at what the asphalt condition is, we look at the transportation plans and see if there's plans for a sidewalk there, and then we put together what we call a concurrent project that picks all those bits and pieces of scope that make sense at this time. So coordinating all that creates a little bit of a house of cards, but what it does is it allows the city to get way more value out of our capital investment on a given project. And so there's a lot of effort that goes into the coordination of that type of thing. So in terms of key initiatives looking forward for this group, just want to reemphasize that development cost charge review. Same thing I mentioned in transportation and the lack of funding for that major infrastructure. We have the same issue in particular in sanitary sewer, as Mr. Sims mentioned. With all the growth we've been having in the city, there's a number of sewers that we're really getting a bit antsy about needing to upsize. So we really need to get on this TCC bylaw update. A few other things that I think are worth mentioning here is the stormwater utility development. I've talked to council about this in the past several times, so we're actively working on this, and we anticipate this will be brought in front of council in the new year for an education session and various steps along the way. Ultimately, that could mean that the stormwater infrastructure is funded through a separate standalone utility, and it would be more of a user pay type system based on land use and impervious area and things like that. There's a lot of other communities that have already moved forward and implemented this. Victoria has implemented a very sophisticated version of it. But we feel now's the time to do that, so make sure we have sufficient funding to continue to provide that service in a responsible way. Another one that I wanted to mention was a natural asset inventory. This is an initiative that's been moving forward with Asset Management BC, and what we're envisioning with this is more of an inventory on our natural water courses and the various water courses within the city that contribute to our drainage system. And to kickstart this off, Mr. Sims has been spearheading this, but we're working with Mount Arrowsmith Mount Arrowsmith Reserve Biosmear initiative that is a permanent component of VIU, as well as a few other local governments to develop water course valuation around some water courses. So that's going to be baked into this natural asset inventory program as well. Is there anything else you wanted to say about that, Mr. Sims? Okay. Now, shifting gears a little bit here into the capital projects group. So this group's been able to complete 54 projects with a value of $70 million in 2022, or actually a lot of these projects are underway. I just remind council that the financial cycle is driven by calendar dates, whereas a lot of the construction activities are driven by natural seasons and times of year. We have certain times of year where we can pave, certain times of year where we can do work in water courses, certain times of year where we have to avoid birds' nests, and there's all kinds of things that mean that the construction cycle doesn't always match up with the financial cycle. So we quite often have these projects that carry from one financial cycle to the next. One thing that the Capital Projects Group is really proud of is the implementation of this negotiated request for proposal document for procurement of construction services where there's a significant complexity or there's an aspect that requires more than just low bid type of procurement. And that has been very, very successful throughout 2022. This is a bit of an anecdote. I just wanted to point out the graphic on the bottom right there is it's a picture of a painting made by artist Carol de Ruyter, and that was presented to the city's construction crew in 2022 because he is a artist that lives on a street where the construction crew was working, and he was very impressed with the work that the crew was doing, so he took it upon himself to create a painting. And we're very fortunate to have that hanging at Public Works, and interesting anecdote anyway. So just here's a selection of noteworthy projects at various stages of progress. I just remind council that next week we have a dedicated session to talk about projects, and we'll be unpacking a lot of, not necessarily these ones, but the ones that we're looking forward to in 2023 and 24 and 25 in a lot more detail next week.
And you are going to mention, of course, that Metro Drive has been such a success for cycling that the school board requested, particularly of the city of Nanaimo, we contribute funding for extra bike racks at the school because of the high utilization by cycling children who won't be becoming obese and getting exercise and not being surrounded by helicopter parents driving them in big gas-sucking SUVs. You're not going to mention that, are you?
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't need to mention it now, but there will be a celebration for Metro Drive in the new year. We're anticipating like a grand opening and so on and so forth. So for 2023...
wishes to say something. I'm not
yeah,
surprised.
I certainly do, Your Worship. Your Worship, pardon me, you've got me all excited. I wasn't going to mention that topic, but seeing as you tell that story for the umpteenth time,
it's a good story.
I feel badly for the climate when there's all those automobiles and buses backed up along Enterprise Way, unable to make a right-hand turn to get to a Home Depot, and their emissions are clogging the air. Anyway, no, I do have a general question, believe it or not, that is related to this, Mr. Rosen, and maybe we'll deal with it in a future session. But it's seriously, how do you balance in a transportation project the needs of active transportation, which we want to encourage, but also the needs of the rapidly increasing number of vehicles and transit buses that are using our roads? I mean, it is a balancing act, and it's fine to build sideways and boulevards that look very nice, but if they are impeding traffic flow, that's surely a negative thing. So, it's a concern I have, a serious concern, and at a future topic session, maybe we can address that. Thank you.
Through Your Worship, Councillor Thorpe, would you like me to comment on that, or do you want to?
Oh, it's up to you.
So I would just acknowledge that we staff completely agree that it's quite a challenge to essentially whenever you have essentially a road is a scarce resource. That real estate, as well as the resources, the financial resources to upgrade it, is a scarce resource, and there isn't enough to go around for everybody to perfectly meet their needs. So quite often we have to make trade-offs when we make these upgrades, and what leads us to make these trade-offs are council's strategic priorities, strategic plan, city plan, those types of things that help guide the decisions that staff make on behalf of council to implement changes to roads, for example. And so certainly there are those trade-offs, and we certainly acknowledge that. But we don't want the level of service for, say, personal vehicles to drop below some sort of reasonable level of service. I mean, obviously an intersection has like a level of service attached to it, and we're not going to let that drop below some level of service that would be unacceptable. At the same time, we know in a lot of cases, roads and intersections, they have spare capacity that we can adjust that. And for example, with the transit stops, a lot of those are now in lane, and the transit buses essentially block traffic. So that's a little bit lower level of service for vehicles, but it's a much higher level of service for people using transit, because they don't have to be on a bus that pulls off, pulls on. It helps the drivers. So that's a trade-off, and that's a decision that we make based on council's strategic priorities, city plan, those types of things. So we can certainly talk about this more in a future session, but just off the top of my head, that's sort of what guides us.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I again, seriously think it is a topic worth further discussion at a future meeting. And I'll just add one other thing, because I don't want any misunderstanding here that when I express concerns about projects such as Metro and some of the components of that, it's in no way a criticism of our staff or the work that you have done on these projects, which are award-winning projects. You are following the direction of council. I totally understand that. So that might be the thing that I have a problem with, and that goes to how we vote. Thanks.
So in terms of key initiatives for the capital projects group, I'm sure as all of council is aware, 2022 was a very challenging year. We had major supply chain issues that impacted many, many projects. It just takes one critical component being delayed to impact an entire project. We had a lot of inflation. So like normally we see quite a bit of inflation in our budgets, and we account for that. Like we forecast what we think the project will be at the time of construction, and we budget appropriately. And this year we were seeing inflation of 20% on most projects, which is far beyond what our budgets can handle in the time frames that we're able to adjust these budgets. So that was a really big challenge. We're also seeing a lot of local market capacity. Most of our construction projects are completed through contractors, whether it's a construction contractor or a design engineer designing this thing. They're essentially our contractors, our vendors. And there's capacity challenges entirely throughout that market locally, because we compete with the private sector for those same services. Those folks are busy building like housing and commercial and subdivisions and those sorts of things. And so when that market is really hot, we have a tough time competing and getting their attention. And when we put things out on the market for a bid, we might not get interest. And if we do get interest, the prices are much higher than they would normally be in a competitive environment. So one of the things that we're looking for 2023 is to make sure we maintain that flexibility, to make sure when we put projects out on the street for procurement that we're going to get good value for the city. With that in mind, there's quite a few projects that we ended up deferring from 2022 because we did these market soundings and we knew we weren't going to get good pricing. So we put the brakes on them. So council's going to see a higher number of projects that are carried forward to 23 than we normally would have. And there's some examples there on the screen of key projects that have been parked. So these are some key projects here that we're going to be looking forward to for 23. I won't get into each one because we're going to be talking about them next week. So shifting gears a little bit into the facility asset planning group. So this is a support group for the entire city in terms of asset management for facilities. It resides in engineering principally because we do a lot of asset management type of work, and we're pretty good at it. So it can help bolster that by having them as part of engineering. So in terms of achievements in 2022, they continued on with a whole bunch of condition assessments at major facilities. One I want to point out is the greenhouse gas assessment at the NAC and the highly technical evaluation required to determine the emissions reductions potential and the mechanical systems changes necessary to support the grant application, which we're all really hoping we're going to be successful given the challenge with the boilers we've had recently. They're also working a lot in support of the asset management update. There's going to be a big change in the facilities portfolio. There's been a lot of work put into that. And so that'll be coming forward in the spring of 23. And these are some key initiatives within that group. Things I would like to point out are we're working on some updated policies for energy and emission reduction in support of city plan. So when the city constructs a new building, we have a green building policy. We're going to be looking at updating that from a LEED requirement to something a little bit more in keeping with city plan and current best practices, as well as energy and emission management for our existing facilities plan. So I have a note there about gap analysis for investment to meet emissions targets. That could also be known as a pathway to net zero. So the city has these emissions reductions targets that we have set out for the future, 2030 and so on. And the question is, how have we been doing? Are we on track to meet those? Well, the answer is not really. But what do we need to do to get there, and what is it going to cost? We need to figure that out and translate that into a detailed plan that we can actually implement, assuming we could fund it. So that's what that gap analysis is. And just one more slide from me, and I will sit down. This is a position, this would be a new position within engineering, and it's a business case. I believe this is in council's budget book. So what we've experienced in the past year is increased and more rigorous project accounting requirements being driven by changes to the Public Sector Accounting Board. So we've been able to get by this year with just through collaboration between finance and engineering. However, it is drawing capacity from both groups to be able to get this extra work done. So what we're envisioning with this position, it would have the correct expertise and focus to efficiently get this extra project accounting work done that PSAB requires, and it would allow the project staff to get back to delivering the projects that council expects us to, and the community expects us to be delivering. So it's recommended it's recommended that this get approved, but I just wanted to explain a little bit about what that position business case is. That's it for my presentation. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Otherwise, I will turn things back over to Mr. Sims and Mr. Elliott.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rosen. I don't see any questions.
Your Worship, I would just add further to that business case, it's similar to the business case that Mr. Groot presented on facilities project budget accounting clerk. So it'd be two positions, but they would be quasi-finance department positions, as well as within sort of embedded in the department. It would, as Mr. Rosen mentioned, a significant burden of financial work required as a result of projects, asset management, and all of the various requirements established by PSAB.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Elliott, please.
Thank you for allowing us to come and present our 223 business plans. So Public Works is made up of 5 areas. I think in your binders you'll see 6, but administration is within solid waste area, as Mr. Sims alluded to, that the manager of solid waste and recycling also looks after administration. And there's a number of areas we touch in the community at Public Works with fleet, as again Mr. Sims mentioned about looking after all of the fleet that the city operates, all the large equipment, all the small tools. Roads and traffic look after everything more above the surface on the road. So traffic signals, street lighting, asphalt condition, repairing potholes, snow and ice control. And then solid waste, of course, looks after our 3 streams, being recycling, kitchen or organics, and garbage. And they also look after cemeteries, which is, it's a large portfolio looking after those 3 areas. In cemeteries, which I'll get into in detail, but we partner with finance and Parks and Rec. So the administration is finance, looks after that, and then Public Works, sanitation looks after the internments, and then Parks and Rec looks after the contract which maintains the cemeteries. The utilities division is looks after our water, wastewater drainage systems, and this is a very important piece of the puzzle to keep potable water running smoothly, sanitary sewer, being able to take the water and waste away, and drainage to capture and try to get back into the ground as much as we can. Years ago, we would water was a hazard. We'd try to get it into a pipe and get it away as quick as possible. We actually try to get it back into the ground sooner than into a pipe, into a creek to cause erosion. And that's one of the areas that we've really worked on, and we have policy on that, on ditch infills and things like that, and encourage homeowners. And it's quite amazing with just a little bit of discussion around, well, I want somewhere to park my RV. I need somewhere to park it. And well, if we look at the trees around us, they're actually in decline, and getting that water back into the ground as opposed to putting it in a pipe is really going to help everybody out. So that area is really important moving forward with climate change and high intensity, short duration. Water resources, as mentioned, bigger picture stuff, so dams, reservoirs, supply mains, pump stations, all of that big infrastructure that gets the water to the various areas of the city. So Public Works, we've got about 106 employees, 5 managers. In the summer, we'll ramp up to about 120 employees. So it's a brief look at our budget. Operating and maintaining a large system like the city owns is quite expensive. We're almost a quarter of the city's budget. So our admin staff, I can't say enough about them. We have 3 individuals that are frontline staff. They take all of the calls originating to Public Works, which, as you can see, is a large number, and the knowledge that they hold and the experience and their dedication allows a lot of those calls to stop at that point, because they can usually answer the questions on the infrastructure, the roadways, the sanitation, watering restrictions, all of those good things that people want answers to. It stops there, and it frees up a lot of time for technical staff, supervisors, and managers to actually focus on operating the infrastructure of the city of Nanaimo, which is a huge benefit to our workflow and ability to get stuff done.
Mr. Elliott, you know, you expect when you see the number of calls dropping the way it has dramatically, that it's going to be a substantial increase in the number of emails that would equate to it, but that's not the case. What do you attribute it to?
Well, people like to be listened to. And we do listen to people, whether it's, you know, during the daytime. We run 24 hours a day, so we have commissioners during the evening, and it's quite amazing the number of calls they get just because people have questions. And it's interesting because we'll get a question about a problem, a ditch problem on Center Street, and you know, I'll be in the office and the commissioner will be saying to me, "Do you know where Center Street is?" And I said, "Yeah, I think it's in Dashwood." And this person needs to talk to the regional district in Nanaimo, not the city of Nanaimo. But people just, they have questions and they want them answered. Email is becoming a way of communicating, and a lot of people will do that, so we're seeing an increase there. Just on the side, so 2019, we had 7,600 work orders. This year to date, we're at 8,300 work orders. And they're all generated by this group at administration. So these will be calls for service, people looking for anything from, I've got a problem with my water service, I don't know where my sewer service is, and I'm worried about it. Can somebody help me with this? So that generates into a work order and then gets sent to the appropriate staff. So some of the achievements which we're proud of, we like to maintain this personal service. It's getting harder and harder to do, but when somebody does phone with a question, we answer the phone. And as I say, it could be 2 in the morning, it could be 6 in the morning that they just have a question. Or they see a problem and they want to report it. And so immediately we'll have, either during the day, we'll have crews out, and at night we have a service called Night Patrol. And in the wintertime, they're out 24/7, or they're out all night. So basically from 4:30 till 8 o'clock the next morning. In the summertime, we limit it to midnight during weekdays and 2 a.m. on the weekends. But the Commissioner and Night Patrol, and now the CSOs, are working closely together to mitigate any of the issues that do come up. So great emergency response. We have trained people with good data in the field, and they're able to communicate via phone, video, email, and respond in a very very appropriate manner. The adoption of CAMs, and you've heard all about this, but I really want to emphasize this is a huge milestone for operations, whether it be Parks and Rec or Public Works, because this will build good data. We currently use a system called Tempest, and Tempest is basically a user rates, a billing type platform, but it does do work orders also. Tempest doesn't have a clock on it. So when we want to schedule weekly, monthly, daily, yearly service, it has a really tough time doing that. Our new system, Cartograph, which the admin staff have a big piece, a big role in playing, because they'll be generating those 10,000 work orders, that will go to the field electronically. The field members will have data at their fingertips and be much more versed when they get to do whatever the work is they're going to be doing. So moving into solid waste area, some of the, where are we going here? I'm going the wrong way. Yes, so one of the things we did back in 2017, 2018 was we moved to automation. With automation, we brought in recycling, and we struggled with that for a few years to try to get the program running. Recycling was a little foreign to us at the time, and then the pandemic set in, and Amazon and ordering takeout became an important thing for people to do. So it increased the volumes of our recycling. What we did was dismantled the program, and we analyzed what the issues with the program were, rebuilt the routes, and balanced the program so we had as much recycling volume as we did kitchen and garbage. And suddenly we've got this sustainable program. So it's working much, much better, which has reduced the administrative call volume, and the system is definitely working. I note, and I'll talk about this a little later, but we trialed some hybrid garbage trucks, and we're really leery to just jump into new technology, because we want to, other municipalities are doing it in a big way, and we want to learn from what they're doing. We collaborate with them, and so we've tried it. We had a bunch of glitches with it. We've given feedback, we've sent the truck back, and we're working with Kamloops, who had actually bought 6 of them, and they're having a lot of the same problems we were, but they own them now, and we were able to just rent it and give it back. So the next version of that, with the feedback from us, will be a much better product, and we're seeing that in a number of things.
Councillor Thorpe has a question, then I do too, please.
Thanks, Your Worship. Through you, I just want to take the opportunity to comment at this point regarding your first bullet there. injuries in the sanitation section have fallen by over 90% since the summer of 2018, and I well remember the struggle it was to get the automated collection service implemented. Now looking back, it just seems like such a no-brainer. And the reduction in injuries alone, of course, is fantastic in terms of our personnel, but that also has benefited the city in terms of the drop in our insurance claims and rates. So I just wanted to give an acknowledgement to the work that you did, Mr. Elliott, in terms of that project, and also Charlotte Davis, who was very instrumental in pushing this through to the benefit of the city. So thank you.
I appreciate that, and that's very accurate. We definitely have seen a huge reduction, and Ms. Davis was a big part of that. And fortunately, it was a big loss for us, but it's a big gain for Parks, and we do have good synergy there with that cooperation and aligning forces as she works closely with us.
I just wanted to say that notwithstanding Councillor Thorpe and I may diverge a little on Metro Drive, he was thinking exactly what I was thinking, and it's really a question I suspect more for Ms. Fuller or Ms. Mercer, if it's possible to answer. As I recall, we saw a substantial increase in WorkSafe premiums as a result of this. Do we have any idea? I know that they take several years before they actually reduce your premium. Are we at that stage yet where they're dropping them? It's not a question that has to be answered today. I was just curious because as soon as I saw the figure, it's pretty impressive, and congratulations.
Yeah, there are a couple of factors that play into the WorkSafe BC rate. One of them is our experience. So yes, our number of claims from workers is going down, or has in the last few years. But unfortunately, the overall industry rates go up. So they kind of offset one another, but yes.
Thank you.
So just in 2022, so for the first 6 months of 22, we've added 120 new accounts to Mr. Lindsay's extraordinary growth in the area in Nanaimo. So we're seeing that everywhere. Our trucks hit an average of 6,000 households every day. And out of that, there's 9,200 picks. So this group actually touches residents on a daily basis to a large degree. And when I mentioned those phone calls, when we were struggling with the program, that was a major part of the phone calls. Those phone calls are actually decreasing because the service is now efficient, it's on time, it's even Steven, it's running smoothly. And a lot of that is thanks to Mr. Dollyron, who was the one that dissected, took apart the program, reconfigured it, and balanced it. And now we're in good nick moving forward. So considerations and opportunities. Legal dumping, needles, they're a big issue. We send our hydro excavating material to GRT at Duke Point, which takes that material and they basically cleanse the material. They take the impurities out of the material and then create reusable gravels out of that. It's a fabulous facility, very unique, and it's in Nanaimo. We have been taking our sweeper waste there, but due to the number of needles in it, we can no longer take it there. So it's an ongoing problem everywhere especially for this group. Yeah. So the other side of that is our clean team, which was Mr. LaBerge mentioned. We do have 2 dedicated teams budgeted. We're continue to work with the union to get an agreement on how those teams work, their hours of work, and we've got most of that to a point where it's very, very close. And so I'm hoping before year's end we can solidify that and move forward, and then look to have those permanent FTEs in the new year. So some key initiatives for the area. These are pretty important. This public space sanitation enhancement is to look at key areas within the area, within the city. So we've got nodes where we're seeing more public space use, and what is the level of service that area would deserve. It'll be sort of a 1 to 3. The downtown would obviously be the highest level, but there are areas around the city, and then as we move out beyond that. So that study will look at that in depth and make some recommendations for us to consider. Recycling consolidation study is, you're aware that our transfer or our depot that we drop recycling off at, Recycle BC moved it to Chemainus, and so that's caused extra cost for the city. I appreciate Council's efforts to help us try to get Recycling BC back on track with that. We've been in discussion, a lot of discussion with Recycle BC to try to find some solutions to that, but there's a cost to transporting it all that way. Public space receptacles is another big thing that is a want from the city. They're looking for, rather than garbage at bus stops, in high volume areas, people are looking for receptacles. So we're upscaling that, and we've looked at average for municipality our size, and we're definitely below on average for receptacles. So we'll pick that up, and you'll be seeing more of that. So cemeteries. We do have 3 cemeteries. Town site, Chinese Cemetery on Town Site, and Bowen Road. Town Site, Bowen Road, and Wellington. The Town Site Cemetery is the only area we have space left for new interments. However, Bowen, we're looking at doing some columbariums because a lot of the requests are for cremation burials. So there's ways to plan that. And we've seen a number of internments coming forward post-COVID. It seems to be very busy, and I think it was just through the summer we saw that, but we'll continue moving forward with that. One of the other achievements of the summer was we worked with with Finance and Parks and Rec again to partner to digitize all of the records. A lot of the records were paper-based, and they were vulnerable to fire and damage. So we've worked closely with them, and that's something moving into 223 we'll be doing more of. The long-term, the plan is to move to a long-term model. We're looking at a study for cemeteries and what business does that look like moving into the future, and what's the financial ramifications to that. We haven't had increases in this service for some time now, but we'll continue to work closely with our partners on that and move forward.
I'm sorry, Councillor Perino.
Thank you so much. Regarding cemeteries, I just wonder how you deal with people leaving mementos. It's something that I've seen over the years, and sometimes public works in different cities have policies where they, remove it, and I just wondered what ours was.
Yeah, they're not taken away right away, but if they stay around too long, then we'll take them away. It's not something we just leave there. It does get picked up if it's, but we won't do that right away. We'll let it
be there.
Give it a bit of
does
time.
The public know that, so that those that have, they're aware that you're doing that on a fairly regular basis? Huh?
Yes, it's not a real problem for us. We find flowers are a big thing, and then they go away, and then we'll remove them once they're not
Okay.
living.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, and so that speaks for itself moving forward. So we'll move into roads and traffic now. So this group did a number of capital improvements this year through our road rehabilitation program and infrastructure upgrade program. You'll notice downtown, the place looks pretty Christmassy. We've been doing banners, Christmas decorations, and I know Kim Smythe was out at the yard the other day looking at some options for additional banners that we have come up. We're making them at Public Works now. We have some really good sign making equipment, and we're expanding that into banners. We also worked with Old City Quarter this summer and customized some of their signage to meet with the trend in the downtown core, and that was a successful project. So moving into 223, we do have, budgetary pressures on aging assets. Boulevard maintenance seems to be a key one, and it's bird habitat, what are you talking about? But 20 years ago, we wouldn't have thought of this, but it is a key concern here. We're trying to do fire prevention by cutting boulevard grasses, but there are birds that are nesting in there, so we have to be cognizant of that and tiptoe around that, and which is a good thing, but it's just another sort of barrier to getting the service done. One of the things, I was at a conference recently, and there was a program out there, it's called Rover, and we're piloting it right now, and what it does is it attaches onto a vehicle, and the vehicle just needs to drive around like a garbage truck would, and it assesses the road condition by means of potholes, but it also picks up crosswalks, road lines, and signage, and it'll assess that and then give you a report to say what condition are these in. So they've given it to us for free to pilot it for a period of time, and then we'll see what comes up with it, and then possibly it looks to me like it will be a good product to understand what's the shape of our crosswalks, where how do they fit into that, and what do we need to do for the next season. So some key initiatives. Again, asset management is always top of list. Our CAMS program will definitely help this. We're starting with sanitary sewer. That's now implemented and it's ready to go. Then we'll move through the various departments, being water, roads. Fleet will also go into this, but this will be a big move forward for roads and traffic. And then snow and ice, you heard all about that the other night, and I hope you enjoyed that conference, and hopefully this year at Christmas we don't experience the same. Touch wood though. But we did learn a lot from that, as you're aware. So moving into water supply and distribution. So we've seen good reduction in daily consumption over the past decade. We work closely with the RDN and their Water Smart program, and all of the municipalities and districts around us work collaboratively on that and maintaining very similar and the same watering restriction information. We may not be all on the same level at the same time, but we're at least speaking the same language and communicating, and Midtown water supply
just so I can understand the numbers, just to be sure. So if we were using 100 gallons a decade ago, and we should be using 124 now, in theory, with a 24% growth rate, in fact, we're using 93. Is that?
Yeah, over the past 10 years, yes. And
it's an amazing statistic.
part of that is appliances are definitely helping. We have a low flush toilet program, but people are, if you drive around Nanaimo, a lot of the golden brown is acceptable now for a lot of people. Not Richie Fulla, our ex general foreman of water. His lawn is impeccable and it's green. So thanks, Richie, for your contribution too.
Mellow yellow. I remember the Beatles.
So Midtown is a very important project for us, and it's ongoing right now. They're about a week ahead of schedule right now, and thank you to Richard and his group because we've been able to stage on Bevan Park's property, and that's been we work closely with their people there, and it's definitely helped, and it's going very smoothly. And it is the backbone for North Nanaimo and the hospital area. It's a key piece of infrastructure. And I remember the Saturday that we were on Bowen Road and the mayor drove up and got out of his Volvo, and he's looking at this pipe which opened up like a barbecue, and he said, geez, I guess we better get back to basics, eh? Because this is a pretty important piece of infrastructure. And that's what we're doing by this. Mr. Rosen's group and the finance group has pulled together and reshuffled the capital plan in order to make this happen, and it's moving ahead, full speed ahead now. One of the things we do is generate some money. So we have our #1 energy recovery facility. When we decommissioned #1 reservoir, which is a 14 million gallon open reservoir, when the water treatment plant came in, we had to close. We couldn't have it open because it was now exposed to the elements. And we built #1 reservoir and basically put in a turbine there that generates power. So we are on side to generate about $84,000 this year. And consistently since 2016, we've generated between $80,000 and $100,000. And that will continue because we're using gravity to get it there.
Councillor Manley.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, is that a rebate program through BC Hydro? So we're selling power to BC Hydro?
Yeah, we sell it right back to Hydro. We generate it, and then Hydro buys it back from us. And we've actually, our techs are savvy on when we generate the power, because sometimes they're higher returns than others. And so when we can make better money, we do. But it ultimately it's a reservoir first and a storage for a balancing reservoir for us.
And
we do see the benefit of the generating the power.
And continue to look for those kind of opportunities, I imagine?
Definitely. Yeah, if we can find an area where we can do that, we will look for generating income.
Okay. Thanks.
So in this area, one of the things we've done is submitted a business case for an operator, a water operator. They would start out as an operator in training. All of our water and wastewater operators are certified through Environmental Operators Certification Program. So they're all certified, and this would come in at an operator in training. And then we have a program that allows them, as they gain their tickets, to move up and make more money and have more responsibility. So you'll see that in the business cases. So some of the key initiatives, a lot of these won't mean much, but we've got a generator at South Fork Treatment Plant. Yeah, I think the CAMs is the big thing that I want to express. You know, thank you for supporting this, because this is a game changer. Our decision-making patterns as we gain information being put into this system are going to be much, much better, and the information for the field staff will be at their fingertips instead of, should we dig here? What's in the way? And there's uncertainty now just because this, we are on a paper-based, and this will all be electronic with tablets in the field with valid information. So moving into sanitary sewer. We've got this is a small group. Again, you'll see a business plan for, again, an operator in training in sewer who are all certified. But they're the first ones to champion the Cartograph asset management system. And they've been on the list. We've tried this a few years running, and they've always been the group which it will be introduced with them. So we're looking forward to this group to be champions for the other departments as we roll it into other areas. Of course, we work closely with RDN again in wastewater to reduce inflow and infiltration into the sanitary sewers, so we don't have to have pipes large enough to take rainwater in them. We don't have to pump them, and we get that water back into the ground instead of into pipes. Mr. Rosen spoke earlier about the CCTV program. This is our new van, which is a very powerful unit for doing asset condition assessments. It has a camera, or one of the cameras it has goes up the pipe, does a video of the pipe, and then it has a secondary camera which will go up into the services. Very, very useful tool. We had some old equipment that we were wondering, well, do we put it on eBay? Do we send it to the auction house? And we were talking with Qualicum Beach, and they said, geez, we can never get contractors to come video. So they paid us, I think it was $12,000 for this equipment that we probably wouldn't have got much for. We've worked with them to train their staff on it, and now they'll be able to do a level of condition assessments on their sewers. So again, that collaboration with other municipalities, we're not competing with each other, we're in the same business, and we like to help each other, so that's a really good thing. This is the day of one of our sewer workers. This is a daily event for these guys. But you know, they come to work every day and they do very difficult work that not a lot of people want to go and do. Yeah, it's really nice to see. And I just want to reiterate on those business cases for those operators. They're covered by the utility. So they're funded by the sewer user rates and the water user rates. But these are some of the things that we do. One thing COVID has done for us in this area is it made us look at our health and safety plans for these people, made us look at our safe work procedures. Again, working with RDN on effluent and what's in it, and we increased our health and safety programs for these people. Some of the initiatives moving forward, again, I&I is always an important one. That's part of one of the liquid waste management plan must-haves for the permit through the province. So we work very closely with them. And I'd like to add our backup and our sewer backup stats are very, very low. MIA always, you know, whenever I'm at one of their conferences or talking to them, they're saying, how do you guys do that? You've got very low rates for backup, and it's impressive. So we do a good job of cleaning and maintaining the system. That group, for a small group, they do a really good job. So moving into rainwater and drainage, as Mr. Rosen said, we did some CCTV work there. The crews work through the summer on infrastructure like this to make sure our inlets and outlets are in good nick for the coming season. So through the summer, they're busy doing this kind of work in anticipation of the winter. And years ago in the 90s, Public Works would have their hair on fire in a big storm event. With improvements that are recommended, and we get back into that cycle of we maintain, we recommend, we plan through engineering, we design and construct, that cycle has helped reduce that hair on fire. Now, when we have a big event, the system actually handles it, and it does a pretty good job of it, and it's a very collaborative effort. In 2019, Ministry of Health stopped doing water quality testing at swim beaches. We couldn't not do this. We were doing it at Departure Bay, from Departure Bay to Nanaimo River, and that was in collaboration with Nanaimo Port Authority. We did that because Ministry closed the beach in 1992, just before Bathtub Weekend, and we couldn't have that moving forward. So we took the program for the beach away from them, or we worked with them to manage the project and program. And now they backed off on the other parts of it, which is not just unique to us. It was Vancouver Island-wide and the mainland. So we've adopted that, and now we do all of the testing on all the lake beaches and Departure Bay Beach. And we did 348 samples last year, and there were no high results which would end up in a beach closure. So considerations and opportunities moving forward for this group. As Mr. Rosen said, I think that one of the big things moving forward is this storm utility. I think, with climate change moving forward and some of the issues around that, increased sizes in pipes, that utility should be self-funded, and I think that'll be a big thing moving forward. Some of the key initiatives, as you can see, catch basin cleaning, which the mayor mentioned a few weeks ago when it was on the mayor's report, that we do this throughout the year. We need to clean these catch basins on the side of the road out before that material will get into the pipes. It's much more difficult to get out of pipes when it's there. And again, our cartograph system is going to be a big, big thing for us. So moving into fleet. So we're looking always to reduce greenhouse gases. We've got over 160 vehicles, 400 pieces of equipment. We've got now 12 electric vehicles, 3 Zambonis that are electric, and we've seen about a 6% reduction in fuel this year that we've used, which is good, from 21 to 22. And we continue to look for ways to do that. When I mentioned the hybrid garbage truck that we were testing, or we rented on a trial basis to see how well it would do, it saved about 20% fuel. It was more expensive to rent than a conventional, but that offset itself, so we thought, okay, let's take the opportunity to try this. But on these things, we want to be cautious. We don't want to jump in both feet. So we're watching, looking at what other things, because they're improving all the time. Currently, there's City of Vancouver has one electric garbage truck, and GFL has one that was supposed to go to Squamish, but I'm hearing it's going to stay on the island. That'll be our next move, I would think, will be electric, but it'll be the business case will have to include what is the payback, what does that look like, and how does our environment handle that. It's great, going down hills because it'll recharge, but we have a lot to get to the uphill. We have to use battery power, and then there's winter conditions. So we're constantly looking at those issues. So moving forward, a lot of what I just said, the supply chain is a huge issue. We're waiting for, like some of these garbage trucks were 12 to 18 months delivery, and 2 of them have been delayed for another 10 months, 11 months. So almost a year we've had to wait in addition to the order time. So supply chain is affecting these in a big way. And some of our GHG reductions will be in this area because this is our biggest user. The large fleet uses 60% of public works fuel, and that's where we need to get to. But as I say, that the expenditure to get there to electric in this area is substantially more. The pickup trucks and that, we're moving in that direction more slow, or as I say, we've got a few of them now, but the returns aren't as great as they will be on this equipment. So we want to do it right when we go there. So there's a few issues around our facility, which I'm sure you've heard. Nanaimo Operations Center is a big one for us, and we're working closely with engineering on that. Parks and Rec would come into our facility once it's done. You'll hear much more on that in the new year, but phase 1 of that would be the shop. Currently, our shop is one of the oldest buildings at Public Works, and it's not conducive to the operation we're running now. It was, in the 60s, but not in 2022. So that's a really important thing for us. Fleet electrification study. So our fleet manager and our energy manager will work together with BC Hydro on that and look at what does that look like for moving forward into the future. And also fleet utilization study. We want to understand what is, we need the right piece of equipment for the job, not just because I want the bigger truck or the bigger, maybe you can do with a Prius or maybe you can do with something else. So there's a good look at that and understand what our needs really are. And then of course CAMS again, that's going to be a big area, a big move in this area. So this area also has a business case for additional staff, and that would be, the study is in order to, as I mentioned, that the fleet manager and our energy manager are working on this study, and that's one thing that that you'll see much more of in the future. We're planning to move forward with that if it's passed. So the road and safety performance coordinator, it's a collaboration with HR, so it's to understand our health and safety needs from a driving perspective with WorkSafe BC and Transport Canada, and they'll also be tasked with looking at data that we gather from the information from vehicles. And I think that will be a big piece to understand routing, where our vehicles are in the city and how can they react quicker and more efficiently to areas within the city. And I mentioned the sewer operator in training and also the water operator in training are 2 business cases which you'll be seeing. And that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elliott. Any questions?
Thank you very much.
Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you. 2 brief questions for waste management, if I may. In 2020, when the pandemic hit, I recall that our cardboard compactors were compromised by all of the shopping that we were doing. Has that leveled out? And equally, I understand contamination rates were higher during the pandemic, and have those evened out?
Yeah, so the cardboard has not diminished, but one of the problems we were having, the struggles was the balance. So we were picking up much more recycling, and we would end up with not as much garbage or organics. So in order to dump the recycling, we'd have to go all the way to the organics depot first and then come back, because they wouldn't allow us to dump it in case there was spillage, of course. So because we balanced it, we're picking up more garbage and less recycling, but the boxes are still there, the cardboard is still there, and it's just how we're managing the program is what's improved. And your second point was?
Pardon me, the contamination rate.
The contamination rate, good point. So I think moving to an automated system has created contamination for everybody. It's something that you don't see until it's in the hopper. And Taj and I were at a conference just recently about that, and groups were saying, well, we've got contamination figured out because we're dealing with it at the curb, which is very accurate. You need to. But when they went on to tell us how they've mastered this, well, what method are you using? Well, they're still, they're not automated. So they're getting out of the truck, picking it up, sorting, oh, yeah, this isn't going to work. And they're taking the time to talk to the people. So we've recently just hired a new zero waste coordinator, Raylene Mohan, her name is, a very, very nice young girl who is very smart and very passionate about recycling and contamination rates and reaching out to schools and educating students so that they'll take it up to the parents. So we're looking to reduce that. We did develop a contamination reduction plan with Recycle BC last year, and we've implemented that. And we're seeing little improvements, but really what we need to do is hit the household resident. And that'll be a key role in 223 of Ms. Mohan's.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thanks, Your Worship. Through you, I'm just curious on the waste stats too. The amount of garbage had increased, but the amount of recyclables had decreased over the 3 years of data there, and I was just curious what that was attributed to, if a change in sort of our collection patterns resulted in that, or if it's just sort of trends in consumer habits.
And I'm not sure that we've seen a reduction in recycling. Its volume is our problem with recycling. It's not really heavy, but it's fluffy and it's hard to manage. And I could refer to Mr. Dollyron on that to give you specifics, because he has all the numbers in his head for somehow.
Thank you. Mr. Dollyron, good afternoon.
Your Worship, councillors, colleagues, good afternoon. The changes happened through the pandemic was that many people stayed home and they started ordering online. One of the issues with that we are bringing more higher volume light material, most of them packaging material, which we collect at the curbside. That's part of the blue card or Recycle BC mandate. And the challenge we faced was that we all of a sudden faced not high weight, but almost between 50 to 70% more volume of the packaging material we were collecting. And that was the reason we made changes in the program to meet the space needed to be able to collect those materials properly. The other challenge that we faced, and that's also has continued post-pandemic, is we haven't seen any reduction in waste, which would be another topic that hopefully we get to it in the near future, and talking about waste reduction strategies and programs.
Thank you.
We are trying to really find out why we haven't seen any reduction post-pandemic. I have been in touch with many colleagues, peers, other municipalities. most of other municipalities have seen some slight reduction, not back to pre-pandemic at all. But in Nanaimo, we are almost continuing the same trend as it was through the pandemic. One reason we think is that many people that are finding a way to stay home and work from home. The other reason, and we don't have the statistics on it, but based on observation from operators that we have almost every day touching in the entire area of the cities, we feel that some residents, at a considerable part of our residents, they have more people living in those residences. We think that could be part because of the housing crisis we are facing, and maybe some people move back to stay with their parents. Again, it's hard to say why, but that could be a contributing factor to be to still collecting more volume of and weight of organics, garbage, and recycling.
Councillor Hemmings and Councillor Perino.
Thank you. I just want to confirm. Did you say 15 increase in packaging volume? Or 50, I heard.
50 to 70% in the volume of the material we were collecting
50,
through the pandemic in comparison to pre-pandemic. And majority of it was coming from people changing habit of people purchasing online. And those onlines come usually with far more packaging with them.
Thank you.
Councillor Perino.
I just wondered, with the growth in our population, when you talk about you're surprised that the level of garbage and organics and so forth and recyclables is not decreased, but do we take a percentage of the new growth that we're having and just work in between there? I mean.
Yes, we calculate both. We calculate the total volume, but also per household volume. We don't have accurate number per capita because we are collecting from only single-family dwellings, not the entire city, which is, of course, majority of the population in the city, but it's not completely the entire city. Where the total volume hasn't increased, it has slightly increased in garbage, but the number of households slightly has increased as well. But what happened? We saw 21% increase in the weight of garbage, almost 20% collecting weight of organics material, and as I said, between 50 to 70% volume of recycling material, comparing pandemic with pre-pandemic.
Wow.
Our expectation was somehow we have some release, maybe it goes back to half of that it was post-pandemic, but that hasn't happened.
And excuse me, Your Worship, if I'm asked, just so, even just the fact that people have now, children moving back home, secondary suites, is that part of it as well?
That's what we think it's part of it, and also our operators reporting that more cars are parked in front of the houses these days. That means probably more people are living in it. Yeah. And we are also seeing more requests to upsize the cart size. That means the need for more space for the solid waste is there. Mm-hmm. And I think also I should add, this is again observation and conversation with other groups, that we think that another portion of the rapid increase in the volume was economical changes. People were staying at home, not going outside, spending money on traveling and probably they spend that money on purchasing items. But the expectation again was post-pandemic, we see that change, which we haven't seen that yet.
Interesting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elliott, Mr. Dallaron, Mr. Sims.
Oh, sorry, one more question.
Sorry, Councillor Gesselbrock, my apologies.
Thanks. I don't know if you'll be speaking to it more, but just in the budget, there was, I don't think it's slated for a couple of years, but there was a study for a zero waste center facility or something like that.
Yes, we are trying to tackle the challenge of waste reduction. We have a set goal of 90% reduction or diversion in our solid waste management plan. But as I said, caused by pandemic and it again continued post-pandemic, we haven't seen waste reduction, and that's why we need to start working on that. As mentioned, we just hired a new zero waste coordinator. We are going to work on those and come back to council with some suggestion and recommendation, hopefully for considerations. And that one of them would be having a center, what we can call it zero waste center, recycling and reduction center, or something that start focusing on reduction instead of just collection.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I think that's hopeful to see that. I think it is quite worrisome that the trends that we're seeing. And I know at the RDN, I think we're going to get the numbers back this fall or later on this winter around the waste audits, just looking at the volumes and types of materials that are being sent to landfill. So we'll get a really good picture of exactly where we're at. But I think that we're going to have to look at some more innovative or different approaches to address things. So thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We'll reconvene at 5 to 3 if that's all right. All right, take the afternoon break.
This is the 2018 redux of the lighting at Nanaimo's historic bastion. I've had the pleasure of being part of the relighting project on this amazing building in downtown Nanaimo. So what we did is we've replaced the original high-pressure sodium lights, which basically did an okay job of lighting up the bottom 10 feet of the building, and replaced them with modern LED lighting that has the capacity to change color. We can run through a number of different colors that we have pre-programmed here in a pink, a purple, a green. Probably my favorite on here is Rainbow Chase for Pride Week. It'll actually run all the way around the building all the time.
With this new technology, organizations can now request that the bastion be lit to promote their cause by going to the City Nanaimo website and following the instructions. Go to Your Government, Bastion Lighting Requests, complete the lighting request form, and submit. You will hear from us within a couple days if your request has been approved, and the bastion will be lit in the colors that you have requested. If you have any questions, please contact the Mayor's office at 250-755-4400.
So the next time you're in downtown Nanaimo at night, come on and check out the new dynamic lighting at the Bastion.
We're here today to make a couple street names. There was some vandalism in town, and we're just going to make a replacement. In the roads today, we're doing our Dundas Street and Bruce Avenue. They're all 8-inch, and we use 3 different sizes, mostly 24-inch, 32-inch, and 36-inch. We do use a consistent font with street names. This is actually my metal blank, so the only material here is the material that I actually will cut out in vinyl. From here, we have to take out the vinyl that's not needed, which is the outer. So all we want to do is save the inside border. From here, we actually have to put a transfer tape on it. And what this does is it allows us to take the blue vinyl and pull it away from the clear backing that it's on so we can apply it to our aluminum blank. Now that we have our two sheeted piece of vinyl, we take our aluminum blank, which has high intensity diamond grade, which you can see behind me. We have all different colors. We have orange, yellow, white, depending on the type of signs. Most of our white signs are regulatory, and the yellow ones are warning signs. And right here, all I'm doing is pushing the transfer tape a little tighter to the vinyl. And then from there, we peel it back, our plastic, which basically leaves us with a big sticker. We put it on the aluminum. And when we're done here, we take our transfer tape off, and as you can see, we're left with Dundas.
We're here at Bruce and Dundas. Somebody's stolen the street names that were here, so we're here to replace them. Our sign shop has just generated us 2 signs, so I'm going to go through the process of putting it together and reinstalling the street names. First thing, we got to center the signs. We do everything on this truck. We've got all the equipment on here to build, install, remove, repair, whether it's street signs, street names, posts, banners, Christmas decorations, and so forth. I'm going to basically just put the sign in the brackets, and we'll be doing both signs, of course. So I've got a cross bracket that I'm going to put in. And then add the top sign, which is this street we're on, Dundas. Sorry, do the same there. We put the street that we're coming up to on the bottom, so they all basically have the same. The cross street will be on the top. We got to put some bolts in to secure them so nobody will steal the street name. We're ready to go. Just put this back and we'll go out and install this where the missing one is. Every year we do what we call a stop sign survey, where we go around and check all the stops. We clean them, make sure they're in the right spots, in good condition, not bent, and we also clean the street names, make sure they're good. As we're doing that, if there's ones that we decide we want to replace, we do that at that time. This year we're looking at approximately about 120 sets. It's very expensive to do, but we're continually, weekly changing street names because of either them getting damaged or people breaking them and taking them. So I'll put this on, and then I put a bolt through to secure it to the post. There we go. And that's good, we're done. Dundas and Bruce Ave are now ready to go.
You are looking at Unit 400 from the City of Nanaimo Public Works Department. This truck is called our paint truck. It puts down most of the center line in the City of Nanaimo. Right now on the back, we have Holly. Today she is in charge of keeping the line straight. She can move the wheel back and forth, right or left, which controls this paint gun. And then right behind the paint system, there's a glass beads that are dispensed onto the fresh wet paint for retroreflectivity at night. The painted lines can last 1 or 2 years. Most center lines in Nanaimo are painted every year. The white crosswalks and stop bars in thermoplastic can last anywhere from 2 to 7 years, depending on traffic flow. And on the back here, Derek will be kind enough to be dropping cones onto the fresh wet paint so vehicles do not drive over it. There's a lot of moving parts, high pressure, traffic, a lot of things going on at one time, and we're all working together. There's a lot of prep work before to make the lines straight. There's a lot of pulling of lines. Most of our equipment has guidelines and markers. It's a very rewarding job working for the Public Works Department. Lots of things go on, and you stay in touch with the heartbeat of our city.
Our emergency routes, they are priority routes. They consist of roads that go to and from the hospitals, from the fire department stations, and from the BC ambulance stations. They're also their main commerce routes through the city of Nanaimo. So this allows commerce to happen during a snow event. So we hit those roads first. Once those are clear and open, then we move into the secondary roads, and then we move into the residential areas, which are dead-end roads and cul-de-sacs. And it can take up to 96 hours before we get into the residential areas. One of the side effects of plowing snow is it does end up on the sidewalk, and this can be very frustrating for homeowners and business owners that have just cleaned the sidewalk. It also pulls into their driveways. The crews try to keep it as close to the curb as they can, but we need to open the road right up to the curb to allow the drains to be exposed for when the snow starts to melt.
This is one of the City of Nanaimo Public Works snow and ice control vehicles. And this is actually set up for a brining unit right now, or anti-icing. And what brine is a 23.3% sodium chloride solution. And it comes out of the spray bars down here at the bottom, and it's made here at the Public Works yard. It's a proactive method of snow and ice control, as when we know that there's a winter storm coming, we can actually lay this down on the road prior to the event.
By putting the brine down before the snow comes, it buys time. It lets us get on the roads, and then when we hit it with the plows, it doesn't stick. The snow doesn't stick, it comes off much easier. Whereas if we didn't brine, the snow has an opportunity to freeze to the road.
So another benefit of the brining or anti-icing unit is that during the frosty mornings, we can have it drive down the road, and then immediately the frost disappears as they're applying the brine.
Brine's a great tool for us. It's very cost effective. We can stretch our hard-pressed tax dollars to the maximum. We can make brine for cents on the dollar.
So the other thing that we ask is that everyone stays back from these anti-icing or any winter maintenance vehicles, as they have limited visibility and it's poor conditions out there, and they're trying to maneuver around everything. So just stay back and give them a little bit of room to operate and clear the roads.
So here we are in the Public Works yard, City of Nanaimo, and what you look around, you can see our various tools that we use for snow and ice fighting. We have tandem trucks, 4x4 trucks, we have backhoes. All our trucks are capable of having front plows on them, and the larger trucks we have belly plows on them as well, and they all have a salter sander that can be mounted on the back.
This is another tool in our winter maintenance fleet. It's a salting machine. And what happens is that the salt gets loaded into this hopper, and on this conveyor where it gets hit with these two saddle tanks, which are full of brine. Then it comes out here on the spreader. And why we add the brine is that it reduces the amount of spray from the salt, so it doesn't bounce nearly as far, saving about 20 to 30% of our salt. As well, by using the anti-icing liquid on the salt, the activation starts right as it hits the road.
The purpose of the salt is to keep the roads bare, keep the ice from forming on the road. Again, safety for everyone, including ourselves and the public. That's why we put the salt down.
Today we're talking about clearing catch basins or road drains on residential roads. The first thing to understand is where the catch basin is in proximity to your residence. When clearing a catch basin or road drain, we want to make sure that you make yourself visible and aware of oncoming traffic. When clearing snow or debris from a catch basin, we ask that you put it in an area where it will not plug the catch basin again, not placing it on an already shoveled driveway or sidewalk. Sandbags are available at 2020 Labio Road 24/7. Just remember to make sure you bring a shovel. The City of Nanaimo and Public Works appreciate your help in keeping your catch basins clear. Thank you.
Well, pardon me, utility rate review, Ms. Mercer.
Thank you, Your Worship. So today's presentation is a continuation of last week's presentation. So I'll go through the rate structure review and the recommendations from that section of the report. So last week we discussed the financial review and the need to continue the user rate fee increases in the next 5 years of the plan. So those increases were a mix of both operating increases and increases for asset management. So as well, and just a reminder that the increases for the years 2027 and onward are subject to change, as we will do further analysis as we get further out in the plan. Oh. Long arms, thank you. I always forget the clicker. So the utility rate review that was undertaken asked 2 questions. So the first question related to financial sustainability, which we discussed last week, and the second question related to utility rate structures. So the question that was asked is, does the current rate structure for water and sanitary sewer utilities effectively and efficiently support user equity, conservation, and administrative efficiencies? So the rate structure review included a review and an assessment of each of the utilities' current rate structures. And the review looked at each of the 3 items that are listed here on this slide. And we'll go through each one of these in detail in upcoming slides. So like the financial review, the goal was to build upon best practice. And we wanted to create a rate structure that collected adequate revenues, as well as being understandable, but above all, provide user equity. So the first area we looked at was customer classifications, and this relates to both of the utilities. So by far, the largest group is the single-family residential group, and they are the most uniform of all of the classifications. So they all have similar pipe size and similar patterns of consumption. Multifamily residential properties can have over 200 units, and they also vary in the number of people that live in each of the units. So multifamily residential properties with 2 units are more like single-family residential properties in their demand patterns and their ability to manage water consumption, while multifamily 3+ units are more in line with non-residential properties in these areas. So for the purposes of this review, commercial, government, municipal, and other classifications were grouped together and identified as non-residential. So these classifications represent a wide range of business, institutional, industrial, and manufacturing types, as well as properties that have a mix of commercial and residential areas. So best practice creates classifications for customers that share service characteristics and demand patterns. So the only recommendation with regards to customer classifications was the creation of 2 multifamily categories rather than just the one we have now. So one for multifamily 2 units and the other for multifamily 3+ units. So the new classification for multifamily residential properties are required to support the recommended changes to the current base rate and volumetric rates that are outlined in the report. So this is what our current rates customer classifications look like and the proposed, and you can see the only change is the breakout of the two different kinds of residential classifications. The next question that was asked related to billing frequencies. So currently the city has 16 billing routes that bill water, sewer, and sanitation services 3 times per year. So as the meters are manually read by our two meter readers, the billing dates are not the same each year. So they don't align with a calendar year or seasons, and that's as we'll talk about a little bit later, that becomes problematic when we want to make some changes. Future recommendations. So the review confirmed that changes to our billing frequency should not be undertaken until the citywide meter replacement project is completed. And this will upgrade our meters, our water meters, from a touch read to a radio read, and will allow us to have more frequent scheduled readings. Right now, it's 2 lovely ladies going around and touching most of the meters for reading, and that isn't on a set time. So the last area that we looked at was the schedule of charges themselves. So I'll walk through the water utility recommendations, and then I'll talk to the sewer. So the current water rate structure consists of a base rate and a volumetric rate for all customers. So the base rate is a fixed charge per day for each water service connection. So each meter you have has a base rate. The volumetric rate is an increasing block rate and is based on metered water consumption for each service connection. And this is also known as an expanding block rate, and it's intended to incent conservation by charging higher rates for higher levels of consumption. So the more water you use, the higher the rate you pay. And the city currently has a 6-block increasing volumetric rate. So this is what our current schedule of charges looks like. So the top is our base rate. So you can see that all customers pay a base rate. And then we have rates for dedicated fire lines and fire lines that are on a combination meter, as well as the bottom part is the 6 levels of volumetric charge that we currently have. So you can see how much each level changes in consumption, as well as the increasing rate. So the more you use, the more you pay.
May I ask a quick question through you? I'm just looking at that level 2, it's quite an increase.
Yes. So through your worship to Councillor Perino, and that is one of the recommendations that's going to come up, is that we talk to that.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So best practice recommends considering a base rate that increases with water meter connection size. So the rationale here is based on the understanding that the cost of service is higher for larger capacity meter connections due to the upsized infrastructure and higher cost replacement components required to maintain adequate water pressure. So the bigger meter you have, the more burden it puts on the system, and it's also more costly.
Councillor Hemmons.
Yeah, thank you. Through you to Ms. Mercer-Wood. Current water meter users be bumped up to the bigger water meter without knowing when we do the replacement program?
I might have Mr. Sims respond to that. It is part of the building process, like a building permit, and so they would know what kind of meter they put in, but whether they know how that corresponds to a base charge, that will be something we would have to educate people on, but I'll let Mr. Sims comment on that.
No, I think it's a good question, Your Worship, to Councillor Hemmons. There is, Ms. Mercer's referred to the meter replacement program that's coming up, but there's been an awful lot of work done over the last number of years on meter sizing, and oftentimes the building code requires, the plumbing code requires meters to be sized based on fixture units, and that's a whole, the number of toilets, etc. And it's a very, very conservative amount. So you end up with a larger meter than you truly need, especially in some of the larger services. And as a result, water meters are generally not as accurate at the lower flow, so we lose revenue as the bottom line, and we're not measuring the flow as accurately. All of that to say is that when the meter replacement program comes into being, we would probably end up shrinking meter sizes as opposed to increasing them. The base meter size for most single-family residential at this point is 19 millimeters, or 3/4 of an inch. There may be a few more sort of more intense uses that need 1-inch meters, but those would be relatively, those would be the two relatively inexpensive meters. It's the commercial, you know, the large pipe, the 6-inch or 152 millimeter pipe sizes that service properties that will have those larger meters.
So based on best practice, the review's only recommended change is to implement a base rate charge by meter connection size for multifamily 3+ unit categories and the non-residential property category. So this will eliminate the need to have a separate base rate charge for fire lines on a combination meter, and charges for single-family residential, multifamily residential 2 units, and dedicated fire lines will stay the same. So, So base rate by meter connection size can be determined by using an equivalent meter capacity ratios. So the city's engineering department has developed ratios based on meter and related service service connection costs. And this approach was used as it is the most readily available and recognized cost difference for larger meter connections. So this is the ratio that we use to increase the daily rate for the different meter sizes. And this is what the recommended base rate changes for water would look like. So you have your single family and multifamily 2 unit rate. It stays the same as it currently is. And then you have your dedicated fire line charges that stay the same. The change here is the bottom section for multifamily 3+ units and the non-residential, and you can see the charge, the daily charge per the different pipe sizes. So the general assumption around customer demand for water are that single-family residential customers have the greatest ability to manage their water consumption. Multifamily residential customers have less ability to manage their individual water consumption as their meters are shared between multiple units. And multifamily residential customers consume less water for outside purposes per capita than single-family residential users due to the proportionately less area for outside landscaping and irrigation. For non-residential customers, their water consumption is used for business or institutional purposes, and there is a wide range of consumption among the individual customers and less discretion to reduce or manage consumption. So in this category, you could have a building that has very little, like an office building that has little consumption, all the way up to a biological station which has a large consumption. So there's a wide variety of users in this category. And it is also assumed that water conservation can be better addressed for non-residential customers through other strategies developed for specific businesses or institutions than through a utility rate structure.
Councillor Gasselbrock.
Yeah. Jed, just a question on that. So, is it found that a financial incentive doesn't really have much of an impact on industrial or commercial water usage? Or there's just such diversity? And I was just curious, what other strategies for a large water user or for a business that's coming in to incentivize, to put in systems that would decrease their water use?
Right. So I think what we found during this study is that yes, there could be improvements to water consumption, but overall, they have less ability to do that. And I'll let Mr. Sims speak to other ways to help incent conservation on those. But what it's found is that often these, because there is such a wide variety of users in the non-residential category, that there isn't, whether you charge them a high rate or not, they still need a certain amount of water consumption, so they don't have the same ability as a single family residential property to change their water consumption patterns. So I'll let Mr. Sims speak to some other ways that we could possibly help those industries with conservation.
Thank you, Ms. Mercer. And I think this graph is actually a good demonstration. Ms. Mercer will talk a little bit more to it, but really, as she said, there's not that discretion. You know, you don't have typically industrial or commercial that have proportionately a large consumption for irrigation, outside irrigation as an example. Their water use is internal, maybe process oriented or whatever. I note that businesses like Woodgrove Center sort of undertook quite a large effort, and there's the hospital and some of the institutions, the school district, are undertaking efforts to change out their fixtures over time, and that's where the biggest bang for buck is, I suppose, is working with them. And with Team WaterSmart, we work with large users to look for areas to reduce, and so changing out fixtures is certainly the biggest one.
Thanks. Just to build on that, yeah, and I was just curious, like, say, for example, Woodgrove or like a large multifamily residence, because it's being paid for by the owners of the property, if they can reduce their water consumption by changing out all their fixtures, they could have like a 30% reduction, if they're not, if the cost of that water consumption isn't a factor in their decision making, do we lose that incentive? I guess. Mm-hmm. The assumption is that no, we don't. It's better to get them to switch over through another mechanism. I've just not seen that connection.
Well, I think the toilet rebate program that we have was recently expanded 4 or 5 years ago to include larger. It used to be just single and multi or double multifamily, but now it's expanded to larger scale multifamily, so that they're able to apply multiple rebates to a single apartment building, as an example. One of the things, if you recall, I'm sorry, Councillor Perino and Councillor Manley, just the conservation that we've seen over the last decade, if you recall my slide from a week or so ago, a lot of that has been driven by price. So as we've sort of cranked up the user rates each year, we've seen people really modify their habits, and it's really around single family consumption, and I think this graph sort of shows that. So, but they don't, a lot of larger institutions don't have that flexibility, that price flexibility. They just have to pay what it is. It's the cost of doing business for them.
Thanks.
Okay, so this graph, or this slide graphically represents how water revenues for each customer type break down. So what we found was that for single-family residential properties, 84% of their volumetric charge were at levels 1 and 2. For multifamily 2-unit properties, 81% of their volumetric rate was charged in level 1 and 2. So they are, and that shows us that single-family residential and the 2-unit multifamily residential properties are very similar in their consumption patterns. For multifamily residential, 3+ units, and non-residential customers, their volumetric charges were largely in levels 5 and 6. So customers with less ability to manage their water consumption are paying for most of their water at the highest billing levels. Sorry. So best practice recommends implementing a volumetric rate with 2 or more blocks. So the first and second blocks are generally tied to residential customers' indoor and outdoor use. And the additional blocks can be tied to the cost of water resources required to provide services in excess of level 1 and 2. And the last block is infinite, so you don't limit the amount of water that can be purchased. So the water volumetric rate recommended changes are as follows. The first one is to reduce the increasing volumetric rate block from 6 to 4 blocks. So as you saw on the chart, we had the 6 different volumetric levels. We're recommending that they go down to 4 blocks and are for single-family residential and multifamily residential 2-unit properties only. So this will improve clarity and administrative efficiencies. And the second change is to change the rate change percentage between the consumption block levels. So this is when Councillor Perino pointed out that large jump from level 1 to 2. The recommendation is to change that percentage to 250%. And then from 2 to 3 and 3 to 4, make those 175% increase on the rate. So the idea behind this is this will better incent conservation, because currently you have that big jump from 1 to 2, and then 2 to 3 is only 105, and then 3 to 4 is 104. So this way you're incenting conservation more for this group. And the third recommendation is changing the daily consumption levels between the blocks. So the recommendation is for levels 1 to 3, you have 110 gallons per day consumption for each of those levels. So the first 110 you pay in level 1, the second 110 you would pay in 2, and the third 110 you would pay in level 3. And level 4 is a charge based on consumption over 330 gallons per day. For these two properties, or these two property types. So the block rate structure better aligns with the average single family and multifamily 2-unit water demand for indoor and outdoor purposes, which is part of the best practices. Oops, sorry, I've got one more. And the last recommended change is to implement a single volumetric rate for the multifamily 3 units and non-residential properties. And this is to recognize their reduced ability to manage their water consumption. So the proposed single volumetric rate is higher than level 1 in our current structure, but lower than all of the other levels 2 to 3 through 6.
Councillor Perino.
So, thank you, Your Worship, through you, sorry. So it will go down for the heavy non-residential. It in fact will go down because they can't regulate it anyway. Is that correct?
Yes. So what the idea here is they're large water users.
Yes.
But they have restricted abilities.
Exactly.
So we have a reduced single level. They pay the same rate for all of their consumption, where it helps to offset some of those costs because they can't control it.
Because they can't control it, and that makes sense. But does that bring our revenue down overall?
Sorry, what was that?
Does that bring our city's revenue down overall?
It will bring it down a little bit, but the modeling that we did, we've taken that into consideration. So there is a bit of a drop, but overall, the largest number of properties will see very little change, but the non-residential customers will. Yeah.
No, I don't mean them. I mean us.
Yes, so we'll see a little bit, we'll see a bit less, and Ms. Fulla has taken that into account in the budget. We will, as we try to figure this out. And the one thing I will note is you might see lower in water, and then for some of these higher users, you'll see a higher sewer rate, because when I get to those recommendations, because the new sewer rate we're recommending is based on water consumption. We'll see a drop in one, but an increase in another, and they kind of wash each other out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thank you, Worship, through you. Just in terms of the potential decrease in rate for the larger water users. Now, was there feedback from these water users around issues of equity, like just in terms of prompting this adjustment? Was it something that was of issue?
We have, obviously, nobody likes to pay for, pay more than they have to. We have had some feedback, but we have more feedback on the sewer side of things than we do on water. This was more, the changes here were more in line with best practice. So, and that's where we wanted to go with that and make it equitable. So we were appropriately charging people for their usage. That's kind of the thought behind it. We get more complaints for the sewer side of things, as you'll see in a minute, than we do on the water side. So that's where our changes are based out of.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Eastmere.
Through you to Ms. Mercer, when you say best practice, what does that mean?
Okay, so we have, I'm just going to try to, there was the American Water Works Association, and Mr. Sims might be able to speak to this quicker than I can, and it's listed in the report. There was two guides that we used, or two main guides that we used, as well as we used software, but the software also came with some consulting resources as well, and that their background is all in utility structures. So the combination of those things, between the recommendations out of the two associations, as well as Waterworth, were the biggest influencers on that. And I'll let Mr. Sims speak to it more if he has anything to add.
Your Worship, there's the American Water Works Association. AWWA is a North America-wide sort of standards setting organization that almost every municipality or water utility sort of looks to for not only standards in C900 pipe, that's an AWWA standard, but also in best practices around water metering and pricing. So that's the resource that we used. I think it's best practice M1 it's a manual on pricing for water. And Ms. Mercer mentioned the software Waterworth, and it allows this thing, it's called pricing elasticity. So to Councillor Gesselbrock's question, it's about equity, it's about equity among users, it's about equity among sort of balancing the use of water and sewer, but this elasticity that incents conservation, ensures that we have enough revenue to run the utilities and make all of that sort of balance. So that's all of the work that's gone in behind the scenes, but using those manuals.
I've read this report enough times, you'd think I'd be able to find it, but where there was two main sources of manuals or guiding tools that we used, but I can't find it in the report right now. So this is what the proposed volumetric rates for water will look like. So you'll see at the top, there's for single family and 2-unit multi-residential, you'll see the 4-block rate and the increasing consumption per day and the associated rate with each of those levels. And then at the bottom, you have your proposed single volumetric rate for non-residential and multifamily 3+ units. So the proposed rate structure must still collect adequate revenue for the utility. However, it may impact charges for individual customers. So right now, we acknowledge that there are some customers that are paying more than their their equitable share, and some are paying less. So the implementation of the recommended changes, we'll see some customers may pay more to adjust for their, say their pipes or their meter size. They'll pay more to adequately reflect that burden on the system. And some will pay less as it, based on their meter size. So the purpose and the rationale of this proposed rate structure change must reasonably and equitably explain that impact. So some, as I was saying earlier, some non-residential properties will see or may see a decrease in their water charge due to the single volumetric rate. It's a little bit lower than if they were being all charged in 5 and 6. But they might see an increase in their sewer charge because of the single volumetric rate that we're proposing there. And that's what I'm going to talk to in the next section. So there is kind of more of a proper, a better allocation for both of these utilities. So the next area is the sewer utility. So our current charges, so currently all residential properties only pay a base rate based on the number of units. So a single family residential property is 1 unit. Multifamily residential units can be anywhere from 2 units to over 200. And so they're charged, if you have 200 units, you have 200 base rates. For non-residential customers, it's a bit more complicated. So the majority of customers are charged a base rate by fixture. So if you're a dentist, you're charged by plumbing fixture. So every toilet and sink, you get a base rate charged on each one of those per day for every day of the year. However, if the non-residential property uses more than 11,000 gallons of water per day, they are charged a decreasing volumetric rate instead. So you get rid of the base charge based on their fixture, and you charge them a volumetric rate that's on a declining balance. For hotels, motels, and campgrounds, they are charged a declining volumetric rate only. They never see a base rate on fixture. They just go straight to the volumetric rate. So it's a little bit confusing for if you're not in this every day. So this is what the current schedule of charges looks like. So on the left, you'll see the base rates, and you'll see all the different categories and how each one is calculated. Plumbing fixtures is a popular one for office buildings and churches and halls. But for schools, it's by classroom, and for hospitals, it's by bed. So, and then on the right, you'll see the decreasing 4-level volumetric rate. So best practice recommends using a multi-part rate that includes a base rate and a volumetric rate. So the current base rate for non-residential customers is not best practice. It is not common amongst all the municipalities that we surveyed. And it includes quite a large daily water allocation, and it requires significant administrative resources to maintain accurate records for billing. So the sanitary sewer base rate recommendations are no changes to single family or either of the multi-residential categories. And it recommends to implement a base rate by property for non-residential customers. So the recommendation is to charge the same base rate for all customer types. So we would eliminate the charge per fixture, and it would just be your meter base rate per day. If you had 1 meter, you have 1 base rate, and it's by day. And this is what the proposed base rate charges for sewer will look like. So you can see your single family residential and multifamily will be charged that rate per day per unit. And then the non-residential base rate will be charged that rate per property per day. So the city's current sewer volumetric charge is mainly used for hotels, motels, and campgrounds. And like I said, unless the non-residential property exceeds 11,000 gallons per day of water usage, they would be charged the volumetric rate. And like I mentioned, there are 4 rate blocks, and the applicable properties are charged a declining volumetric rate. So the city sent a questionnaire to several similar-sized municipalities regarding their sewer and water usage and their rate structures. And the responses we received back identified that none of them use a base rate charge by attribute, so like a plumbing fixture, and most used a volumetric rate based on metered water consumption for sanitary sewer services. And they either adjusted the rate or the volume to recognize that some water that is consumed doesn't go into the sanitary sewer system. So we chose to reduce the rate and base it on whatever water levels that were used. Some of them say they took 90% of water usage and charged sewer rates on that. We chose to reduce the rate and use our water consumption. So the sewer volumetric rate recommended changes are as follows. So again, no changes to the single family or multifamily classification properties. So once the planned meter replacement program is in, we can look at charging a volumetric rate for these classes as well. And we are recommending that you implement a single volumetric rate for non-residential customers based on watered meter consumption. So the proposed rate is higher than the current decreasing volumetric rate. However, there will be a shift from base rate charges to a combination of base rate and volumetric charges. So you won't necessarily see a large base rate charge based on all your fixtures. You'll see a lower rate there, but then your water consumption, you'll be paying for how much water you put into the sanitary sewer system. So that's the idea there. And this is what the proposed volumetric rate will look like. And it's for all of non-residential customers. They'll pay that rate for any consumption that they have. So like the water utility, the proposed rate structure still must collect adequate annual revenues, but it may impact charges for individual users. So again, if you're a high user of water, you're going to see a larger sewer charge, but you'll likely see a reduction in your water charge. So they kind of wash each other out. So it's difficult to make any broad assumption regarding the impact for non-residential customers due to the wide range of different types of businesses, the number of features used for our current billing, as well as the wide range of consumption. So we know that some properties are paying more than their share and some are paying less. But the purpose and the rationale again are to reasonably and adequately explain the impacts on their account. So the implications of the recommended changes could result in customers with higher unit counts and lower water consumption may have a lower total charge due to the new volumetric rate based on water consumption. So if we get rid of their 25 fixture charges and charge them only on consumption and it's low, they'll probably see a decrease in their bill. Of course, that's a general statement, and it'll vary depending. And customers with higher water consumption may have increased totals in their charges due to the volumetric rate that they're now being charged on for sewer. And with it being, if you have a lot of water usage, you're going to pay more for your sewer. But it's about equity. So if you are using a lot of water and it's going into the sanitary sewer system, you should be paying your equitable share of that system. So in summary, the review was not intended to be a revolutionary change, but more of a... Oh,
questions.
Yeah, sure.
What if they're using a lot of water, but it's not going into the sewer system?
Right, so I think I missed one of my notes, but what we have, I think I missed it in my notes. What we are proposing is that if you choose to make these recommendations, we would look at creating a process by which a customer could put in a request to have their account reviewed and then have some type of mechanism to adjust. Because the reality is there's going to be things that fall out of their exception to the rule, or there's an anomaly that we didn't think about. So if there was an avenue that somebody could have asked to have their account reviewed, and we could adjust on an individual basis if there was a customer that a lot of their water was not going into the system. Does that am I clear?
It does, but I think it would be in our interest to ensure that they are still paying
their share. Yes.
Their share, right? Yeah.
Yes. So their base rate will cover, some of their share of the cost, and then we would still be charging them some type of consumption. But if they were only, if 75% of their water was only going into the sanitary system, you know, there could be an opportunity for adjustment there. They would still be paying, and it would still be their equitable share. So it could result in a meter switch out as well, and that gets costly, and it might be just as well to pay the sewer charge depending on what kind of meter it is. I don't know if Mr. Sims has anything more to add to that, but yeah.
Thank you.
Like I say, the review it wasn't meant to be a revolutionary change, but we wanted to make improvements where we could. And the financial review focused on improving each utility's financial sustainability, and the recommendations focused on continuing rate increases for operating as well as asset management purposes. And the city has already adopted many best practices. So the idea of this review was looking to make improvements to customer equity, clarity, and administrative efficiencies. And all of the recommendations meet these 3 criteria. So for future reviews, many changes we can't make until that we have the meter replacement program, because we can't read on a regularly scheduled time, and so that really is impeding us on making certain changes. But future changes could include improved disclosure on water consumption on the utility bills. So like you see on your hydro bill, where it shows your consumption by month, we would eventually like to get there, but again, it's dependent on that water replacement. And once we have that meter replacement, once we have that, we could start looking at a volumetric charge for the residential properties as well. And so that ends the presentation. We will be back on December 1st. I'll go through that, and then I'll take any questions. So we'll be back on December 1st. These 2 days were meant to introduce this topic. We will take any questions that you have now, but the recommended changes are included in the decision slides on December 1st, so you can have some further discussion at that point. And with all things going according to the plan that we have identified here, on December 5th, bylaws relating to water, sewer, and sanitation will be updated with your council's recommended or council decisions from the 1st, and be presented for first 3 readings on the 5th. And then on December 19th, we hope to have council adoption of the bylaws so we can start charging the new rates January 1st. So with that, if anybody has any questions, I'll take them now.
Pardon me, in order, Councillors Kisselbach, Manley, and Greeno.
Good, thank you, Worship. Through you. First question, maybe it was in the first presentation, but what is the ratio between like residential and non-residential water use in terms of the amount of water consumed?
Go ahead.
Well, Ms. Mercer is looking that up, Your Worship. Off the top of my head, we have about 1,600, I think, non-residential customers versus close to 30,000 residential. So that's in numbers, but the vast majority of our water goes to single-family residential.
Right, okay, so.
Yes, it is our largest, the single-family residential is our largest category.
So 1,600 versus
29,000 or
29,000.
Yeah.
So I mean
numbers, but
the non-residential uses more water per unit, but it's still probably like 10% if.
Yeah.
We'll see if we can find the number, because it's worth knowing.
Yeah. So I guess my question or just consideration is like I like the majority of the changes to the rate. Like I think that it makes sense. The one where I'm not 100% sure on is just the single volumetric charge for the non-residential users. And it seems to me like basically before we had those 6 tiers, and this one group was already in tier 6, so there was pretty much a flat rate charge for a lot of them anyhow at a very high rate. But I'm curious, by just making it one rate, we're losing a little bit of a tool around conservation and being able to separate it out a bit. So say if there was like still a few tiers in the non-residential consumption rate that, you know, would capture, you know, all your multifamily buildings would probably be in that first tier that would be more representative of what you'd be paying for, you know, a single family home usage. But there are probably some other usages that use a lot more water, and to have maybe 3 tiers in there where there is some incentive to keep your water usage, you know, lower, and it would make a difference to the bill that you receive as opposed to have a set rate. I'm also thinking too of, like, say, businesses or larger operations that want to move here, and they're seeing, like, does it make the water for industrial or commercial usage way lower compared to other regions, or that it makes it not even a factor to consider that, or makes it more enticing to put a certain type of operation in the community. These are all things like I don't know, but it comes to mind. I'm also curious, just in terms of the administrative burden, when you have these different tiers, what is it like? Like, say if you add 3 more tiers onto the volumetric charge for a non-residential area, are you looking at, you know, hundreds of hours more work trying to figure it out, or is it basically just go through a computer system and it spits out the number?
Through your worship to Councillor Gesser-Brock, yeah, we would have to go back and rerun all of those calculations. So it's not as an easy change, but I mean, that is, if that's the wish of council, then we would do that. The way we've broken out the recommendations is the financial review recommendations and then the structure review. If you do have, we can separate them out, and if you like the financial, if you're okay with the financial review recommendations, you can approve that, and we can hold off on the rate structure review, and make further work towards answering some of the questions that, or such options that you've put forward.
Okay, great. Yeah, I can follow up on it. It might be insignificant. I gotta just look a little bit closer. Thanks.
Mr. Sims, you wanted to say something?
Your Worship, thanks. I don't have an answer on the first question, but regarding the sort of the incentive comment, I think we would look at going currently from a rate that they would pay at $10.22 per 1,000 gallons at that high end, to go to a single volumetric rate is $7.50. So it'd be like a 30% decrease in actual, but that's also a little bit offset by in many cases by the meter size. So they're paying their base rate, which is going to be the preponderance of the charge on a larger meter, as an example. So for a larger water consumer, they have that increased.
And that's just like the daily. It's a daily charge for having that meter size.
That's right.
Like, I have no clue on the scale of the numbers that we're dealing with. So I need to look into it a little bit more. But yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councillor Manley.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. I take it that the city of Nanaimo pays the non-residential rate. Would that be correct? The city of Nanaimo pays the non-residential rate, pays the same amount as other non-residential users. So we're incentivizing them to be planting trees that are drought resistant. One of the questions earlier on was just about the comment was that people could ask about lowering their water rate based on not putting it into the sewer system. So would people be coming to the department and saying, well, I've planted extra trees, or I have a large vegetable patch, and this is why I'm using this much more water? And so would that would increase the amount of staff time to adjudicate and figure out whether somebody is actually deserving of a lower rate?
So through your worship to Councillor Manley, yes, that is something we'd have to put quite a bit of rigor around, and kind of like how we have with our leak policy, right? Like, there's a lot of, you have to meet a specific criteria before you get any kind of adjustment. So I would envision that there is quite a rigorous kind of structure around anybody getting a reduction on their, on their sewer rate. Yeah. That's how I see that, is that it wouldn't be, I have a garden, or, we would have to really look at putting some rules around that.
They'd have to provide some evidence that would city staff verify that then, or?
Yes, that's what that's what we were envisioning.
Right. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Perino.
Thank you. I was just wondering about the meter reader, and you're wanting to go to the new system of the new meter reader. Is that in the budget? Is it planned for? Where is that at?
The meter replacement?
Yes.
Yes, it is in the later years of the 10-year plan. I think it's,
26, 27.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then it's a multi-year program.
Yes.
Because there is a lot of meters that would need to be changed, yeah.
It would actually be individual meters that would be changed as well. Okay, I thought it was just the reader that would be changed.
Is it
no.
Is the actual meter, or is it just a component that sits on top of the meter?
Your worship, it would be both. It would be, so a new meter, this is, part of, it's really an asset management function.
Yes.
Meters have a certain life, and
yes.
many of our water meters are already beyond that life. At the same time we change the meter, we would like to upgrade the technology, of course, to something current.
To read it.
Especially radio reads. It's one of the benefits is much more frequent reading, and what we've heard a lot from citizens is that I want to know when I'm using water, similar to what you can do with BC Hydro. Yes. We don't have that capability until we have that change up. Sorry, maybe a longer answer.
No, it's actually helpful to know what you're trying to do and when you're trying to do it. I just wondered, because it is available in some cities, so that's why, thank you very much.
Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thank you. And just with the non-residential water usage, what type of data do we already have on the different types of enterprises or institutions and their water usage? Is that,
So, through your worship, to Councillor Gesselbrock, we do have when we did the review, we took large pieces of data out of our current billing system, and they are identified by the broader categories. So we do have data on the different, not necessarily specific to certain types of detail, but the overall groupings. We do have usage by and billings by, and so we do have data, but it's a lot of data.
Mm-hmm.
Is there something you were specifically looking for?
Yeah, I'm just curious, how readily available, is it something that already exists in a PDF that to be able to have a look at? I guess I'm just curious, on the non-residential use, what different tiers of usage that actually exist. Say, look like a lot were over that sort of level 6 in the past, but is it by how much are they over, and is it sort of really clear that there's this group of multifamily buildings that kind of are using it in here at sort of the $7.50 1,000 liter range? That would make sense. And then is there a big jump in sort of the City of Nanaimo Rec Center pool or whatever? I'm just curious, do they naturally group, or is it so diverse that it's just a schmozzle? And how was it decided to do it at $7.50 per that 100 gallon and not say $8.50, especially if it is going to be a 30% decrease in what our revenues total were in the past? That's what I'm just curious. If it wasn't huge complaints from sectors being we're being charged too much, we don't have any control over our water consumption, we might be putting in a new utility review that will have a decrease in usage. There maybe not be the decrease in revenues, and just sort of how that $7.50 was chosen for that, and is there an argument to maybe have 2 tiers or 3 tiers in that volumetric thing? And also just the relative thing is it's so small, the revenue that comes from the non-residential usage, that I'm just wasting my breath even talking about it. I don't know how to make the comparison. So if that.
Yeah, and what I can try to do is, for when we come back on the 1st, I will see what kind of breakdowns we can get and provide that. It'll take a bit of time to do that, but it is very varied for the non-residential. Like, there is such a wide range of non-residential properties that, but we could try to.
Well, I don't want to be giving you any more work at this time. I'll think about it a little bit and maybe have just more discussion thing. And if it does look wild or something that's easily to be pulled up, but yeah, please don't at this moment go number crunching on that. I think.
I was going to make another comment because with Councillor Manley, we would be only looking at non-residential properties for the sewer adjustment, because those are the only ones that we would be charging a volumetric rate on. So it is just that category, and so they wouldn't necessarily be gardens, or, well, it could be, but so it's much less likely that we would be inundated with adjustment requests, but we won't know until a system goes in. Yeah, we tried to keep, you know, the impact to accounts as close to what they are currently paying, unless there is some wild reason why for an example, if you are a business that uses a lot of water, but you don't have a lot of fixtures, and all your water is going into the sanitary sewer, you are not paying your fair share of that utility. So those kind of customers are going to see a change. But overall, we try to make the impact through the modeling as less as possible. So, but there are going to be some ones that do pay a bit more, and some that are going to pay a bit less to account for proper equity. Okay.
Councillor Eastmere.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Ms. Mercer. How does the $3.50 per 1,000 gallons for non-residential customers compare to rates charged by other similar sized municipalities? Because it seems low.
Yeah, so I would have to look that up for you, because off the top of my head, I don't know. And it is slightly different for each municipality. They don't all do it the same. So, but I can see what I can look up from our information and see what we have and how it compares.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, given how precious our water resources are and climate change, et cetera, it would be nice to know that. And just to clarify, they would still have different rates if they use over 11,000 gallons as a non-residential customer, correct?
Currently, so non-residential, we're just saying for the proposed rate, it's just that flat rate. Wow. So there is no rate, different levels. It's just one rate, unlike our current system, which has the 4 that decrease.
I see. Thank you.
Yeah.
Very good. Seeing no further questions, thank you very much, Ms. Mercer.
Your Worship, before we leave, could we just have a check-in? I'd like to, if there's 5 minutes, just to check in about next steps with this budget process, just to remind council, maybe get a little preliminary feedback from you, and would be useful. I guess that would be under other business.
Councillor Manley.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Through you, just thinking about the discussion around the number of utilities, number of sinks and toilets that a business might have, and then the fairness around, a business that has a lot of sinks and toilets compared to a car wash, which has one big drain. We don't regulate car washes here to recycle water, do we?
Not to my knowledge.
So they do in Victoria, and I'm wondering, is that something that would have to come from council to regulate recycling of water for a large user like that?
Well, I don't know, I think we could have a discussion around a variety of elements with respect to our water management policy. This is simply a bylaw implement with a philosophy on certain things. I think you would be well served to get some information about the number of car wash or other users. The dry cleaner is another big one. there's a, so you have to, there's this, if you wanted an analysis of this, I think going pursuant to Councillor Gesselbrecht's kind of question, maybe there's this broader, that's one use that might, in a suite of things. So if there's an interest to pursue that, then we would need to find a way to do that. What the aspiration of the group is to implement something in a practical time frame, and I think they've tried to outline this part of it at this stage. So I guess that would be a conversation in some direction from council on the first and that's the kind of thing I'd like to ask you a little bit about in terms of our next steps. So if there are suggestions and comments with respect to any of the issues, and we'll stick to this one for now, that might be a time to think about them and bring them forward. And if we can accommodate them in this process, we will. If it's something that needs to be worked on, that's subsequent to the ultimate implementation of this process, then we would flag it and find a mechanism to review it and come back to you.
Thank you.
Councillor Gesselbrecht.
Thank you. Yeah, just maybe some clarity just on the different touch points as this goes through, because basically this water rate will be a, once the recommendations go through, and then it needs to be put into a bylaw and then put into our financial process.
Yeah, so I'd like to comment a little bit on that. And there's the technical process, and then there's sort of the communications process. So what is the process? So right now, I have my own questions. What is the timing of the implementation, and that's driving some of this? The second is, what has been and what will be the opportunity for public input to this implementation? And the third is, what is our communications strategy around this, if there is one? So I'd like maybe a little clarity on that myself. So the certain next steps would presumably, if council's prepared to put this out there, is there a public opportunity for public input prior to adoption? And the second part is, what is our communications plan around this?
So that is something that we will work with our communications department on, should council want to go forward with this, as we would work on communication out to the users. Right now, for the built into our financial plan are the financial recommendations. So the rate increases as Ms. Fuller included those in the financial plan will be the draft financial plan. The rate structure ones, like I said, we can change those. Like, we can separate out the recommendations. So if we wanted to do a bit more, if we wanted to go out and do, say, a public consultation before we implement those, the structure could be, we could delay the structure implementation and just increase the fee increases, because we do need that to fund our project plan. But that is a possibility. But right now, we're waiting to see what council's recommendation is, and then we will work on a communication strategy out from there.
Okay, I guess my question was just around we had, I brought it up earlier. I think that there is interest in an agricultural water rate, and I'm just curious, in terms of looking into that, if a motion come forward, just to look at options, at what point would that need to be brought forward and considered in order to get into the process of the rate review? Or would we have to push out pull out the structural part of the rate review to look at that?
Right. So through your worship to Councillor Gesselbrecht, I could see that happening two different ways. We could delay the rate structure implementation, or you could implement it and then staff could come back early in the new year with options around an agricultural rate, and then incorporate and then make amendments to the bylaw to incorporate whatever decisions were made around an agricultural rate, and do it that way. Then you don't delay either part of the recommendations, and you can make an amendment if you so choose to have an agricultural rate based on, and staff can go away and work on a report that gives you some options and see how other municipalities, what their rate structures for agricultural look like.
Okay. And then in terms of like just when for the administration of different rates structures, like is it done by like property class, like how it is, like say for a rate, if you wanted to get a lower rate because you're doing something different, like say I've got an agricultural property but I'm producing a food producing crop and I want to get a rate, would I go in and let the city know that this is what's happening here and that I qualify for a certain rate reduction, or does it just is it automatically tied to the property type?
You could do it either way.
Okay.
You could base it on, if you want it farm class, anybody that has farm class status gets the agricultural rate, or you have an intake process that somebody comes in and requests. Then we have some type of process to determine, if you qualify for that rate so it could be done either way. You could automatically put it on a farm class, or you could have an application-based process.
Okay, I'll follow up outside the meeting just to get more details, and then not to waste time here. Thank you.
I'm always fascinated by these sort of policy discussions around this, and it strikes me you've always got to step back and ask yourself, what's the quote-unquote evil or problem that you're trying to remedy? I have a small vegetable patch that I gave up on last year just because the damn bunny got in there and ate it all down. I planted again, the damn bunny came and ate it all down again. 2 houses over, an Indian family, 3 generations, not untypical of what we think of as a stereotypical Indian family. Grandpa has this amazing garden, bringing us freshly grown, 50-yard diet food all the time. Are you going to charge the Krogs the same rate who aren't bothering to garden? Are you going to charge them the same rate? I mean, how far do you go down? Does he have to sign a declaration, for instance, that, he's got a garden and therefore we want to give him a break because we want to produce food locally? It gets very complex, and you have to ask yourself, in a community that's already done, I would argue, engaged in a very successful program of the reduction of consumption of water in comparison to many, if you're going to ensure that it's entirely fair, I don't know how you do that. I mean, if you've got a lot in Lynburn that's, a half or 3/4 of an acre, and you're charged the same as a lot on Bay Street, maybe the house in Lynburn has 2 people in it and they use very little water, and on the house on Bay Street across the way from us that has, several members of one family and a tenant and everything else, probably 8 people consuming water there is consuming a great deal more water. I'm just saying, I think we may have to aim for something that's simplistic and just accept the fact that overall this community's done a pretty good job. I mean, the appeal for me naturally has always been increasing water rates. The more you use, the more you should pay. But on the other hand, if you think of water as a basic human right, is it really fair to charge it on a household basis when your family may be 2 people there, and charge more to a family that has 6 people in it? Are they to be punished because they have more people? I don't know. Anyways, we could go on all day about this. But what I'm going to suggest is, as we have no reports, no other business, and I'm sure we don't have a question period, I'm going to ask for a motion for adjournment.
Your Worship,
Councillor Perino?
Could I just have 2 minutes?
Yes, certainly, Mr. Rudolph.
So I just wanted to summarize things a little bit and remind you what our schedule is at this time. So as you know, you got kind of the lay of the land from all of the business units over the last 2 days, and thank you for your patience. As you can tell, there's a lot of investment by a lot of people in terms of their pride in what they've delivered and what they do. And that goes without saying across the organization. So we still have 1 more day of deliverables in terms of presentations. Unfortunately, or fortunately, that is next Wednesday. So the next budget day is Wednesday, and that is a full morning on capital, and then an afternoon with respect to the new agencies, or the agencies that will give you an update. And 3 of those will be presented by Bill Corson, representing the NPC, the Systems Planning Organization, the Conference Center, And also, I think there will be his assistance with the tourism, and also then the library executive director and perhaps others from that organization. Maybe Councillor Hemmons will be speaking, I'm not sure, in terms of that presentation. That's next Wednesday. So that's all deliverable information for you. Turning it then over to you. So as I explained, there's a bit of a scheduling challenge with the first. And we are proposing now and scheduled to have your meeting start at 2 o'clock next Wednesday, to start the decision-making process, or at least a process to go through what you've heard and your next steps. We've also now scheduled, I think as of yesterday, a continuation of that meeting for the morning of Friday, December 2nd. So with the goal to work our way through all the decision process and get to an end, or draft end. You are scheduled to have an E-Town Hall on the 5th. That's usually an interesting thing that may actually have a lot of questions not related to budget, as it turns out, and it's usually well received, and I think you'll find it informative. And then the 7th is bookmarked as a tentative date in case you need it for more time. So that's the 7th, which is a Wednesday. If that's and that has actually proven itself to be the process over the last 4 years. So this is year 5 of this process. However, I've heard comments from members of council that there's concerns with respect to the magnitude of the tax increase, also about the volume of information and the process, and it feels a bit rushed and that type of thing. So I think we may need to get some conversation and direction from council after you've heard all the presentations and we start down this path next Wednesday. So I think maybe part of Wednesday after the tour is getting organized and making sure we're all on the same page, and then set through a process of working through those things. If capital is one of your areas of concern, we could schedule more meetings. I think what you've heard is what's in budget. What you'll hear is what's in budget now, which is based on all that due diligence that they do with the pipes and looking through the pipes and all the stuff and the input from council that you've directed through projects like Albert Street bike lanes and that type of thing. That's sort of in the queue, but moving forward, it's going to be much easier for council to make significant or some adjustments or direction with future budgets. We're in that transition year, so there's things in play right now. So you may not find the entire morning satisfactory to do everything you want to talk about with capital. We understand that. So if you feel there's more time that you want on that, and then it's not all of capital, I'm assuming it's only certain types of capital that you might be interested in. If you're really interested in if the pipe is this big or this big, I don't think so. I think it's more in terms of where you're doing things and why and that type of thing. So we'll deliver you a PowerPoint presentation on Wednesday morning, and it would be useful to have your feedback by the afternoon in terms of, okay, that's part of our issue and moving forward. I think we've endeavored to explain to you what the drivers are for our current fiscal position. And there are some decisions around asks. Most of them are small. Well, there's one significant one with the fire department, as you heard yesterday. And there's some fluidity to what that is in terms of their order, but it's all contained within their 5-year plan. Nothing is different. It's just a sequence, I think, is the conversation there. So, again, one more day of us delivering to you, and then we turn it over more to you, I think, for your feedback and direction starting in December 1st. And we'll adhere to your direction from that point on. So I just wanted to say all those things. So in addition, we do have another workshop with council on Monday on all those things related to development approvals. So lots of time in front of you over the next little while.
I've got Councillor Gesselbrock and Councillor Perino.
Oh, sorry, I just stuck on.
Councillor Perino.
Just because I'm not sure I got it all, but I want to say I appreciate the presentations. I think they're amazing. So, that's been very good for me. But so now we've got the workshop on Monday, then we go through nothing on the Tuesday. On the Wednesday, we've got an all day from 9 to 4. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then on the Thursday, we've got the meeting from 2 o'clock on.
Yes, because there was a conflict with the board workshop at the RDN, as I understand it, for the morning. So we've moved our meeting to the afternoon.
I think that the one that we've got in the morning is actually one that we've all been through, and there might be some. It's looking at legal issues again through.
But
Don Ledstone.
Yes, I know.
You don't want to, do we need to do that again? Or
assumed that you were going to go to that, and we made the adjustment and added in the Friday morning to compensate. So you might get a day and a half instead of a day. But no, it's the idea was the afternoon and then the following morning if needed.
Okay.
Or just skip that and go to the 7th after the town hall meeting and spend time there working through your issues. So this is the coordination of calendars, and remember, there's one counselor here that's not part of the RDN process either. So we've adapted to this. I'm hoping your schedules will allow us to do that.
Yes, I was actually going to suggest that do we all need to go again through the board orientation with Don Lidstone? Maybe we could skip that to be here. Sorry, it's just that we've already.
I can't answer that. I suspect there are different issues there. The regional district has a different set of parameters, so.
Oh, possibly.
So there are lots of overlaps with the issues that you would have heard before.
Okay.
So out of respect, I think we
understand.
We're making accommodation for that process.
Okay.
For what it's worth, it's never a bad idea to spend time with them.
Oh, you know what, and I agree. It's just that budget is obviously the most important part of our work right now.
Yeah.
So that's why, and you're determined to be finished by noon on Friday. Is that correct? It's just
well, we've scheduled it for that. Asking your forgiveness, actually, to schedule the extra day. But no, after 3 hours that day, I don't know. Maybe we could extend it to 3 if as from a in case we need it kind of point of view. That we could certainly adjust that invite. That's the process as it stands, Your Worship. And
thank you.
All things going well, from the, we would have clarity on our process and an outcome. And remember, this is provisional budget. And we can go over that again next week on Wednesday and Thursday. And what does that mean relative to final budget? And what additional information will you receive? And what, if you're looking for more time, the question is to do what? And that's what the information we'd like to hear back. If there's more time or more meetings scheduled and that type of thing, then we can be more selective in the type of information and stuff like that. So just wanted to say all that. Yeah, now you have a break on the budget side for till next Wednesday.
Sorry, Councillor Perino's moved adjournment. I don't have a seconder yet. Seconded Councillor Thorpe. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. Thank you very much, everyone.